Step into a windswept world where the prairie hides secrets and every choice echoes with consequence. This Western audiobook unravels a haunting tale of survival and sacrifice, set against the clash of two worlds under a boundless sky. With vivid narration and unforgettable moments, it's a journey you won't want to miss. Listen now and let the story sweep you away. Chapter 1. Whispers on the Wind. The wind, that endless voice of the prairie, whispered secrets across the land, carrying the scent of dust, wild sage, and a deeper lingering sorrow. It combed through the tall grasses, making them sigh like mourners, and rustled the hides of the teepees that stood bravely against the vast open sky. Here in this small circle of resilience, the Oglala Lakota band clung to the familiar rhythms of life. Though the heartbeats were muted, the laughter scarce. Only weeks had passed since the thunder of hooves and the crack of gunfire had ripped through their peace, leaving behind scars not just on the earth, but etched deep within the soul of the people. Ayana sat just beyond the perimeter of the main camp, her back resting against the sun-warmed bark of a lone cottonwood that had somehow survived the prairie fires and the harsh winds. Her fingers, slender yet strong, moved with practiced grace, weaving strands of dyed porcupine quill and sinew through stretched hide. This was her solace, her prayer, her way of mending the fractured world around her. Each stitch was a deliberate act of defiance against the chaos, a quiet insistence on beauty and order in the face of loss. The pouch she worked on, destined for old Chayton, the storyteller whose voice now trembled with grief more than age, was adorned with symbols of endurance, the turtle, the buffalo, the unwavering path of the stars. But even the familiar patterns couldn't fully soothe the ache in her own spirit. She was 21 summers old, young by the reckoning of years, yet her eyes held the ancient weariness of her people. The raid had stolen her younger brother. Swift as a hawk, diving for its prey, his laughter silenced forever beneath the indifferent blue sky. It had taken supplies, horses, and the fragile sense of security they had painstakingly rebuilt after the last treaty was broken. Now, hunger gnawed at the edges of their endurance, and fear, cold and sharp, was a constant companion, hiding in the long shadows cast by the setting sun. Ayana breathed deeply, letting the familiar scent of wood smoke from the campfires fill her lungs. It mingled with the sweetness of drying herbs hung nearby, willow bark for pain, yarrow to staunch bleeding, remedies her grandmother had taught her before she too had walked the Star Road. Healing was another form of weaving, pulling together the torn edges of flesh and spirit. She had done much healing lately, tending to wounds both visible and hidden, her small hands gentle but firm, her voice a low murmur of encouragement against the pain. Yet, the collective wound of the tribe felt vast, almost insurmountable. They needed more than herbs and bandages. They needed hope, a sign that the Great Spirit, Wakantanka, had not abandoned them to the encroaching shadows of the Wasichu world. The sun bled crimson and gold across the western horizon, painting the clouds in hues of fire and fading light. It was a beauty so profound it hurt, a stark contrast to the subdued quiet of the camp. Usually, this time of day, echoed with the sounds of children playing, dogs barking, the rhythmic thud of axes splitting wood. Now, only the murmur of low voices, the occasional cough from a healing lodge, and the omnipresent sigh of the wind broke the stillness. Ayana's gaze swept over the familiar landscape, the rolling sea of grass stretching to meet the sky, the distant hazy outline of the Pahasapa, the sacred black hills. rising like a promise and a memory to the west. This land was their lifeblood, their mother, yet it offered little shelter from the dangers that rode the wind. A movement near the creek bed, perhaps half a mile distant, snagged her attention. Not the fluid grace of a deer or the low scuttle of a prairie dog. This was different, awkward, heavy. She squinted, her hand shielding her eyes from the lowering sun. A dark shape, struggling through the tall grass near the thin ribbon of water that snaked through the plain. A horse, riderless, its head low, favoring a leg, and behind it, something else. A man? Her heart gave a sudden hard thump against her ribs. Caution, sharp and immediate, prickled her skin. Strangers were rarely good news, especially now. Raiders often returned, circling like vultures to pick at the remnants, or perhaps soldiers, their blue coats a symbol of broken promises and violence. Her first instinct was to melt back towards the safety of the camp, to raise the alarm. Chayton and the few remaining warriors were vigilant, but they were outnumbered, outgunned. She remained still, hidden by the cottonwood's trunk, her breathing shallow. The man stumbled, fell to his knees, then collapsed fully onto the earth. He didn't move. The horse, after a moment, limped a few steps further and began to graze, its reins trailing in the dust. It looked exhausted, lathered, wounded. Curiosity warred with fear. He was alone, and he was down. Not the behavior of a scout or an attacker. Compassion, that deeply ingrained Lakota virtue, began to stir within her, soft but persistent, like the first green shoots pushing through winter-hardened ground. He could be dying. To leave someone, anyone, to perish alone on the prairie felt like a betrayal of the sacredness of life itself. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her memory, gentle but firm. The strong heart aids the weak, Ayanna. That is the way. Even an enemy, dying, deserves water. But this was different. This was a Wasichu, a white man. Their presence almost always heralded trouble, displacement, sorrow. The recent raid was fresh, the wounds raw. Bringing him into the camp, the elders would forbid it. The warriors would see him as a threat, regardless of his condition. Fear, not just for herself, but for her already suffering people, tightened its grip. What if he was a scout for others? What if his presence drew danger directly to their fragile sanctuary? She stayed hidden for long minutes, watching. The man remained motionless. A dark shape sprawled against the ochre earth as the sky deepened towards twilight. The horse occasionally lifted its head, nickering softly into the wind, a lonely sound that tugged at Ayanna's heart. No other riders appeared. No sounds of pursuit drifted on the breeze. Only the vast silence of the plains, the whisper of the wind, and the distant, fading light. Hesitantly, clutching the nearly finished pouch in one hand, she rose from her spot beneath the cottonwood. She moved with the innate stealth of her people, her moccasined feet making no sound on the dry grass. She circled wide, using the low swells of the land and clumps of sagebrush for cover, approaching the fallen man from downwind, her senses hyper-alert. The injured horse watched her approach, its ears flicking, but it seemed too weary to spook. As she drew closer, the scent hit her dust, sweat, cheap whiskey, and the unmistakable metallic tang of blood, lots of it. He lay face down, one arm flung out, the other curled beneath him. His clothes were rough denim and canvas, stained dark in patches. A wide-brimmed hat lay nearby, crushed. Thick, sandy brown hair was matted with dirt and something darker, wetter. His breathing was shallow, ragged, punctuated by faint groans that seemed torn from deep inside him. Ayana knelt beside him, her healer's instincts overriding her fear for a moment. She gently touched his shoulder. He didn't react. His skin felt clammy, too cool despite the warmth of the fading day. Carefully, mindful of potential weapons, she rolled him slightly onto his side. His face was pale beneath the grime and stubble, etched with lines of pain even in unconsciousness. He wasn't old, perhaps 30 summers, maybe less, but life had clearly dealt him a harsh hand. A nasty gash bled freely on his temple, likely the source of the blood matting his hair. His breathing hitched, and a shudder ran through his frame. His shirt was torn at the side, revealing another wound, a dark, ugly stain spreading rapidly across the fabric near his ribs. Bullet wound or knife? She saw the empty holster at his hip, the heavy coat peacemaker lying uselessly in the dust a few feet away. A prospector, perhaps? His clothes suggested hard travel, not military uniform. But gold seekers often brought their own brand of trouble, greed, violence, disregard for the land and its people. His kind had swarmed the Pahasapa, desecrating sacred ground, driving the buffalo further away, breaking treaties with careless abandon. He represented the very forces that were slowly strangling her people's way of life. And yet, he was bleeding out on the prairie, alone. His vulnerability was absolute. The wind whispered again, carrying the faint scent of rain from the distant mountains, a promise of storm, perhaps, or cleansing. It felt like a choice laid bare before her, stark as the landscape itself. Leave him to the wolves and the coming night, protecting her tribe from the potential danger he embodied, or follow the deeper dictate of her heart, the echo of her grandmother's teaching, and offer aid, risking everything. Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached for the waterskin at her belt. Unscrewing the cap, she gently lifted his head just enough to trickle a few drops of precious water onto his cracked lips. He swallowed reflexively, a faint sigh escaping him. It was a small act, but it felt momentous, a crossing of a line. She looked back towards the camp, now just a collection of darkening shapes against the twilight sky, the pinpricks of early fires, like fallen stars. She could slip back unnoticed, pretend she had seen nothing. No one would blame her. In fact, many would praise her caution. Survival demanded hard choices. But the image of her brother's face flashed in her mind. His bright, curious eyes, his boundless energy. What if he had been found, wounded and alone, by someone who chose to walk away? The thought was unbearable. She looked down at the stranger again. His life, fragile as a spider's thread in the wind, was now somehow entangled with hers. With renewed determination, she examined the wound at his side more closely. It was deep, still bleeding sluggishly. He needed tending, shelter, warmth. He wouldn't survive the night out here, especially if a storm did break. Moving him to the camp was impossible alone, and asking for help was too risky. It would invite questions, arguments, perhaps violence. There was another option, an old hunter's lean-to, hidden in a small ravine choked with willows, not far from where she stood. It was sheltered, concealed, seldom used since the last hard winter. She could get him there, perhaps. It would be difficult, agonizingly slow, but it would keep him hidden, at least for now. It would give her time. Time to tend his wounds. Time to see if he woke. Time to understand the danger he might truly represent. Time, perhaps, to make a different choice later. She rose, scanning the surroundings one last time. The prairie seemed to hold its breath, watching her. The injured horse stood nearby, a silent, weary witness. Ayana took a steadying breath, the scent of sage and imminent rain filling her senses. She bent down again, preparing for the arduous task of moving the wounded man. The first thread of an unknown pattern was being woven, its colors uncertain, its outcome shrouded in the gathering darkness. The whispers on the wind seemed to carry a new weight, a premonition of change, as profound and irreversible as the turning of the seasons. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a drumbeat of fear and fragile, dangerous hope. She had made her choice, and the prairie kept its silence, waiting to see what destiny would unfold from this single act of mercy. The weight of his unconscious form, as she tried to lift him, was the first tangible cost. Chapter 2. A Shadow Falls on the Prairie. The weight of the unconscious man was staggering, a dead weight that seemed determined to root him to the spot where he had fallen. Ayana grunted with the effort, her muscles straining as she tried to lift him into a position where she could drag him. He was taller than most Lakota men, broader through the shoulders, solid muscle beneath the rough clothing. Her initial attempt merely shifted him slightly, eliciting a low groan that sent a fresh wave of panic through her. If he regained consciousness now, what then? Would he lash out in pain and delirium? Would he understand her intent? Fear warred with urgency. The sky was rapidly darkening, the brilliant hues of sunset dissolving into bruised purples and deep indigos. The first stars were beginning to prick the velvet expanse overhead, cold and distant observes. The wind picked up, carrying the chill of the coming night and the metallic scent of his blood, a smell that seemed to cling to her, thick and cloying. She glanced nervously back towards the camp. The fires burned brighter now, comforting beacons in the gloom, but also potential witnesses. If anyone ventured out, towards the creek perhaps, she couldn't risk being seen. Taking a deep breath, she centered herself, recalling the way warriors braced themselves to carry a fallen comrade. She managed to get her shoulder under his armpit, hooking her arm around his chest, using her legs for leverage, ignoring the scream of protest from her own strained muscles. She hauled him upwards. His boots scraped against the dry earth as she began the agonizingly slow process of dragging him towards the ravine. Each step was a battle. His inert body resisted, catching on clumps of grass, rocks, anything that offered purchase. Her breath came in harsh gasps, sawing in the quiet air. The pouch she had been weaving lay forgotten back by the cottonwood tree, a small, bright splash of color against the darkening land. Her focus narrowed to the immediate task. One step, then another. Move him away from the open prairie, away from prying eyes. Get him to shelter. The injured horse whinnied softly behind them, a plaintive sound. It limped along gamely, keeping pace, its presence a strange comfort and an added complication. She couldn't leave the animal either. It was clearly his, and its presence near the ravine might eventually draw attention. It too needed care. The entrance to the ravine was choked with dense willow thickets and tangled brush, nature's own curtain. Pushing through the branches, scraping her arms and face, was another ordeal. Inside, the air was cooler, damper, carrying the scent of earth and decaying leaves. The lean-to was barely visible in the gloom, a crude structure of fallen branches and packed earth built against an overhang of rock, just as she remembered. It wasn't much, but it was hidden. With a final lung-bursting effort, she dragged the man the last few feet and eased him down onto the dusty, leaf-strewn floor inside the shallow shelter. He landed with a soft thud, his breathing still shallow and ragged. Ayana collapsed beside him for a moment, her chest heaving, her body trembling with exertion and adrenaline. Sweat plastered strands of her dark hair to her temples, mingling with the grime she'd acquired wrestling him through the dirt. Silence descended, broken only by their breathing and the rustle of the wind in the willows outside. The darkness within the lean-to was profound, relieved only by the faint starlight filtering through the branches. She needed light, water, supplies. She needed to clean his wounds before infection took hold. First, the horse. She cautiously approached the animal where it stood just outside the thicket, its head drooping. Speaking softly in Lakota, words meant to soothe, she ran a gentle hand along its neck. It flinched, but didn't pull away. Its leg was swollen, bleeding from a shallow but long gash, likely from a rock or thorny brush during its flight. Finding its trailing reins, she led it deeper into the ravine, finding a small patch of grass where it could graze and tethering it loosely to a sturdy willow branch. She fetched her water skin and let the horse drink deeply before splashing some water onto its injured leg, rinsing away the dirt. It wasn't much, but it was all she could do for now. Then back to the man. She needed fire, but smoke would be a betrayal, instantly visible against the night sky. A small fire, deep within the lean-to, shielded by the rock overhang, perhaps. Gathering dry twigs and leaves from the ravine floor, her fingers numb with cold and haste, she arranged them carefully in a small depression near the back wall. She drew the flint and steel from the small pouch always tied at her waist, a gift from her father before his last hunt. Striking the flint against the steel, she coaxed sparks onto a bit of tinder she'd carried dry moss and shredded cedar bark. It took several tries, her hands shaking, before a tiny ember glowed. Gently she blew on it, nurturing it until a small, hesitant flame flickered to life. The fragile light pushed back the oppressive darkness, illuminating the cramped space and the still form lying within it. The flames cast dancing shadows on the man's face, accentuating the sharp planes of his cheekbones, the grim set of his mouth even in unconsciousness. The firelight caught the drying blood on his temple and the much larger, more alarming stain spreading from his side. Ayana quickly gathered more substantial twigs, feeding the small fire until it burned steadily, providing a small circle of warmth and light. Now the wounds. She needed water to clean them, and her water skin was nearly empty after giving drink to both man and horse. The creek wasn't far, but leaving him alone, even for a few minutes, felt perilous. What if he woke? What if someone or something found him? Steeling herself, she took the water skin and slipped back out into the darkness, moving swiftly towards the sound of trickling water. The night air was cold now, biting at her exposed skin. The vastness of the prairie seemed to press in, full of unseen eyes and unheard whispers. Every rustle of grass, every distant coyote howl, sent a jolt of fear through her. She filled the skin quickly, the cold water numbing her fingers, and hurried back, relief washing over her as she saw the faint glow of the fire still burning safely within the ravine. Back inside the lean-to, she tore strips from the edge of her own deerskin tunic, a sacrifice, but necessary. She hesitated to remove his torn shirt entirely, wary of what other injuries she might find, and a deeper, instinctual modesty. Instead, she carefully widened the existing tear around the wound in his side. The firelight revealed bruised, torn flesh, the edges ragged. It wasn't bleeding as freely now, but it looked angry, inflamed, likely a bullet graze, deep and tearing, perhaps deflected by a rib. Lucky, in a way. A direct hit would likely have killed him outright. Using a strip of the tunic dipped in the cold creek water, she began to gently clean the wound, wiping away the clotted blood and grime. He moaned again, shifting restlessly, his brow furrowing. Ayana murmured softly, instinctively, the same soothing Lakota phrases she used when tending to feverish children or elders lost in painful memories. Shh, be still. It is all right. Be still. Whether he understood the words or merely the tone, he seemed to quiet slightly under her touch. She cleaned the gash on his temple next. It was deep, bleeding sluggishly onto his hair and down his cheek. As she wiped away the blood, her fingers brushed against his skin. It was rougher than Lakota skin, weathered by sun and wind, covered in a light stubble. An unexpected intimacy in the touch sent a strange current through her, a mixture of fear and something else, something unfamiliar and unsettling. She pushed the feeling away, focusing fiercely on the task. This was about healing, about compassion, not anything else. He was a danger, potentially, an enemy, perhaps. He was Wasichu. Remembering her grandmother's teachings, she wished desperately for her supply of herbs back at the camp. Yarrow to stop the bleeding, crushed willow bark poultice to ease the inflammation and pain. She had nothing here but water and strips of tunic. She packed the cleaned wounds as best she could with the makeshift bandages, hoping to keep them clean and stem any further bleeding. It felt inadequate, a small gesture against potentially lethal injuries. His breathing seemed a little easier now, less ragged. She felt his forehead, still cool, clammy, shock, blood loss. He needed warmth, rest. She stoked the small fire, adding slightly larger pieces of wood scavenged from the ravine floor, careful to keep the flames low and minimize smoke. The heat radiated outwards, slowly warming the small space. Ayana sat back on her heels, watching him. The firelight flickered across his features, softening the harsh lines. Who was he? A prospector, yes. The empty holster and rugged clothes suggested as much. Jack. His name echoed faintly in her mind. Perhaps something she'd heard whispered in town, or maybe just a common name among his kind. Why was he wounded, alone, his horse injured? Prospectors often traveled in groups, fiercely protective of their claims and suspicious of everyone. Had he been attacked by rivals, robbed, left for dead? The questions circled in her mind like hungry crows. His presence here, hidden away, felt like a heavy secret, a stone dropped into the still pool of her community's grief, sending out ripples she couldn't yet see. If he was found, the consequences could be dire. Suspicion would fall on her, on her family. Her people, already pushed to the brink, couldn't afford more trouble, more conflict with the white world, especially not for harboring one of them. Was her act of compassion foolish, reckless, a betrayal of her own kind? She looked at his face again, the vulnerability there, stripping away the label of Wasichu, leaving only a wounded human being. She thought of the raid, the senseless violence, the way life could be extinguished in an instant. Maybe saving this one life, even a Wasichu life, was a way to push back against that darkness, a small affirmation of hope in a world drowning in despair. Or maybe she was just deceiving herself, driven by a loneliness and a longing for connection she hadn't fully acknowledged since her brother's death. A tremor ran through the man's body, a deep shudder that wasn't just from cold. His eyelids fluttered, though they didn't open. He muttered something, low and slurred, the words indistinct, swallowed by pain or delirium. A name, a plea. Ayana leaned closer, straining to hear, but the sounds faded into another ragged breath. She settled herself near the entrance of the lean-to, pulling her worn blanket tighter around her shoulders, positioning herself between him and the opening. She would keep watch him, watch the ravine entrance, watch the sky for any sign of pursuit. Sleep was impossible. Her senses remained on high alert, every nerve thrumming. The wind sighed through the willows, carrying the scent of rain closer now. The horse shifted its weight nearby, tearing at clumps of grass. The fire crackled softly, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe like living things on the earthen walls. Hours passed in watchful silence. The moon climbed higher, bathing the prairie outside the ravine in silvery light. But here, in the sheltered dark, only the small fire held the night at bay. Ayana's exhaustion deepened, settling into her bones like the prairie cold. Her thoughts drifted, weaving between the present danger, memories of her lost brother, the worried faces of her people, and the still pale face of the stranger, sleeping fitfully beside the fire. Sometime before the first hint of dawn began to pale the eastern sky, he stirred again. This time, his eyes flickered open. They were blue, she noted absently, a startlingly clear blue against the grime and pallor of his face. They seemed unfocused at first, clouded with pain and confusion. His gaze drifted around the small, fire-lit space, taking in the rough walls, the low ceiling, and finally settling on her. For a long moment, he simply stared, his expression unreadable. There was no recognition, no understanding, only a raw awareness. Then his brow furrowed deeper. He tried to push himself up, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as pain shot through his side. Easy, Ayana whispered, instinctively reaching out a hand as if to steady him, though she kept her distance. Lie still. You are wounded. His gaze sharpened, focusing on her face, taking in her dark hair, her Lakota features, the deerskin tunic. Fear flickered in those blue eyes now, raw and primal, mingling with the pain. He didn't speak, but his hand moved weakly towards his empty hip, where his gun should have been. The gesture spoke volumes. Ayana met his gaze steadily, trying to convey reassurance she didn't entirely feel. You are safe here, for now, she said, her voice low and calm. I brought you water. You were bleeding on the prairie. He swallowed, his throat working. His eyes darted towards the fire, then back to her, suspicion warring with his obvious weakness. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken questions and the vast gulf between their worlds. The shadow of danger, the one he carried with him from whatever violence had befallen him, seemed to fall heavy between them in the small, firelit space, tangible and cold as the coming dawn. His fear was a mirror to her own, reflecting the perilous path she had chosen. Chapter 3. Shelter Under a Wary Sky. The silence stretched, thin and taut as a bowstring, vibrating with the unspoken tension between them. His blue eyes, stark against the pallor of his skin, remained fixed on Ayana, searching her face with an intensity born of fear and confusion. The instinctive, weak gesture towards his empty holster had been more eloquent than any words. He saw her not as a savior, but as part of the unknown, part of the danger that had brought him crashing down into darkness. Ayana held herself perfectly still, her hands kept deliberately visible, away from her belt knife, away from any sudden movements. She understood his fear. In his world, a lone Lakota woman appearing beside him as he surfaced from unconsciousness, wounded and disarmed, would likely mean capture, or worse, she was the other, the savage spoken of in fearful whispers around settlement campfires, just as he, the Wasichu, represented a tide of encroachment and violence to her people. Here, in the dim, firelit confines of the lean-to, they were 2 points of suspicion, trapped together by circumstance and her own impulsive act of mercy. "Water?" she offered again, keeping her voice low and even, holding up the nearly empty water skin slightly. It was one of the few English words she knew, picked up from cautious trading encounters or overheard near the forts. He didn't respond immediately, his gaze flicking from the water skin back to her face, then darting around the crude shelter again as if assessing escape routes, though it was clear he lacked the strength to even sit up properly. His breathing was still labored, catching painfully with every inhale. Finally, with a slight, almost imperceptible nod, he seemed to acquiesce. Moving slowly, deliberately, Ayana knelt beside him again. The proximity felt charged, dangerous. She could smell the stale whiskey on his breath beneath the metallic tang of blood, the scent of sweat and trail dust ingrained in his clothes. She carefully supported his head, lifting it just enough to bring the mouth of the water skin to his lips. He drank this time, not just reflexively, but with a thirst that spoke of hours spent bleeding under the prairie sun. He took several long swallows before turning his head away slightly, his throat working. "Where?" The word was a dry rasp, barely audible. His voice was rough, gravelly, with disuse and pain. Ayana shook her head slightly, understanding the question but lacking the words to answer fully in his tongue. She gestured vaguely towards the ravine entrance, then made a sweeping motion with her hand to indicate the vastness outside. "Prairie," she said simply, then pointing to the lean-to walls. "Shelter. Safe. For now." She hoped meaning was clear enough. He seemed to process this slowly, his brow furrowed in concentration that was quickly overtaken by a wave of pain. He closed his eyes, his face tightening into a grimace, and his hand instinctively went to his bandaged side. When he opened his eyes again, the raw fear had subsided slightly, replaced by a weary resignation, the look of a man pushed beyond his limits. "Who?" He tried again, his gaze locking with hers. Ayana hesitated. Giving her name felt like another level of commitment, another thread binding her to this stranger's uncertain fate. But secrecy felt like hostility. "Ayana," she said softly, touching her own chest lightly. He watched her lips move, repeating the name silently, testing its shape. It sounded foreign, strange on the edge of his thoughts. He didn't offer his own name in return, perhaps too weak, perhaps too suspicious. Silence fell again, heavy and watchful. The fire had burned low, casting flickering shadows that made the small space feel even more confined. Outside, the first pale light of dawn was beginning to filter through the willow leaves, painting the edges of the ravine opening in shades of gray and faint rose. The air grew colder, carrying the damp promise of the earlier predicted rain, though the sky visible through the branches remained clear for now, a vast, indifferent canvas stretching above them, a wary sky indeed, holding its breath. Ayana knew she needed to check his wounds again in the growing light. Infection was a swift killer on the prairie, often more deadly than the initial injury. Steeling herself, she gestured towards his side. "Must look," she said, trying to convey her meaning through gesture and tone. He stiffened instantly, his eyes narrowing, a flicker of the earlier fear returning. He clearly didn't want her touching him again. Understandable, perhaps. She was a stranger, an Indian woman. He didn't know her intentions. "Wound," she insisted gently, pointing to the blood-darkened bandage she had fashioned from her tunic. "Clean." She mimed the action of washing. He hesitated, his jaw tight. He was trapped, weak, and entirely at her mercy. The realization seemed to settle over him, a bitter pill to swallow. With a faint, ragged sigh that might have been surrender or simply exhaustion, he gave another small nod, his gaze fixed on her face, watching her every move. Carefully, Ayana began to peel back the damp, makeshift bandage. The skin around the wound was an angry red, slightly swollen, though the bleeding seemed to have mostly stopped, replaced by a slow ooze. The gash itself was ugly, torn, deeper than she'd initially thought in the poor light. It definitely needed more thorough cleaning and ideally stitching, something she couldn't do here. She dipped a fresh strip of tunic into the cold creek water and began cleaning the edges again, her touch as gentle as she could manage. He flinched sharply as the cold water touched the raw flesh, sucking in a sharp breath through his teeth, but he didn't cry out. He just watched her, his expression a mixture of pain and intense scrutiny. His stillness felt unnatural, coiled, like a wounded animal gathering its strength. As she worked, her gaze caught on something else dark, ugly bruises blooming across his ribs on the uninjured side, the distinct shape of knuckles imprinted on his skin, and lower, near his belt line, another smaller, partially healed cut, as if from a deflected knife thrust. He hadn't just been shot or grazed. He'd been beaten, fought hard before he fell. This wasn't a simple robbery then. It felt more personal, more brutal. Who were the men who had done this? And why? The question echoed silently in the small space. Were they still out there, searching for him? The thought sent a fresh chill down Ayana's spine, colder than the dawn air. By helping him, she might have painted a target on herself, on her entire camp. She finished cleaning the wound as best she could, the cold water seeming pitifully inadequate against the potential for festering. She needed herbs. She needed boiled water. She needed the poultices her grandmother had taught her to make. But all of that was back at the camp, an impossible distance away right now. She reapplied a fresh, damp bandage, securing it tightly. Next, she checked the gash on his temple. It had also stopped actively bleeding, but it looked deep, likely needing stitches as well. Cleaning it carefully, she noted the way his sandy brown hair curled slightly, where it wasn't matted with blood and dirt. There were lines etched around his eyes and mouth, lines of hardship, perhaps, or maybe laughter from a time before this violence found him. For a fleeting second, she saw not just a Wasichu, not just a danger, but a man who had lived and perhaps loved and now fought desperately to hold on to life. The thought was unsettling, blurring the line she needed to maintain for her own safety, for her people's sake. He seemed to tolerate her ministrations with stoic silence now, though his breathing remained shallow, and a fine sheen of sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool air. Fever, or just pain and shock? She couldn't be sure. She felt his forehead again, still cool, maybe slightly warmer than before, but not burning. That was something, at least. Finished with the wounds, she sat back on her heels, suddenly aware of her own exhaustion, the gnawing emptiness in her stomach. She hadn't eaten since midday yesterday. He must be weak from hunger too, on top of the blood loss. Rummaging in the small pouch at her waist, she found what she expected: a few strips of dried buffalo meat, tough but nourishing, and a handful of dried June berries. It wasn't much, meant for her own sustenance during her solitary weaving time. She hesitated. Offering food was a powerful gesture among her people, a sign of peace, of shared humanity. But could she afford it? Her tribe was rationing supplies carefully, and would he even accept food from her hand? She broke off a small piece of the jerky and held it out to him, her expression carefully neutral. His eyes fixed on the offering, then lifted to her face. Suspicion warred with desperate need in his gaze. He hadn't eaten, likely for longer than she had, and his body desperately needed fuel to fight the injuries. Slowly, hesitantly, he reached out a shaky hand and took the jerky. His fingers brushed hers, a brief contact that sent another unexpected jolt through her. He brought the meat to his lips and chewed slowly, painfully, his jaw working with effort. After swallowing, he looked at her again, a flicker of something unreadable, gratitude, acknowledgement, in his eyes before his mask of wary caution slipped back into place. Ayanna ate a few berries herself, the tart sweetness sharp on her tongue. She needed to keep her own strength up. She didn't know how long they would be here, what would happen next. The rising sun cast longer shadows now, the light strengthening, making their hiding place feel slightly less secure. The ravine offered concealment, but it wasn't impenetrable. She needed to check on the horse, give it more water, and she desperately needed to know what was happening back at the camp. Were they searching for her? Had her absence been noted? Old Chayton, especially, watched over her since her brother's death. He would worry, but going back, even for a short time, meant leaving the stranger alone. What if his attackers returned? What if he tried to leave, wounded as he was, and collapsed again in the open? Her thoughts were interrupted by the man attempting to speak again. His voice was still weak, raspy. "Name," he managed, looking directly at her. "Your name, Ayanna." He stumbled over the pronunciation, but the effort was clear. He paused, gathering his strength. "Mine, Jack." Jack. The name felt solid, plain like the man himself. It humanized him further, chipping away at the barrier of stranger and enemy. Ayanna nodded slowly, acknowledging the offering. "Jack," she repeated softly. He seemed to sink back slightly then, exhausted by the effort of speaking, of staying conscious. His eyes drifted closed again, his breathing evening out slightly, perhaps falling into a true, albeit pain-ridden, sleep this time. Ayanna watched him, her mind racing. Jack, wounded, beaten, hunted, hidden in her ravine, her responsibility, her secret, her danger. The weight of it settled upon her, heavy as the humid air. She felt terribly alone, caught between the needs of this one man and the safety of her entire community. She rose quietly, needing to move, to think. She crept to the entrance of the lean-to and peered out. The ravine was quiet, bathed in the cool morning light. Dew glittered on the willow leaves and spider webs. The injured horse stood patiently where she had tethered it, its head low. Everything seemed peaceful, ordinary, but Ayanna couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the sense of unseen threats lurking just beyond the screen of willows. The wary sky seemed to press down, mirroring the caution in her own heart. She took a few steps out, intending to check the horse's leg and lead it to the creek for a proper drink. The air smelled clean, washed by the dew, carrying the scent of damp earth and sage. She could hear the distant sounds of the prairie, waking up the chirp of unseen birds, the buzz of insects, the ever-present sigh of the wind. Normal sounds, reassuring sounds. And then another sound, faint but distinct. Not the wind, not an animal. Hoofbeats. Distant, muffled by the intervening land, but unmistakable. More than one horse, moving at a steady pace, not frantic but purposeful. Coming from the east or circling? Ayanna froze, her blood turning to ice water in her veins. Every nerve ending screamed alarm. Were they coming this way? Were they searching? Had they found Jack's trail? Or were they simply riders passing through, uninvolved in the violence that had brought Jack here? She ducked back instinctively, pressing herself against the damp earth wall just inside the ravine's entrance, hidden by the thickest clump of willows. Her heart hammered against her ribs so hard she thought its beat must be audible. She strained her ears, listening intently, trying to gauge the direction, the distance, the number of riders. The hoofbeats seemed to grow slightly louder, closer, then faded again, perhaps moving parallel to the ravine rather than directly towards it. Were they his attackers? Or soldiers? Or perhaps even scouts from her own tribe searching for her? Each possibility carried its own unique terror. She risked a quick glance back towards the lean-to. Jack remained asleep, or unconscious, oblivious to the potential danger drawing near. The fragile shelter suddenly felt terribly exposed, the wary sky pressing down with imminent threat. The choice she had made by the creek bed hours ago had brought the danger right to her doorstep, and now the consequences were riding towards them on the morning wind. Chapter 4. Weaving Hope's First Thread. Pressed flat against the cool, damp earth behind the thickest screen of willows, Ayanna held her breath, straining to decipher the story told by the rhythm of the hoofbeats. They were closer now, undeniably. Not the frantic drumming of pursuit, but the steady, ground-eating gait of riders with a purpose, riders who knew the land. 2 horses, maybe 3. Her heart hammered a frantic counterpoint against her ribs. Were they Wasichu? Jack's pursuers, perhaps circling back, casting a wider net? Or were they Lakota, scouts from her own camp, finally noticing her prolonged absence, their worry translating into a search pattern across the familiar territory? Either possibility sent ice sluicing through her veins. Discovery by her own people would mean questions she couldn't answer without revealing her dangerous secret, inviting judgment, perhaps ostracism, or worse, collective punishment if the elders deemed her actions reckless. Discovery by Jack's enemies that didn't bear thinking about. The brutality etched onto his unconscious body was testament enough to their methods. They wouldn't hesitate to silence anyone found aiding their quarry. She risked peering through a tiny gap in the leaves. The light was stronger now, the pale gold of early morning slanting across the prairie, beyond the ravine's mouth. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams. She saw them, then 2 riders, dark silhouettes against the brightening eastern sky, moving along the low ridge that ran parallel to the creek, perhaps a 1/4 mile distant. Too far to make out details of clothing or race clearly, but their posture seemed alert, scanning the landscape. They paused for a moment, one pointing towards the creek line, lower down, closer to where she'd found Jack. Ayanna shrank back, pressing herself deeper into the shadows, the rough bark of a willow scraping her cheek. She squeezed her eyes shut, sending a silent, fervent prayer to Wakantanka, not for herself, but for concealment. Let them pass. Let them not see the disturbed earth near the creek bed or the faint trail she'd left dragging Jack. Let them not notice the injured horse tethered deeper within the ravine, whose occasional soft whicker could carry on the still morning air. The silence stretched, amplifying the thudding of her own pulse in her ears. She could hear the faint jingle of bridle metal, the creak of saddle leather carried on the breeze. They were moving again, but slower now, angling slightly down towards the creek, towards the place Jack had fallen. Panic seized her, cold and absolute. They would find the signs, the bloodstains, the disturbed grass, the tracks leading towards the ravine. She forced herself to breathe, slowly, deeply, trying to quell the rising terror. Panicking wouldn't help. She needed to think. If they found the trail, if they approached the ravine, what could she do? She had only her small belt knife. Jack was unconscious, helpless. His heavy revolver lay uselessly back where he'd fallen near the cottonwood. They were trapped. But then the hoofbeats changed rhythm again. They picked up pace, moving away, continuing downstream along the creek bed, their figures shrinking in the distance. Perhaps they had seen something else that drew their attention, or perhaps they were simply following the watercourse. Ayana remained frozen for several long moments after the sound had completely faded, listening to the returning silence of the prairie, broken only by the chirping of a waking bird and the sigh of the wind. Slowly, cautiously, she rose to her knees, her muscles stiff and trembling. Peering out again, she scanned the ridge, the creek line, the vast expanse of grass. Empty, they were gone, at least for now. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her weak, leaning heavily against the willow trunk for support. It was a temporary reprieve, she knew. Those riders, whoever they were out there, and they might be back. The shadow of their passing lingered, a chilling reminder of the precariousness of this hidden sanctuary. Taking a shaky breath, she turned back towards the lean-to. The small fire had burned down to embers, casting a weak, pulsing glow in the dim interior. Jack lay still, his breathing shallow but regular. He seemed to be truly asleep now, the deep sleep of exhaustion and pain rather than unconsciousness. His face, relaxed slightly in sleep, looked younger, less guarded, though the bruises and the gash on his temple stood out starkly against his pale skin. The immediate danger had passed, but the underlying problems remained. He needed proper care, she needed supplies, and she needed to ensure her absence hadn't caused undue alarm back at the camp. Lingering here indefinitely wasn't an option. First, water. The water skin was empty again. She took it and slipped out of the lean-to, moving quietly towards the creek, deeper within the ravine, away from the entrance. The injured horse nickered softly as she passed, nudging her shoulder gently. She murmured soothing words to it, checking its tether before continuing to the water's edge. The creek chuckled over smooth stones, the sound cool and calming in the quiet morning. As she knelt to fill the skin, the cold water numbing her fingers, she noticed reeds growing thickly along the bank, slender, pliable reeds, perfect for weaving. Almost without thinking, her fingers reached out, testing their strength, their smoothness. Weaving was so ingrained in her, it was like breathing. Even now, in the midst of fear and uncertainty, the sight of usable materials sparked a familiar creative impulse. Gathering a small bundle of the longest, strongest reeds, she tucked them under her arm, along with the filled water skin. It felt strangely grounding, this simple act of gathering, a connection to the rhythms of her life that existed before the stranger fell into it. Perhaps this was the first thread, not of connection with him, but of reclaiming her own center amidst the chaos. Back in the lean-to, she placed the reeds carefully aside. Jack stirred as she entered, his eyes fluttering open again. This time the confusion seemed less pronounced, replaced by a dull awareness and the ever-present pain. He watched her as she approached, his blue eyes wary but less overtly hostile than before. "Water?" she offered, holding up the skin. He nodded, and she helped him drink again, supporting his head gently. He drank more this time, seemingly less suspicious of the offering. When he finished, he sank back with a sigh, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, before drifting towards the bundle of reeds she had laid down. A faint question flickered in his eyes. Ayana picked up one of the longest reeds, holding it up slightly. "Weave," she said, mimicking the motion of her fingers working. It was unlikely he understood the word, but the gesture, combined with the materials, might convey something. She wasn't sure why she felt the need to explain, perhaps just to fill the heavy silence, to establish some semblance of normalcy. He watched her hands, then looked back at the reed, his expression unreadable. Did he see it as a primitive craft, a waste of time, or did he recognize the universal human impulse to create order, to make something useful or beautiful with one's hands? She needed to tend his wounds again, especially now in the better light. She gestured towards his side, her expression indicating her intent. He tensed slightly, but didn't resist this time, merely watching her with that unnerving, quiet intensity as she carefully removed the makeshift bandage. The wound looked no worse, perhaps slightly less inflamed than she'd feared, but it definitely needed more than just water. The skin around it was hot to the touch. Fever was likely setting in. She cleaned it again with fresh, cold water, her touch methodical. As she worked, her mind raced. She had to get back to camp, at least to the outskirts. She needed herbs, the willow bark for fever and pain, yarrow to prevent the wound from putrefying, perhaps some crushed peyote root if the pain became unbearable for him, though that was powerful medicine, not to be used lightly. She also needed more substantial food than dried jerky, broth perhaps, if he could keep it down. And she needed to reassure her family, let someone know she was safe, even if she couldn't reveal the reason for her absence. The risk was enormous. Leaving Jack alone, even for an hour or two, felt dangerous. What if he worsened suddenly? What if the riders returned? But staying here indefinitely, with dwindling supplies and inadequate medicine, was equally perilous, both for him and for her. If he died here, under her care, hidden away, the questions would be even worse. If his fever took hold. She finished bandaging his side and temple with fresh strips torn from her tunic, acutely aware of how much of the garment she had sacrificed. She needed to retrieve her weaving pouch from near the cottonwood, too, if it was still there. It contained not just her work, but also her flint and steel, essential tools. Jack watched her, his gaze following her movements. He seemed weaker now, his earlier flicker of alertness fading into a lethargic exhaustion. The fever, perhaps, or just the cumulative effect of blood loss and pain. He closed his eyes again, his breathing shallow. Ayana made her decision. She had to risk it. She would wait till the camp was fully awake. The morning routines underway, making it easier to slip in and out near the perimeter without drawing too much attention. She would gather the herbs, secure some broth or food, and grab a warmer blanket. And she would retrieve her pouch. She couldn't stay away long. She checked the fire embers, ensuring they were safely contained. She gave the horse the last of the water from the skin, murmuring assurances to it, and checked its injured leg again. It seemed slightly less swollen, but the animal was clearly favoring it. Another life depending on her. Before leaving, she knelt beside Jack one last time. He seemed to be sleeping, his face pale and still. A lock of his sandy hair had fallen across his forehead, and without thinking, she gently brushed it back. Her fingers lingered for a heartbeat on his skin. It felt warmer now, definitely warmer. The fever was rising. "I will return," she whispered, more to herself than to him, the promise a weight on her spirit. I bring help. She hoped he might understand the intent, even if the words were lost to him. Straightening up, she took the empty water skin and her small bundle of weaving reeds, a tangible piece of hope, perhaps, or just a distraction. With a final worried glance at the sleeping man, she slipped out of the lean-to and began making her way cautiously towards the ravine entrance. The prairie stretched before her, vast and indifferent, holding its secrets and its dangers. The sun was climbing higher, the sky a brilliant, cloudless blue, offering no hint of the storm brewing within her, or the one potentially gathering around the wounded stranger she had sheltered under its wary gaze. Each step towards her camp felt like walking a tightrope, stretched between compassion and catastrophe. The first fragile thread of hope felt desperately thin, easily broken by the harsh realities of the world she inhabited. Chapter 5. Echoes of Warning. The prairie breathed around Diana as she moved away from the temporary sanctuary of the ravine. Each step felt unnaturally loud in the growing daylight, each rustle of grass a potential betrayal. She kept low, using the gentle swells of the land for cover, her eyes constantly scanning the horizon, searching for any sign of movement, particularly the dark shapes of riders against the vast, indifferent blue of the sky. The sun climbed higher, warming the air, but a persistent chill remained deep within her, a cold knot of fear centered in her belly. Leaving Jack alone, feverish and vulnerable, felt like abandoning a part of herself to the wolves, yet staying meant condemning them both. Her first objective was the lone cottonwood tree where she'd been weaving yesterday, where she'd first seen him fall. Her weaving pouch lay there, containing not just the intricate quill work destined for Chayton, but her essential flint and steel, and a small, sharp awl. More importantly, it was near the spot where Jack had collapsed, the place the riders she'd glimpsed earlier seemed interested in. Approaching it felt like walking back into the heart of the danger. She moved with the wind, letting it carry her scent away from the direction she traveled, her moccasins whispering over the dry earth and sparse grass. The cottonwood stood tall against the sky, its leaves shimmering in the morning light, seemingly oblivious to the small drama unfolding beneath its branches. As she drew nearer, her gaze swept the ground, searching for signs. The grass was trampled, yes, clear evidence of the horse's distress and Jack's fall. Dark stains, almost black now, marked the earth where he had bled most profusely. She averted her eyes quickly, the memory too raw. Her pouch lay undisturbed near the base of the tree, a small rectangle of beaded hide, miraculously untouched. Relief warred with apprehension as she snatched it up, clutching it tightly. Her flint and steel were secure inside, but as she straightened, scanning the immediate area more closely, a jolt went through her. Jack's hat, the crushed felt hat she'd noted yesterday, was still there. But the gun, the heavy Colt Peacemaker that had lain in the dust nearby, it was gone. Her blood ran cold. Had Jack somehow stumbled back here before collapsing fully? Impossible, given his wounds. Had the riders she saw earlier been this close? Had they found the spot, seen the blood, and taken the weapon? Or had someone else been here? A scavenger, drawn by the sight of the riderless horse yesterday evening? The missing gun added a sharp, metallic edge to her fear. A weapon was a powerful thing on the prairie. In the wrong hands, it could mean death. In the hands of Jack's pursuers, it meant they were armed and likely still searching. If taken by someone else, it was another unknown variable, another potential threat lurking just out of sight. Swallowing hard against the sudden dryness in her throat, Ayana forced herself to move on. Dwelling on the missing gun wouldn't help. She needed to reach the camp. She gave the blood-stained earth a wide berth and began moving eastward again, towards the familiar cluster of teepees huddled near the bend in the creek further downstream. The camp emerged slowly from the landscape, the smoke from cooking fires rising thin and pale into the morning air. From a distance, it looked almost peaceful. But as Ayana drew closer, skirting the edge, keeping to the cover of the taller grass and occasional chokecherry bushes, she felt the subtle shift in atmosphere. The usual morning bustle was muted. Voices were lower, movements more deliberate. Children played near the lodges, but their games were quieter, their laughter less free. Warriors stood watch near the perimeter, their faces grim, their eyes scanning the plains with unnerving intensity. The raid, though weeks past, had left an invisible pall over everything, a heightened sense of vigilance born of trauma. Her heart pounded as she searched for an unobserved way to slip inside. She couldn't just walk in bold as day after being gone all night. Questions would be immediate, unavoidable. She saw her family's teepee, its painted symbols familiar and comforting. Yet the thought of facing her mother, her aunts, filled her with dread. How could she explain the scratches on her arms from the ravine's thorns? The faint smell of blood she feared still clung to her, the haunted look she surely wore in her eyes. She circled around to the southern edge where the creek bank offered more cover. Here, women were gathering water, their movements slow, practiced. She saw her cousin, Elena, laughing softly at something her own mother said. Ayana ducked lower, waiting for them to move on. Patience, that was the key. Blend in, become part of the background. Holding the bundle of reeds she'd gathered prominently, she finally saw her chance. An elderly woman, distracted by a yapping dog, moved away from the path leading from the creek. Ayana slipped from the tall grass, walking quickly but not running, towards her family's lodge, keeping her head slightly bowed as if preoccupied with the reeds. "Ayana!" The voice, sharp with concern, stopped her cold. Old Chayton sat near the entrance of his own lodge, his weathered face etched with worry, his dark eyes missing nothing. He had been watching, of course. He always seemed to know her movements. She turned slowly, forcing a neutral expression onto her face. "Uncle," she greeted him, using the respectful term for an elder. "I was gathering reeds by the Upper Creek Bend for a new basket." She held up the reeds slightly, hoping they provided a plausible excuse for her early morning errand and disheveled state. Chayton's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. He looked her up and down, taking in the damp hem of her tunic, the faint scratches on her forearms visible beneath her rolled sleeves, the tension she couldn't entirely hide. "Alone? Before the sun was fully risen? The warnings are clear, child. Danger walks the prairie." His voice was low, gentle, but carried an unmistakable undertone of rebuke and worry. "Your mother has been asking for you." "I know, Uncle. I could not sleep well." The wind kept whispering. She replied, the lie tasting like ashes in her mouth. She gestured again with the reeds. Working helps quiet the thoughts. It wasn't entirely untrue. He seemed to consider this, his gaze lingering on her face. He knew she carried the grief of her brother's death heavily. Perhaps he attributed her strangeness to that. "The wind carries many whispers now," he said cryptically, his gaze drifting towards the vast prairie beyond the camp. "Some carry the scent of smoke from guns not our own. Be watchful, Ayana. Stay close. I will, Uncle. Thank you. Relief made her voice tremble slightly. He hadn't pressed further. She gave him a respectful nod and hurried past, acutely aware of his gaze following her, until she ducked through the flap of her family's teepee. Inside, the familiar scents of wood smoke, drying herbs and tanned hides wrapped around her. Her mother, Winona, looked up from grinding corn, her face instantly mirroring Chayton's concern. Ayanna, where have you been? I woke before dawn and you were gone. I am sorry, Mother. I went to gather reeds. Ayanna repeated her prepared story, avoiding her mother's direct gaze by busying herself with placing the reeds near her sleeping roll. My hands felt restless. Winona sighed, a sound heavy with unspoken fears. Restless hands are better than a lost daughter. Chayton worries. We all worry. These are not times for wandering alone. She resumed her grinding, the rhythmic scrape of stone against stone filling the lodge. Did you see anything? No, Mother. Only the wind and the grass. Another lie. She felt the weight of her deception pressing down on her. These were her people, her family, the ones she should trust above all others, yet she was shielding them from a truth that could endanger them all, while simultaneously endangering them by hiding the stranger. She moved quickly now, needing to gather what she came for before her resolve wavered, or her mother's questions became more specific. She went to the small parfleche bags where her grandmother's healing herbs were stored. Her fingers closed around the familiar shapes of dried yarrow leaves, good for stopping bleeding and cleansing wounds, and strips of willow bark, which could be chewed or brewed into a tea to fight fever and pain. She took a generous handful of each, tucking them into her pouch. Her mother watched her silently. Is someone unwell? Winona asked quietly, her grinding slowing. Old Timer was coughing badly yesterday. Ayanna improvised quickly, naming an elderly woman in a nearby lodge. I thought a little willow bark tea might ease her chest. It felt like sacrilege, using another's illness as a shield for her secret. Winona nodded slowly, accepting the explanation. Though a shadow of doubt lingered in her eyes, Ayanna then found a small skin containing pemmican dried meat, pounded with fat and berries, calorie-dense and essential for survival. She took a portion, telling herself Jack needed the strength, while keenly aware that every bite taken by the stranger was one less for her own people, whose winter stores were already depleted by the raid. Finally, she grabbed a thick, worn buffalo robe from her own sleeping roll. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and home, a scent she hoped might offer some small comfort against the chill and fever gripping the man in the ravine. As she bundled the supplies, readying herself to leave again, she heard voices outside the teepee flap, warriors speaking in low, urgent tones. Two riders, definitely, Wasichu, one voice said. Saw them near dawn, moving fast along the creek line south of here. Looked like prospector types, hard cases. Searching for something? Another voice asked. Could be, or just passing through. They didn't approach the camp. Kanto followed their tracks for a ways. They led towards the broken hills, then vanished on the rocky ground. Ayanna froze, her hand tightening on the buffalo robe. So the riders had been seen by her people. Wasichu. Prospector types, hard cases. It fit the description of men who might attack another prospector like Jack, and they were heading towards the broken hills, rough country, easy to get lost in or to hide in. Were they giving up the search or just changing tactics? Keep the watches sharp, the first voice commanded. Too many strangers drift through these lands now. Trouble follows them like their own shadows. The voices faded as the warriors moved away. Ayanna let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. They hadn't found Jack's trail leading to the ravine. That was a small mercy, but the warning was clear. Strangers meant trouble. The Wasichu riders were real. They were close, and they were described as hard cases, and Jack's gun was missing. "You are going out again?" Winona asked, her voice laced with renewed anxiety as Ayanna moved towards the flap, the buffalo robe and her pouch clutched tightly. Just to take the herbs to Tima," Ayanna murmured, unable to meet her mother's eyes, "and perhaps finish my weaving under the cottonwood. The light is good now." Winona didn't reply, but Ayanna felt her mother's worried gaze on her back as she slipped out of the lodge. She didn't go towards Taima's teepee. Instead, she melted back towards the edge of the camp, seeking the cover of the creek bank once more. The supplies felt incredibly heavy in her arms, not just physically, but with the weight of her lies. The herbs meant for healing now symbols of deception. The pemmican stolen from her own hungry people. The warm robe meant for a family member, now destined for an outsider, a potential enemy. Chayton's warning echoed in her mind. Danger walks the prairie. The warrior's hushed conversation confirmed it. The missing gun felt like a physical threat, humming in the air around her. As she hurried back towards the hidden ravine, glancing nervously over her shoulder, the bright morning sun felt like a spotlight, exposing her vulnerability. She was weaving something far more complex and dangerous than reeds or quills, now a tapestry of secrets and risks, where the first thread of hope felt terrifyingly fragile, threatened by the shadows gathering just beyond the edge of sight. The sanctuary she had created felt less like shelter and more like a trap waiting to be sprung. Chapter 6. The Weight of Gold and Ghosts. The return journey to the ravine was fraught with a tension that vibrated just beneath Ayanna's skin. Sharp as the thorns that had scratched her arms, every shadow seemed to deepen. Every rustle of wind in the dry grass sounded like pursuit. She carried the buffalo robe, the water skin, her pouch now heavy with herbs and stolen pemmican, and the weight of her lies felt heavier than all of them combined. The image of the missing Colt peacemaker flashed in her mind, a tangible piece of the danger Jack carried, now potentially in the hands of the hard cases her own people had spotted. Were they still searching? Had they circled back? Or had they truly moved on towards the broken hills? There was no way to know, and the uncertainty was a constant gnawing companion. She approached the ravine entrance with heightened caution, circling wide, listening intently before parting the willow screen. The air inside felt still, heavy, holding the scent of damp earth, stale fire, and the faint underlying metallic tang of blood. The injured horse lifted its head from its grazing, watching her with large, dark eyes, but made no sound. A good sign. No immediate disturbance. Heart pounding, Ayanna ducked into the lean-to. The embers she had carefully banked still glowed faintly, casting a weak, reddish light in the perpetual twilight of the shelter. Jack lay where she had left him, bundled in the thin blanket he'd likely carried, but he was restless. His head moved fitfully against the packed earth floor, and a low sound, part moan, part unintelligible murmur, escaped his lips. She knelt beside him quickly, placing the supplies down. She touched his forehead. Hot. Definitely hot. The fever she had feared was taking hold, burning through him despite the cool morning air that seeped into the ravine. His skin felt dry, stretched taut over his cheekbones. His eyes were closed, but his eyelids fluttered rapidly as if watching frantic scenes unfold behind them. Jack, she whispered, her voice barely audible above his ragged breathing. His eyes snapped open, but they weren't focused on her. They stared past her, wide with a terror that seemed directed at something unseen within the cramped confines of the lean-to. No, Cole, don't, he gasped, his hand weakly reaching out, grasping at empty air. The map lied. Ayanna froze, the names, the words sending a chill through her despite the heat radiating from his skin. Cole, a name, a partner, an enemy, and a map. Lies, fragments of the story surfacing through the delirium of fever, hinting at betrayal, deceit, the core of the violence that had brought him here. Gold fever often bred such darkness among the Wasichu. She had heard the stories whispered by traders, seen the hard, avaricious glint in the eyes of prospectors passing through nearby settlements. Gold corrupted, twisted loyalties, turned partners into predators. He shuddered violently then, his gaze suddenly finding her face, though recognition seemed clouded. Water, he rasped, his lips cracked and dry. Quickly, Ayanna uncapped the freshwater skin. Supporting his head was more difficult now. He felt heavier, less cooperative, his body tense with feverish agitation. She managed to trickle some water into his mouth, relief washing over her as he swallowed, though some dribbled down his chin onto the rough blanket. Easy, she murmured, wiping his chin with a corner of the buffalo robe she'd brought. Easy now, I brought medicine. She needed to get the willow bark into him quickly to fight the fever. Tea would be best, but boiling water over the small fire felt risky, the smoke a potential beacon. Chewing the bark directly was faster, more potent, though bitter. She took a few strips of the dried bark from her pouch, broke them into smaller pieces. Medicine, she said again, holding a piece out towards him. Good for fever. Chew. She demonstrated, putting a tiny fragment in her own mouth, making a chewing motion. He stared at the bark suspiciously, his fever-bright eyes narrowed. Trust didn't come easily, especially now, with his mind haunted by betrayal. But the burning thirst, the consuming heat within him, seemed to override his caution. He opened his mouth slightly, and Ayanna gently placed a small piece of the willow bark inside. He chewed tentatively at first, his face contorting at the bitter taste, but he kept at it, perhaps driven by sheer instinct for survival. While he chewed, Ayanna turned her attention back to his wounds. She carefully unwrapped the bandage on his side. The surrounding skin was flushed, hot, the edges of the gash inflamed. It didn't look overtly infected, yet no foul smell, no thick discharge, but it was angry, threatening. Using fresh water and the yarrow leaves she'd brought, she cleaned it again meticulously. Yarrow was a powerful healer, used by her people for generations to cleanse wounds and prevent putrefaction. She crushed some leaves between her fingers, releasing their pungent medicinal scent, and applied them directly to the wound before rebandaging it tightly with another strip torn from her sacrifice tunic. He endured her ministrations with clenched teeth, occasional sharp intakes of breath, the only outward sign of the pain she knew he must be feeling. His eyes remained half closed, his consciousness seeming to drift, caught between the harsh reality of the lean-to and the fevered landscape of his mind. Sarah, he murmured once, the name soft, almost a sigh. A different name this time, a woman's name, a wife, a sweetheart, a sister. Another ghost haunting the edges of his delirium, the name hung in the air, adding another layer of complexity to the man lying helpless before her. He wasn't just a prospector, a victim, or a potential danger. He was someone with connections, with a past, perhaps with someone waiting for him, worrying about him. The thought brought a strange pang, a mix of empathy and an uncomfortable awareness of her own intrusion into his life. She finished tending the gash on his temple, applying crushed yarrow there as well. His breathing seemed slightly less ragged now, perhaps the willow bark beginning its work, or maybe just a temporary lull in the fever's assault. He seemed quieter, his eyes closed, his body less tense. Now food. He needed strength to fight the fever and heal. She took out the pemmican, broke off a small piece, and held it near his lips. Food, she said softly. Eat. Strength. He turned his head away weakly at first, but she persisted gently, touching the pemmican to his lips. After a moment, he took it, chewing slowly, laboriously. It was tough, requiring effort. He clearly struggled to summon, but he managed to swallow it. She gave him another small piece, and then a little more water. It wasn't much, but it was concentrated nourishment. With his immediate needs tended to, Ayanna settled back against the lean-to wall, pulling the heavy buffalo robe around her shoulders for warmth against the persistent chill that seemed unrelated to the air temperature. She watched Jack, his face partially illuminated by the pulsing glow of the embers she carefully fed with small twigs, keeping the fire just alive enough to offer warmth without producing significant smoke. The silence in the lean-to felt different now, less empty, more filled with unspoken questions and the echoes of Jack's fevered words. Coal, Sarah, map, lied, gold, ghosts. The words chased each other in her mind. He was likely a prospector caught in a dispute, perhaps a double cross, over a claim or a discovery. Attacked by his partner Cole? Left for dead. But where did Sarah fit in? And why was the map important? Was it hidden? Stolen? Did it lead to the gold that weighed so heavily on his mind, even through the haze of fever? She thought about the missing gun. If Cole, or whoever his attackers were, had searched the area where he fell, they might have taken it. Did that mean they believed him dead, or were they simply disarming him before continuing their search for him or for the map he mentioned? The uncertainty was unnerving. Jack shifted again, groaning softly. He threw off the thin blanket covering him, his body radiating heat. Ayanna quickly soaked a strip of cloth in the cool creek water and gently bathed his face and neck. His skin was burning. The willow bark hadn't broken the fever yet, but perhaps it was keeping it from climbing higher. She continued bathing his forehead, his temples, the pulse points at his wrists, trying to offer some relief from the internal fire consuming him. Her touch seemed to soothe him slightly. His breathing grew deeper, more regular. He didn't speak again, slipping into a restless, fever-heavy sleep. Ayanna continued her vigil, dividing her attention between Jack, the dying fire, and the entrance to the ravine. Every snap of a twig outside, every sigh of the wind through the willows made her jump. The riders, the hard cases, lingered in her thoughts, formless threats in the seemingly peaceful landscape. As she sat there, surrounded by the silence, the scent of herbs, and the tangible presence of danger, her own isolation felt profound. She was caught in the middle, belonging neither fully to the world outside the ravine nor to the small, intense drama unfolding within it. Her act of compassion had become a complicated burden, heavy with risk and secrets. She thought of her mother's worried face, of Chayton's warning gaze. Guilt gnawed at her. Was she honoring her grandmother's teachings about compassion, or foolishly endangering her people for a stranger whose past was clearly steeped in violence and betrayal? Her gaze fell upon the bundle of reeds she had gathered earlier, lying nearby. Impulsively, she picked one up, her fingers automatically testing its flexibility, smoothing its surface. She drew her small awl from her pouch. Keeping one eye on Jack and the ravine entrance, she began to work, splitting the reed, softening it slightly with moisture from the water skin, her fingers moving with practiced, intricate motions. She started a simple coil, the beginning of a small basket, perhaps. The familiar rhythm of the work was calming, centering. It was a way to impose order on the chaos, to create something tangible and whole in the midst of fragmentation and uncertainty. Weaving hope's first thread, she had thought earlier. Now it felt more like weaving a fragile shield against the encroaching shadows. Hours crawled by. The sun climbed high overhead, its light filtering down into the ravine, dappling the ground. Ayana chewed on a piece of dried meat herself, forcing herself to eat, knowing she needed to maintain her own strength. She replenished the water for Jack and the horse, checked his wounds again, still hot, inflamed, but not worsening significantly. The fever held steady. A consuming heat left him weak and mostly unresponsive, though he occasionally muttered names or disconnected phrases in his restless sleep. Claim, stake, dust, nothing. Late in the afternoon, as the light began to soften, shifting towards evening, Jack stirred more purposefully. His eyes opened, and this time the feverish glaze seemed slightly less intense. He looked directly at Ayana, a flicker of clearer recognition in his blue depths. Ayana, he murmured, his voice hoarse but clearer than before. He tried to push himself up slightly, wincing as pain shot through his side. Easy, she cautioned, moving closer. Fever is still strong. Lie still. He ignored her, his gaze sweeping the lean-to, then locking back onto her face. They came back? He asked, urgency sharpening his tone despite his weakness. Ayana shook her head slowly. Riders passed, far off. Did not see this place. She chose her words carefully, omitting the detail about the missing gun, not wanting to alarm him further in his weakened state. Relief washed over his face, so profound it seemed to drain the last of his energy. He sank back down, his eyes closing briefly. When he opened them again, his gaze fell on the small, partially woven basket in her lap. He looked at it for a long moment, then back at her face. Why? He whispered, the single word encompassing a universe of questions. Why help him? Why risk herself? Why care for a Wasichu, a stranger, likely an enemy in the broader conflict between their peoples? Ayana met his gaze, the blue of his eyes startlingly clear for a moment amidst the fever's flush. How could she explain? The dictates of her heart, her grandmother's teachings, the image of her lost brother, the simple, undeniable fact of his suffering? She lacked the words in his language, and perhaps even in her own. She picked up the small basket, its woven reeds cool and smooth beneath her fingers. She held it out slightly, a silent answer. It was what she did. She wove, she mended. She tried to create order from chaos, beauty from brokenness. Whether tending wounds or weaving reeds, the impulse was the same. He stared at the basket, then back at her, a complex mix of emotions flickering across his face. Confusion, weariness, perhaps a dawning, fragile understanding. He didn't speak again, but his gaze held hers for a long moment, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, fragile as the first thread of her weaving. Then his eyes clouded over again, the fever tightening its grip. He turned his head restlessly, muttering words she couldn't catch, lost once more in the haunted landscape of his own mind, weighed down by the ghosts of his past and the unseen burden of gold. Ayana sighed softly, picking up her awl again. The temporary connection had frayed, broken by the fever's return. The wary sky outside began to bleed into the purples and oranges of sunset, and the weight of the coming night, filled with unknown dangers and Jack's troubled spirits, settled heavily upon her. She had offered shelter, but the ghosts, it seemed, had followed him in, and the gold felt like a curse, shimmering just beneath the surface, promising only more violence and sorrow. Chapter 7. Moonlight on Stolen Time. Night descended upon the ravine not as a sudden cloak, but as a slow infusion of deepening shadows, bleeding out the last vestiges of color from the willow leaves and the rocky walls. The sky above the narrow opening transformed from bruised twilight purple to an immense sweep of indigo velvet, strewn with stars like scattered diamonds. Later, a sliver of moon climbed, hesitant at first, then growing bolder, casting a pale, ethereal light that filtered through the branches, painting shifting patterns of silver and black across the floor of the lean-to. The air grew significantly colder, carrying the clean scent of dust settled by evening dew and the sharp, resinous fragrance of unseen pines from higher elevations. Sounds sharpened in the stillness, the gentle murmur of the creek over stones, the occasional stamp or soft whicker of the injured horse tethered nearby, the whisper of the night breeze stirring the dry leaves just outside the shelter, and inside, the low rhythmic crackle of the carefully tended fire. Ayana huddled deeper into the thick buffalo robe, its familiar weight and scent a small comfort against the vast loneliness of the night and the persistent chill that seeped from the earth. She sat near the entrance, her back against the cool rock, her senses perpetually alert, dividing her attention between the sleeping man and the shadowed world beyond the willow screen. The fire, kept deliberately small, provided just enough light to see, just enough warmth to ward off the deepest cold, its embers pulsing like a slow, watchful heart in the center of their fragile sanctuary. Jack slept, though his rest was still troubled. The intense heat of the fever seemed to have lessened its grip slightly. His skin, when she cautiously touched his forehead earlier, was still overly warm, but no longer felt like it was scorching from within. The willow bark, perhaps, or maybe the fever, had reached its peak and was beginning, slowly, tentatively, to recede. He tossed less violently now, the frantic murmurs replaced by longer stretches of quiet, if shallow, breathing. Yet even in sleep, his face remained etched with lines of pain and exhaustion, the moonlight catching the stark pallor beneath the bruises and grime. Ayana had cleaned his wounds again as dusk fell, applying fresh crushed yarrow leaves. They looked no worse, perhaps even slightly less angry, though healing would be a slow, precarious process. She had managed to get a little more water, and chewed pemmican into him during a brief moment when his eyes fluttered open, his gaze unfocused, but seemingly less agitated than before. He hadn't spoken, merely accepted her ministrations with a weary passivity that worried her almost as much as the delirium had. She chewed on a tough strip of dried buffalo meat herself, the effort feeling immense. Exhaustion pulled at her, heavy and insistent, making her eyelids droop. She hadn't slept properly since discovering Jack, her body running on adrenaline and ingrained vigilance. But sleep felt like a betrayal, a dangerous lapse. So she fought it, straightening her spine, focusing on the small sounds of the night, on the rise and fall of Jack's chest. To keep her hands busy, To anchor her drifting thoughts, she picked up the small basket she had started earlier. The reeds felt cool and smooth under her fingers. In the dim, flickering firelight, augmented by the ghostly moonlight filtering in, she continued her work. The rhythmic motion of weaving, pulling, tightening, shaping was a meditation, a familiar ritual in an utterly unfamiliar situation. Each strand woven into place felt like a small victory against the surrounding uncertainty, a tiny assertion of order. The basket grew slowly, coil by coil, a small, sturdy shape emerging from the chaos. She thought of her family, her mother's worried face, Chayton's knowing eyes, guilt twisted inside her. What would they think if they knew? Sheltering a Wasichu, a prospector likely entangled in the very greed and violence that threatened their own existence. Using precious herbs and food meant for her own people. Lying to them. Yet, looking at Jack's vulnerable form, the memory of his pain-filled eyes during his brief moments of lucidity, she couldn't find it in her heart to regret her initial choice. Compassion had led her here, and now a strange sense of responsibility held her fast. He was hers to protect, at least until he was well enough to face whatever dangers awaited him beyond the ravine. The moon climbed higher, its light strengthening, pouring more directly into the ravine now, bathing the lean-to in a wash of silvery luminescence. It illuminated Jack's face clearly, softening the harsh lines, highlighting the sweep of his lashes against his cheek, the stubborn set of his jaw even in sleep. He looked younger in the moonlight, less like a hardened prospector, and more like someone who had simply been dealt too many harsh blows. Ayana found herself watching the steady, shallow rhythm of his breathing, a fragile reassurance that life still held within him. Suddenly, his eyes opened, not with frantic terror of delirium, nor the dullness of exhaustion she'd seen earlier. This time they were clear, focused, aware. They found hers in the dim light, holding her gaze across the small space. Silence stretched between them, thick with the unspoken events of the past day and night. The air crackled with a different kind of tension now, not just fear, but awareness. Ayana, he said, his voice low and raspy, but steady. He remembered her name. She nodded slowly, her heart giving a sudden, betraying thump. Jack. He pushed himself up slightly, supporting his weight on one elbow, his movement slow, deliberate, clearly costing him effort. He winced, a sharp intake of breath betraying the pain in his side, but he didn't sink back down. His gaze swept the lean-to again, taking in the low fire, the buffalo robe around her shoulders, the half-finished basket resting in her lap, then returned to her face. You stayed, he stated, the words simple but carrying a weight of disbelief, perhaps gratitude. You needed care, she replied, keeping her voice even, trying to ignore the strange flutter in her chest. Fever was high. He touched his own forehead, then looked at his hand as if surprised by the lingering heat. Still feels like I'm burning, he admitted, his voice rough. But the ghosts, they're quieter now. He looked around again, as if searching the shadows for the phantoms of his delirium. Cole, Sarah, willow bark, Ayana said, holding up a small strip of the bark she kept near the fire. Helps fever. He looked at the bark, then back at her, a dawning understanding in his eyes. He nodded slowly. Medicine. Yes, medicine. He shifted slightly, trying to find a more comfortable position, his gaze falling on the basket in her lap again. You make that? Ayana looked down at her handiwork, the simple coils of reed illuminated by fire and moonlight. Yes, I weave. She made the familiar motion with her fingers. Why? He asked, his gaze direct, searching. Not why weave, but the deeper question she had seen in his eyes earlier, the one she hadn't been able to answer. Why help him? Ayana hesitated, the silence punctuated by the crackle of the fire. How to explain the complex web of compassion, duty, perhaps even a flicker of defiance against the harshness of the world that motivated her. She looked from the basket to his face, meeting his clear, questioning gaze. It is what I do, she began slowly, searching for words, using the few English ones she knew mixed with gesture. My grandmother, taught me. Heal, mend. She touched her heart lightly. Here, she tapped her chest. Feels wrong to leave someone dying. She shrugged slightly, a gesture of helplessness against the dictates of her own conscience. Even wasichu? The word hung in the air between them, acknowledging the gulf, the history of conflict and mistrust that separated their peoples. Jack watched her intently, absorbing her words, her gestures, the sincerity that must have shone in her eyes despite her broken English. A complex series of emotions played across his face in the flickering light. Surprise, contemplation, perhaps a grudging respect. He didn't reply immediately, simply held her gaze, a silent communication, passing between them that transcended language. It felt like a fragile bridge being built, strand by careful strand across the chasm of their differences. My horse? He asked after a moment, his voice regaining some of its practical edge, pulling them back to the immediate situation. Outside, Ayana gestured towards the ravine. Leg is hurt, but he eats, drinks. Good. Jack breathed, a measure of relief softening his features. He's all I got left. Name's Chance. A faint, wry smile touched his lips for a fleeting instant, gone as quickly as it appeared. Chance, an apt name for a horse belonging to a man whose life hung by a thread. He looked down at his bandaged side, then at his empty hip, where his gun should have been. His expression hardened slightly. My gun? Ayana's breath caught. She had hoped to avoid this. She met his gaze steadily, choosing her words carefully. Not here, near the tree, where I found you. It was gone. This morning. His eyes narrowed, the brief softness vanishing completely, replaced by sharp alarm and suspicion. Gone. Who took it? Was it cold? The name was sharp, laced with bitterness. I don't know, Ayana answered honestly. Riders passed, Wasitu, two this morning far off. Maybe them, maybe, someone else. Jack absorbed this, his jaw tightening. The implications were clear. His attackers or someone else knew where he had fallen. They had his weapon. They might still be searching. The fragile piece of the moonlit ravine felt suddenly thinner, more vulnerable. The time they had felt stolen, borrowed against an inevitable reckoning. He pushed himself up further, ignoring the obvious pain it caused him. I need to get out of here, he said, his voice tight with urgency. If they find this place, he didn't need to finish the sentence. The danger to her was implicit. You cannot travel, Ayana stated firmly, her voice low but resolute. Wounds are deep, fever still burns. You try to ride, you fall again, or worse. Better than waiting here like a staked goat, he countered, his frustration evident. They find me here. They won't leave witnesses, especially not. He gestured towards her, acknowledging her race, her vulnerability in their eyes. This place is hidden, Ayana insisted, though her own fear echoed his words. They passed by once. Maybe they search elsewhere now, Broken Hills. She repeated the direction the warriors had mentioned, hoping it was true. You need rest, heal, gain strength. He glared at her, his frustration warring with his undeniable weakness. He knew she was right. Even sitting up strained his resources, sending waves of dizziness through him. She could see it in the way he swayed slightly. He sank back down with a ragged sigh, defeat mingling with the pain in his eyes. Damn it, he muttered, running a shaky hand through his sweat-dampened hair. He looked utterly trapped, cornered by his injuries, by his enemies, and by his reliance on this Lakota woman he barely knew, who represented a people his kind had wronged time and again. Ayanna watched him, her heart aching with a strange mix of pity and apprehension. The fragile connection they had shared moments before felt strained now, pulled taut by the harsh realities of their situation. The moonlight continued to stream into the ravine, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, casting long, skeletal shadows from the willow branches. It was beautiful, serene, yet it felt like a spotlight on their borrowed time. The quiet felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken fears and the ghosts of betrayal that lingered in the air. Jack closed his eyes, his breathing harsh. Ayanna returned to her weaving, her fingers finding the familiar rhythm, but her mind was far away, lost in the shadows that danced just beyond the firelight, wondering how long this stolen time could possibly last before the outside world crashed in upon them. The moonlight bathed them both, captive and caregiver, throwing their shared vulnerability into stark relief against the vast, dangerous beauty of the prairie night. A noise outside, perhaps just an owl, or the wind made her hand freeze on the reed, her breath catching in her throat. The peace was fragile, the threat constant. The night held its breath, waiting. Chapter 8, Dust Devils on the Horizon. The uneasy truce forged in the moonlight held through the remaining hours of darkness, a fragile stillness punctuated only by the crackle of the low fire, Jack's intermittent, pain-filled sighs, and Ayanna's own tightly controlled breathing. She didn't sleep, couldn't allow herself the vulnerability. She kept watch, her senses strained, interpreting every rustle of leaf, every distant coyote howl, as a potential harbinger of danger. Jack drifted in and out of a shallow, feverish sleep, his earlier clarity submerged again, beneath waves of pain and exhaustion. He didn't speak coherently, though occasionally a name, Cole, Sarah, would escape his lips like a sigh or a curse. Dawn arrived not with the gentle pastels of the previous morning, but with a harsh, brassy light filtering through a sky hazy with dust. The wind had picked up overnight, shifting direction, now blowing steadily from the southwest, carrying the fine, gritty topsoil of the plains with it. It whistled mournfully through the upper branches of the willows screening the ravine, shaking loose, dry leaves that skittered across the ground. The air felt charged, restless, mirroring Ayanna's own frayed nerves. Jack seemed weaker this morning, the brief respite of clarity gone. His fever still burned, though perhaps not quite as intensely as yesterday. His skin felt hot and dry, his lips cracked despite the water she managed to get him to sip. He barely responded when she cleaned and redressed his wounds, his eyes remaining closed, his breathing shallow. The yarrow seemed to be keeping infection at bay. The wounds looked clean, if slow to heal, but the internal battle raged on. He needed more than herbs and cold water. He needed rest, proper nourishment, time free from the consuming fire within him, time they might not have. Ayana knew she couldn't stay hidden in the ravine indefinitely. Her prolonged absence would surely raise more pointed questions back at the camp. Chayton's watchful eyes, her mother's worried frown, they wouldn't be easily deflected a second time. She needed to check on her family, reassure them, perhaps secure more food broth if possible. Something easier for Jack to stomach than the tough pemmican. But the thought of leaving him again, especially in this weakened state, filled her with dread. And the dust-laden wind, felt ominous, unsettling. It carried whispers, but today they felt less like secrets and more like warnings. She tended to the horse first, leading Chance carefully to the creek for water. The animal's leg was still swollen, and he limped noticeably. But he seemed alert, his ears flicking towards the sound of the wind, his nostrils flaring as he tested the dust-filled air. He drank deeply, then nudged Ayana's shoulder again, a silent plea for reassurance or perhaps just contact. She stroked his neck, murmuring soft Lakota words, finding a strange solace in the simple, uncomplicated presence of the animal. Chance was a victim in this too, loyal and wounded, bound to his master's fate. Back in the lean-to, Jack hadn't moved. His stillness was alarming. Ayana knelt beside him, placing a hand gently on his chest. The shallow rise and fall was still there, faint but regular. Relief warred with worry. He was alive, but fading. She needed to act. Decision made. She quickly gathered the empty water skin and her pouch. She looked down at Jack, his face pale and still against the dark earth floor. "I return soon?" she whispered, the promise feeling thin against the rising wind. "With food, broth." She tucked the heavy buffalo robe more securely around him, hoping to conserve what little warmth his body produced. With a final apprehensive glance, she slipped out into the swirling dust. The prairie outside the ravine was transformed. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue-gray, the sun a hazy disk struggling to pierce the airborne grit. The wind blew relentlessly, flattening the tall grasses, stinging Ayana's eyes, coating her skin and clothes with a fine layer of dust almost immediately. Visibility was reduced, the familiar landmark blurred, indistinct. In the distance, small dust devils danced across the plains like angry spirits, swirling columns of earth reaching towards the hazy sky. The conditions offered a strange kind of cover. It would be harder for anyone to spot her moving across the land, but equally, it would be harder for her to spot any approaching danger. The wind muffled sounds, carrying them away or distorting them into unrecognizable shapes. Every gust felt like a potential threat, every swirl of dust a hiding place for unseen enemies. She kept her head down, shielding her eyes with her hand, moving quickly towards the camp. The journey felt longer today, more arduous, the wind pushing against her, the dust clogging her throat and nostrils. She retrieved her weaving pouch from beneath the cottonwood where she'd left it overnight, relieved to find it still there, though coated in dust. The ground around the tree showed no fresh signs of disturbance, but the missing gun remained a cold weight in her thoughts. Reaching the outskirts of the camp required even more caution than yesterday. The dust provided concealment, but also made it harder to see the sentries. She nearly stumbled upon Kanto, one of the younger warriors, standing stoically near the creek bank, his figure appearing suddenly out of the swirling haze. He nodded curtly, his eyes narrowed against the stinging wind, his gaze sweeping past her as she mumbled a greeting and hurried on, pretending to be focused only on reaching the shelter of the lodges. Her family's teepee felt like a haven from the relentless wind, though fine dust seeped in through the smoke hole and under the edges of the hide covering. Winona looked up as Ayanna entered, her expression tight with worry that quickly morphed into relief, then back to concern as she took in her daughter's dust-streaked face and wind-tangled hair. Ayanna, the wind is fierce. Where have you been wandering now? Just checking snares near the crooked bluff, Mother, Ayanna lied, hating the ease with which the deception now came to her lips. The dust made it hard to see. Nothing caught. She coughed, clearing the grit from her throat, using the moment to avoid her mother's searching gaze. Winona sighed, wiping a dusting cloth over a smooth stone she used for grinding. This wind carries ill omens. Chayton says it speaks of unrest, of changes coming. She looked sharply at Ayanna. You look tired, child, and pale. Are you unwell? Just weary from the wind, Mother, Ayanna insisted, forcing a smile. And hungry? Is there any broth left from the morning meal? It was a gamble asking directly, but Jack needed something more substantial, easier to digest. Winona hesitated, glancing towards the small pot simmering over the central fire pit. Food was carefully rationed. There is a little, she admitted slowly, for your grandfather tonight. His cough worsens in this dust. Guilt stabbed at Ayanna, sharp and painful, taking food meant for her ailing grandfather. But Jack's face, pale and still, flashed in her mind. His life felt so precarious, hanging by the thinnest thread. Perhaps just a small amount? She pleaded softly. I feel a weakness. The broth would help. Winona studied her daughter's face, concern warring with suspicion. Ayanna rarely complained of weakness, but her fatigue was genuine, etched onto her face, lending credence to her plea. With another sigh, heavier this time, Winona ladled a small amount of the thin, fragrant rabbit broth into a small, stoppered skin pouch. Take it, she said, her voice lacking its usual warmth. But rest now, Ayanna. Stay within the camp today. The prairie feels watchful. I will, Mother. Thank you. Ayanna took the pouch of broth, its warmth radiating through the skin. She also quickly gathered a few more strips of dried meat and another handful of willow bark, tucking them away while her mother's back was turned. Every moment felt stolen, every pilfered supply a betrayal. She filled her water skin from the larger container near the door. As she prepared to leave, needing to create an excuse, the teepee flap was pushed aside and Elena, her cousin, poked her head in, her face smudged with dust, her eyes wide. Auntie, Ayanna, have you heard? 2 more strangers rode into camp just now, Elena announced breathlessly. Not soldiers, traders, they claim, asking for Chief Sitting Bull, though everyone knows he is far north. They look rough. Ayanna's blood ran cold. Strangers, 2 of them, rough-looking traders or something else? Could they be connected to Jack? To Cole? Her mind raced, calculating the new danger. Were they asking for Sitting Bull as a pretext? Their real purpose something far more sinister? Traders? Winona frowned, rising to her feet. What goods do they carry? And why come here now in this dust? Suspicion laced her voice. Lakota experience taught skepticism towards unexpected Wasichu visitors. Whiskey, mostly. Elena wrinkled her nose. And some tarnished silver trinkets. Old Man Hat said they smell of trouble, not trade. He sent Kanto and Braveheart to watch them closely. They are talking with Chayton now near the council fire. Ayanna's heart hammered against her ribs. Whiskey traders were often the lowest sort, stirring up trouble, cheating, sometimes acting as spies or scouts for less scrupulous parties. And they were talking to Chayton. Chayton, with his keen eyes and deep wisdom, who already suspected something was amiss with her. What if they mentioned looking for a missing prospector? What if they described Jack? I I should go see, Ayana said, trying to keep her voice steady, fighting the urge to flee back to the ravine immediately. She needed to know who these men were, what they wanted. Knowledge was crucial, even if it was terrifying. Stay here, Winona commanded, her hand closing firmly on Ayana's arm. Let the men handle this. It is not seemly for young women to involve themselves with such strangers. But Ayana couldn't stay put. The potential connection to Jack, to the danger swirling around him, was too strong. I only wish to listen from afar, Mother, she pleaded, to understand the news they bring. Gently, she pulled her arm free. I will be careful. Before Winona could protest further, Ayana slipped out of the teepee, clutching the precious broth, her water skin, and her pouch containing the herbs and meat. She kept to the edges of the central clearing, using the swirling dust and the distraction of the newcomers to remain inconspicuous. Near the dying embers of the central council fire, a small group had gathered. Chayton stood tall, his face impassive, listening intently. Beside him were Kanto and Braveheart, their expressions guarded, hands resting near the knives at their belts. Facing them were two Wasichu, figures made hazy by the dust. Both were clad in rough, trail-worn clothes. One was tall and lanky, with greasy dark hair escaping from under a battered hat, his eyes darting around nervously. The other was shorter, broader, with a thick, unkempt beard stained brown, presumably with tobacco juice, and a pair of cold, assessing eyes that seemed to miss nothing. They didn't look like typical traders. They looked hard, watchful, like men accustomed to trouble. Just looking to trade for some good hides, the bearded man was saying, his voice grating, attempting a friendly tone that didn't quite reach his eyes. Heard you folks might have some prime buffalo robes went to count. Chayton remained silent for a moment, his gaze steady. The buffalo walk far from here now, he said finally, his voice calm but firm. And our hides are needed for our own people. Winter comes. Whiskey? The lanky one offered, holding up a tin flask hopefully. Good stuff, warms the bones. Kanto took a step forward, his hand tightening on his knife. We do not trade for firewater, he growled, his distrust palpable. The bearded man shot his partner a silencing glare before turning back to Chayton, his smile thin. No offense meant, just trying to make a living. Maybe you seen a fella pass through. Sandy hair, blue eyes, maybe 30, rides a bay horse with a white sock. He described Jack. Ayana's breath hitched in her throat. It was them, or people looking for him. Her legs felt weak, threatening to buckle. Chayton's expression didn't flicker. Many Wasichu pass through these lands, he replied evenly. We do not mark them all. Why do you seek this man? The bearded man shrugged, trying to appear casual, but his eyes remained sharp, searching Chayton's face for any reaction. Old partner of ours, owes us a little something, just want to talk. The way he said talk sent a shiver down Ayana's spine. It didn't sound friendly. We have not seen such a man near our camp, Chayton stated flatly, his tone leaving no room for argument. It was a dismissal. The two strangers exchanged a glance. The bearded one spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. Well, he drawled, if you do, name's Barlow. Me and Slim here, we'd appreciate hearing about it. Might even be a reward. He let the offer hang in the air, a blatant attempt at bribery. Chayton simply stared at him, his silence more potent than any refusal. Barlow shifted uncomfortably, under the weight of that silent disapproval. All right, then, he muttered. Guess we'll be moving on. Thanks for your time. He and Slim turned, mounting their horses, tough-looking mustangs that seemed as weary and trail-hardened as their riders. They cast lingering glances around the camp, their eyes scanning the lodges, the faces watching them, before finally nudging their horses into motion, disappearing back into the swirling dust from which they had emerged. Ayanna remained frozen where she stood hidden, her heart pounding like a war drum. Barlow and Slim, looking for Jack, offering a reward, claiming he owed them. It confirmed Jack's fevered words about betrayal, about partners turning on him, and they were close, too close. They might have given up questioning Chayton, but they wouldn't give up the search. The dust devils dancing on the horizon suddenly felt like manifestations of the danger, swirling, unpredictable, drawing ever nearer. She clutched the pouch of broth, its warmth a stark contrast to the icy fear gripping her. She had to get back to Jack, warn him, though warn him of what, she wasn't sure. Their stolen time felt like it was rapidly running out, by Precious, carried away on the relentless, dust-choked wind. Chapter 9. Betrayal's Bitter Taste. The wind howled like a hungry wolf around the edges of the ravine as Ayanna scrambled back towards the lean-to, the skin pouch of precious broth clutched tightly against her chest. Dust swirled thick and choking, reducing the world to shades of gray and brown, stinging her eyes, coating her tongue with grit. Barlow, Slim. The names echoed in her mind, harsh and grating as the wind itself, overlaying the image of the two hard-faced Wasichu near the council fire. Looking for a fella, sandy hair, blue eyes, owes us, just want to talk. The implied threat in that last word chilled her more than the relentless wind. They knew Jack's description. They were actively searching, and they were close. Every shadow seemed to hold menace. Every gust of wind felt like the breath of pursuit on her neck. She half expected to see Barlow and Slim emerge from the swirling dust at any moment, their cold eyes fixing on the faint trail leading into the ravine, their hands reaching for weapons. Her own people's vigilance was a double-edged sword. They hadn't seen Jack, but they had seen his pursuers, confirming the danger, bringing it from abstract fear into tangible reality. Chayton's dismissal had been firm, but would it be enough? Men like Barlow and Slim didn't strike her as easily deterred, especially if gold or vengeance was involved. She practically fell through the willow screen, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her heart hammering against her ribs. The relative stillness and dim light inside the ravine felt like a momentary reprieve, though the sense of fragile sanctuary had been irrevocably shattered. The injured horse, Chance, shifted uneasily nearby, his ears flattened against the keening wind, sensing the tension in the air, or perhaps just reacting to the storm. Ayanna hurried to the lean-to, her eyes immediately seeking Jack. He lay still, bundled in the buffalo robe she'd left him, his face turned away from the entrance. For a terrifying moment, she feared the worst, that the fever had taken him, or that somehow. But then she saw the slight movement, the almost imperceptible rise and fall of the robe over his chest. He was still breathing. She knelt beside him, placing the water skin and her pouch down on the dusty earth. "Jack," she whispered urgently, touching his shoulder gently. He stirred, turning his head slowly towards her. His eyes opened, and relief washed through Ayanna as she saw a spark of lucidity in their blue depths, clearer than it had been since the moonlit conversation hours ago. The fever still held him, evidenced by the flush on his cheeks and the slight tremor in his hand as he raised it to push back sweat-dampened hair from his forehead. But the consuming fire seemed to have banked slightly, allowing his mind to surface. "Ayanna," he murmured, his voice hoarse, but recognizing her. He tried to push himself up slightly, wincing. "The wind sounds bad." "It is," she confirmed, her voice tight with urgency. She couldn't waste time. "Jack, men, Wasichu, they came to the camp." His eyes sharpened instantly, alert despite his weakness. "Men? What men?" "Two," Ayanna said, struggling to find the words, using gestures to supplement her limited English. She held up two fingers. "Rough men. Ask for you." She pointed at him, then mimicked sandy hair, blue eyes. "Say you. Owe them." Jack's face hardened, a mask of wary tension snapping into place. The brief flicker of vulnerability vanished. "What did they look like?" he demanded, his voice low and gravelly. "One, tall, dark hair, thin," she described Slim. "Other, beard, mean eyes." She couldn't replicate the name Barlow, but the description was enough. Recognition flared in Jack's eyes, followed immediately by a cold, bleak understanding. Not surprise, Ayanna noted, but a grim confirmation of something he already knew, or deeply suspected. He closed his eyes for a brief moment. His jaw clenched so tight a muscle jumped beneath the skin. When he opened them again, the weariness seemed profound, settling into the lines around his eyes and mouth. "Barlow." He spat the name, the sound thick with a bitterness that went beyond mere anger. It tasted of poison, of trust shattered, of something precious irrevocably broken. And Slim Tully, Cole's dogs. Cole, the name from his delirium, not Barlow himself then, but men working for this Cole. The partner who had likely orchestrated the attack. The betrayal. "They look for you," Ayanna continued, needing him to grasp the immediacy of the threat. "Offer, reward." She rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, the universal sign for money, for gold. "Our elders say they see no one. Send them away." But she hesitated, unsure how to convey the lingering sense of danger, the feeling that Barlow and Slim wouldn't simply disappear. Jack seemed to understand her unspoken fear. "They won't stop," he said flatly, his voice devoid of illusion. "Not Barlow. Not if Cole sent him. Not if there's gold involved." He pushed himself up further, ignoring the sharp gasp of pain it cost him, his eyes scanning the lean-to as if assessing its pathetic defenses. "They find this place. They went away," Ayanna reassured him quickly, though the words felt hollow even to her. "Towards Broken Hills." "Maybe," Jack conceded, though his expression remained grim. "Or maybe they circle back. Or maybe they just told your elders that to put them off the scent. Barlow's cunning like a damn coyote." He ran a shaky hand over his face, the effort leaving him trembling slightly. "We can't stay here." "You cannot travel," Ayanna repeated firmly, meeting his desperate gaze. "Still weak. Fever." "Damn the fever," he snapped, his frustration boiling over. "Better to die trying to get away than be cornered here like a rat. They won't just kill me, Ayanna. Men like that, they enjoy their work. And they won't leave you unharmed." The raw fear in his eyes wasn't just for himself. It was for her, tangled now in the deadly web of his past. The realization struck Ayanna with fresh force. Her act of compassion hadn't just put her at risk, it had made her a target, directly linked to the quarry Barlow and Slim hunted. The thought sent a wave of nausea through her. She looked down at the pouch of broth. its warmth suddenly feeling like a brand against her skin. Food taken from her grandfather, for a man whose enemies were now potentially her enemies too. Why? She asked softly, the question torn from her, different from the one asked in the moonlight. Not why did she help, but why this? Why the betrayal? Why the violence? Why they hurt you? Hunt you? Jack looked away, his gaze fixed on the rough earthen wall, his profile stark in the dim light. For a long moment he was silent, the only sound the relentless howl of the wind outside and his own ragged breathing. Ayanna waited, sensing his internal struggle, the reluctance to revisit the raw wound of betrayal. Gold, he said finally, the word flat, almost toneless. What else? He gave a short, humorless laugh that dissolved into a cough. Found a claim, up in the high country past the usual diggings. Rich strike, enough to change everything. He paused, gathering his thoughts, or perhaps just his breath. Cole Donovan. He was my partner, or so I thought. Knew him years back down in the Arizona territory. Rough times, watched each other's backs, trusted him. The last words were heavy with irony, with the bitter taste of misplaced faith. We staked the claim together, agreed to work at 50-50. Barlow and Slim, they worked for him, muscle mostly. He shifted again, pain flickering across his face. The gold, it does things to people. Saw it happening to Cole. The greed, it got into him like a fever. Started talking about cutting corners, about how maybe 50-50 wasn't fair, seeing as how he had the experience, the connections. Jack's voice trailed off, thick with remembered anger and hurt. We argued badly, then one night back at our camp near the claim, they jumped me, Cole, Barlow, Slim, 3 against 1. He instinctively touched his bruised ribs, then the bandage at his side. Wasn't expecting it, not from Cole. The sense of personal betrayal resonated more strongly than the physical pain in his voice. Fought back. Managed to wound Cole, I think, before Barlow used his gun. He gestured vaguely toward his side wound. Thought they finished me. Left me for dead by the creek bed below the claim. Took my horse, my gear, the map I'd drawn. The map. The word from his delirium surfaced again. Map? Ayanna questioned softly. Jack nodded grimly, showed the exact location. Hidden canyon, hard to find again without it. Guess they figured easier to just kill me than argue about shares. He looked directly at Ayanna then, his eyes holding a bleak warning. They got the map, they got the claim, but maybe they didn't get all the gold we'd already pulled out. Maybe they think I hid some. Or maybe Cole just wants me dead permanently this time. So there's no one left to contest his claim. No one left who knows he's a backstabbing murderer. The raw, ugly story hung in the air between them, stark and brutal. Prospectors' greed, partnership soured into violence, betrayal sharp as a knife thrust. It was a depressingly familiar tale on the frontier. Yet hearing it from the man who had lived it, who bore its marks on his body, gave it a visceral reality that sickened Ayanna. This was the world Jack came from, the world that had pursued him here, casting its shadow over her own. And Sarah? The name slipped out before Ayanna could stop it, prompted by the memory of his fevered murmur. Jack's head snapped up, his expression instantly guarded, pained. What about Sarah? He asked sharply. You said her name, in fever. He looked away again, a muscle working in his jaw. She has nothing to do with this, he said curtly, his tone closing the subject firmly. Whoever Sarah was, she was clearly a wound he wasn't ready to expose. Ayanna didn't press. She understood boundaries, understood grief, and secrets held close. Instead, she focused on the immediate threat. Barlow, Slim, they have map? Why they search here? Maybe the map wasn't clear enough, Jack speculated, thinking aloud, his brow furrowed. Or maybe Chance got away from them sooner than they thought. He glanced towards the ravine entrance, where his horse stood sheltered. Maybe they tracked the horse, hoping it would lead them back to me or to a hidden cache. He shook his head. Doesn't matter why. They're here, and they won't leave empty-handed. The wind gusted violently, rattling the willow branches, sending a fresh swirl of dust into the lean-to. It felt like the world outside was pressing in, impatient, hostile. Ayanna looked at the pouch of broth, then back at Jack. His face was pale, beaded with sweat, his eyes burning with a mixture of fever, pain, and a desperate, cornered defiance. He was right. They couldn't stay here, but they couldn't leave either. She uncorked the broth. Eat, she said softly, holding it out. Need strength. He looked at the pouch, then at her, his gaze lingering on her face. He saw the dust, the fatigue, the worry etched there. He knew, Ayanna realized, the risk she had taken, the lies she must have told, the resources she had diverted from her own people to keep him alive. The knowledge seemed to add another layer to his burden. Slowly, hesitantly, he took the pouch, his fingers brushing hers. He drank the warm, thin broth, his throat working. It was the first real nourishment he'd had, and even this small amount seemed to revive him slightly. When he finished, he handed the empty pouch back, his eyes meeting hers again. The anger and frustration had faded, replaced by a heavy weariness and something else. A silent acknowledgement of their shared predicament, their intertwined fates. The bitterness of his betrayal was a tangible thing in the small space, a poison threatening to seep into everything. But beneath it, Ayanna sensed something else beginning to stir. Not trust, not yet, but a grudging reliance, a recognition that in this hostile, dust-choked landscape, they only had each other, and the enemies were circling, hidden by the storm, their presence a constant, terrifying pressure, waiting for the wind to drop, waiting for the dust to clear. Chapter 10. A heart divided, a spirit unbent. The raw edges of Jack's story settled into the silence of the lean-to, sharp and unsettling as shards of broken glass. Gold, betrayal, partners turned predators. It was a harsh melody, played out countless times under the vast indifferent skies of the West. But hearing it laid bare by the man who bore its brutal consequences resonated deeply within Ayanna. It painted a picture of the world he inhabited, a world driven by a hunger that devoured loyalty and left bloodstains on the dust. And now that world, embodied by the menacing figures of Barlow and Slim, had followed him here, casting its long shadow over her own existence. She watched Jack as he leaned back against the packed earth wall, his eyes closed, his breathing still shallow, but less labored now that the thin broth offered some small sustenance. The lines of pain around his eyes and mouth seemed etched deeper by the recounting of his betrayal. He was caught, trapped not only by his wounds and the fever that still simmered beneath his skin, but by the relentless pursuit of men who clearly valued gold above human life. And she, Ayanna, was trapped with him, bound by a single act of compassion that had spiraled into a dangerous complicity. Her heart felt torn, pulled in opposing directions with agonizing force. One part yearned for the relative safety and familiarity of her camp, for the comforting presence of her mother, the wisdom of Chayton, the shared rhythms of Lakota life. Guilt gnawed at her, the lies she told, the resources she diverted, the risk she was imposing on her already vulnerable community, simply by harboring this wounded Wasichu. What right did she have to endanger them all for one man, especially a man whose past was steeped in the very conflicts that were destroying her people's way to life? Barlow and Slim asking questions, offering rewards. It wouldn't take much for suspicion to fall upon the camp, bringing soldiers, investigations, more broken promises, more sorrow. The weight of that possibility felt crushing. Yet another part of her heart resisted the urge to flee, to abandon him to his fate. Looking at Jack, seeing not just the Wasichu prospector, but the man wounded, betrayed, fighting for breath in the dim light, evoked a profound, almost primal empathy. Her grandmother's teachings echoed strongly. The strong heart aids the weak. That is the way. To turn her back now felt like a betrayal, not just of him, but of her own core beliefs, her own spirit. She had chosen this path, crossing the line when she first offered him water by the creek bed. And despite the fear, despite the guilt, some fierce, stubborn kernel of resilience within her refused to yield. Her spirit, though tested, remained unbent. She would see this through, whatever the cost. The conflict raged silently within her as she methodically checked the supplies she'd brought back. The willow bark needed replenishing soon. The pemmican was dwindling. The broth was gone. Her gaze fell upon the small, half-finished basket resting beside her. Picking it up, her fingers automatically found their place, testing the tension of the last woven coil. She drew her awl, its smooth wooden handle familiar and comforting in her palm. Jack opened his eyes, watching her as she began to work again, her hands moving with a steady, practiced rhythm despite the turmoil inside her. The simple act of weaving seemed to anchor her, a quiet assertion of purpose amidst the swirling chaos of fear and doubt. "Doesn't seem right," he murmured, his voice raspy, startling her out of her concentration. "You stuck here, risking everything. For me?" He pushed himself up slightly, wincing, his expression troubled. "A stranger, an enemy, likely, to your people." Ayanna paused, meeting his gaze. His awareness of her sacrifice, his acknowledgement of the gulf between their world, somehow eased the burden slightly, yet also sharpened its edges. "You were dying," she said simply, letting the words hang in the air. There was no complex justification, only that fundamental truth. He held her gaze for a long moment, a complex mix of gratitude, guilt, and frustration warring in his eyes. He hated being helpless, she could see it clearly. Hated relying on her, this woman whose people had every reason to despise his kind. He shifted again, a surge of restless energy seeming to overtake his weakness. "I gotta try," he muttered, more to himself than to her. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swung his legs around, attempting to sit up fully, perhaps even to stand. "Jack, no!" Ayanna protested, moving instinctively to steady him, but he waved her off, his jaw set stubbornly. The effort cost him dearly. A wave of dizziness washed over him, visible in the sudden pallor of his face and the way he swayed precariously. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as his side wound screamed in protest. His hand flew to the bandage, his face contorting in pain. He slumped back against the wall, defeated, his breath coming in harsh, ragged gasps, sweat beading on his forehead. The brief surge of desperate strength evaporated, leaving him weaker, more vulnerable than before. Ayanna knelt beside him, her earlier frustration replaced by concern. "See?" she said softly, her voice gentle but firm. Body needs rest, needs time. Fighting it makes it worse. He didn't argue this time, merely leaned his head back against the cool earth, his eyes closed, exhaustion and pain radiating from him. Damn it, he breathed, the words thick with self-loathing and impotence. Trapped! Ayana dipped a cloth in the water skin and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. Her touch lingered for a moment, a silent offering of comfort. He didn't pull away. In that moment, the barriers between them, race, past, circumstance, seemed to thin, leaving only two vulnerable human beings caught in a dangerous snare. We wait, Ayana said quietly, resuming her seat, picking up her weaving once more. Wait for strength, wait for chance. She used the name of his horse deliberately, hoping the word offered a sliver of hope. Jack opened his eyes slightly, looking at her, at the steady movement of her hands as she worked the reeds. Waiting might get us both killed, he countered, his voice flat. Moving now will get you killed, she replied with equal certainty. Maybe both of us. Stay hidden. Be still is best way, for now. He lapsed into silence again, though his gaze occasionally drifted towards the ravine entrance, his ears attuned to the howling wind, his mind clearly calculating odds, searching for options that didn't exist. Ayana focused on her weaving, letting the familiar rhythm soothe her frayed nerves. Coil by coil, the basket grew, its shape sturdy, its pattern simple but precise. It was a connection to her ancestors, to the women who had woven baskets, clothing, shelter, weaving the very fabric of their lives for generations. In their resilience, she found her own echo. They had faced hardship, displacement, violence, yet they had endured, adapted, creating beauty and utility even in the harshest circumstances. Her spirit, she vowed silently, would be as strong as the tightly woven reeds, flexible yet unbreakable. The wind continued its assault outside, though perhaps with slightly less ferocity than before. Ayana noticed subtle shifts, moments where the keening howl lessened slightly, where the dust seemed less thick, allowing fleeting glimpses of a hazy, gray-blue sky through the whipping willow branches. The storm wasn't over, but it might be starting to tire. The thought brought a fresh wave of anxiety. A lessening storm meant improved visibility. It meant easier tracking. Barlow and Slim wouldn't be held back by the dust forever. If they decided to circle back, to cast a wider net, how long before they stumbled upon the ravine's hidden entrance? How long before chance, the injured horse, gave away their position with an ill-timed whicker? She thought again of Chaitan. His wise, discerning eyes had surely seen more than she realized. Had her haste, her poorly concealed anxiety, her theft of broth meant for her grandfather, betrayed her secret? Would he connect the stranger's questions with her unusual behavior? The Lakota valued honesty, community, shared burdens. Her deception, born of compassion, felt increasingly like a dangerous betrayal of those values. If her actions brought harm to her people, the thought was unbearable. Her heart twisted, divided between the man she sheltered and the community she belonged to. Jack stirred, coughing, the sound harsh in the enclosed space. Ayana immediately set aside her basket and offered him water. He drank thirstily, his eyes meeting hers over the rim of the water skin. The clarity was still there, fragile but present. This cold? Ayana asked quietly, needing to understand the man who had set these terrible events in motion. He was friend, true friend? Jack lowered the water skin, his expression clouding over with a remembered pain that seemed deeper than his physical wounds. I thought so, he said heavily. Thought he was like a brother. Fought beside him once against bandits, saved his life. He saved mine. You share things like that. You think you know a man. He shook his head slowly, the disillusionment stark on his face. Guess I didn't know him at all. Or maybe the gold just showed who he really was underneath. He looked at Ayana, his gaze intense. Don't trust easy, Ayana, he advised, his voice low, especially when gold's involved. Turns good men bad and bad men worse. His words resonated with her own people's experience. The devastating impact of the Wasichu hunger for the yellow metal that had driven them from their sacred Pahasapa, broken treaties, and stained the land with blood. She nodded slowly, understanding his warning on a level he couldn't possibly fathom. As the afternoon wore on, the wind continued its slow retreat. Patches of clearer sky became more frequent, the sun occasionally breaking through the thinning haze, casting oblique shafts of dusty light into the ravine. The improved visibility felt less like a blessing and more like an exposure. The fragile shield of the storm was lifting, leaving them vulnerable once more. Ayana felt the tension ratchet higher. She found herself constantly glancing towards the ravine entrance, listening with an almost painful intensity for any sound that didn't belong: the snap of a twig, the crunch of a boot on gravel, the jingle of harness. Jack seemed to sense the shift, too. He remained quiet, conserving his energy, but his eyes were constantly alert, scanning the limited view afforded by the lean-to's opening, his hand resting near the place where his gun should have been. A phantom weight, a useless instinct. Ayana picked up her weaving again, her hands moving almost automatically now. The basket was nearly complete, its sides smooth and even, a small testament to order and persistence. Yet her heart remained deeply divided, caught between the pull of loyalty to her people and the undeniable human connection forged in shared vulnerability and danger. Her spirit felt stretched taut, like a bowstring, but it held firm, unbent, rooted in a quiet determination she drew from the earth beneath her, from the memory of her ancestors, from the steady rhythm of her own weaving hands. The clearing sky promised clearer sight, but also clearer danger. And as the shadows began to lengthen once more, Ayana braced herself, unsure what the coming hours would bring, only knowing she would face them. The silence in the lean-to grew heavy again, charged with unspoken fears and the weight of choices yet to be made. Chapter 11. Unearthing a Tarnished Truth. The dust storm, having spent its fury, began to relent, its departure as gradual and grudging as its arrival. The wind still sighed through the willows, screening the ravine, but the mournful howl had softened to a low whisper. Hazy patches of blue widened overhead, and the sun, though still veiled by a thin layer of airborne grit, cast a stronger, warmer light that slanted into the sheltered space, illuminating the lingering dust motes like tiny drifting embers. The air smelled cleaner, washed by the sheer force of the wind, carrying the scent of damp earth and the distant promise of clearer skies. Yet everything, the rocks, the leaves, the hide walls of the lean-to bore a fine coating of pale dust, a gritty reminder of the storm's passage. Inside the lean-to, a heavy quiet settled, different from the tense silence of the night before. It was the quiet of exhaustion, of unspoken fears momentarily held at bay, of two people isolated together, their fragile truce hanging in the balance. Ayana finished the last coil of her small basket, smoothing the final reed into place. Holding it up, She examined its sturdy shape, the evenness of the weave a small satisfaction amidst the pervasive uncertainty. It was a simple thing, useful perhaps for gathering berries or nuts, but creating it had felt necessary, a way to reclaim a piece of herself, to impose order on the swirling chaos within and without. Jack watched her, propped up against the wall, the buffalo robe draped loosely over his shoulders. The broth seemed to have helped. The feverish flush on his cheeks had subsided further, leaving his face pale but clearer, his eyes holding a steady, weary intelligence. He still moved stiffly, pain an obvious constant, but the desperate edge of weakness had softened slightly. He looked less like a man on the verge of collapse and more like one beginning the long, slow climb back from the brink. He had been quiet for a long time, his gaze distant, perhaps lost in the grim realities of his situation, the betrayal by Cole, the relentless pursuit by Barlow and Slim, his own crippling injuries. Ayanna respected his silence, busying herself with tidying their small space and checking the dwindling supply of herbs, ensuring the fire embers were safely contained. She offered him water, which he accepted with a grateful nod. The earlier intensity, the flashes of anger and desperation seemed to have drained away, leaving behind a deep, bone-weary resignation. "That basket," he said finally, his voice raspy but even, breaking the long silence. "It's finely made, strong." Ayanna looked down at her handiwork, then back at him. "Is Lakota way," she replied simply. "Make useful things, beautiful things, even when—" She hesitated, searching for the right word. "When times are hard." He nodded slowly, absorbing her words. "My mother, she used to quilt back east." The memory brought a flicker of warmth to his eyes, quickly extinguished. Said it was piecing the scraps together, making something whole out of what was broken. He gave a small, self-deprecating shrug. "Reckon I've made mostly scraps lately." The unexpected glimpse into his past, the mention of his mother, humanized him further, chipping away at the image of the hardened prospector. He wasn't just defined by gold and betrayal. He carried memories of home, of softer times. "We all have scraps," Ayanna offered quietly, thinking of her own grief, the fragment state of her people, the broken pieces of their lives after the raid. "Weaving them together is how we survive." Jack held her gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. He seemed about to say something more, perhaps open up further, but then his expression tightened almost imperceptibly, his gaze flicking towards the ravine entrance as a prairie falcon screamed overhead, its sharp cry echoing briefly in the sudden stillness. The ever-present threat resurfaced, pulling him back from the edge of vulnerability. He shifted uncomfortably, adjusting the buffalo robe. "This claim," he began, his voice taking on a harder edge, returning to the dangerous present. "The one the one we found. It's rich, Ayanna, richer than anything I ever saw." His eyes seemed to gleam for a moment with a remembered fever, not of illness, but of gold lust before he caught himself. "Enough to set a man up for life, enough to make men kill." Ayanna listened silently, her hands resting on the finished basket in her lap. She remembered his warning. "Don't trust easy, Ayanna, especially when gold's involved." "But it wasn't just the gold," Jack continued, his voice lowering, taking on a troubled, confessional tone. He seemed to be wrestling with something, needing to unburden himself perhaps, or maybe just needing her to understand the full, messy truth of the situation she was caught in. He looked down at his hands, avoiding her eyes. The way we found it. The way we staked it. He paused, swallowing hard. It wasn't entirely clean. Ayana felt a chill despite the warming air. Tarnished. The word from the chapter title echoed in her mind. She waited, sensing the weight of his unspoken words. The maps we used, he went on, his voice barely above a whisper. The old Spanish ones, they showed the canyon straddling the edge of the treaty line. The line agreed with your people. He finally looked up, meeting her gaze directly, his eyes filled with a mixture of guilt and defensive justification. We weren't sure, not exactly, which side the richest vein fell on. The markers were old, unclear. The land, its shifts. Ayana's breath caught. Treaty land, land promised to her people, the Oglala Lakota, land that was supposed to be inviolate, protected from encroachment by Wasichu like him, sacred land in many cases. The Pahasapa, the Black Hills, had already been overrun, treaties broken, promises dissolving like smoke, all because of the insatiable hunger for that yellow metal. And now he was telling her his claim, the one he bled for, the one men were hunting him for, might be situated on land stolen, yet again, from her people? The revelation landed like a physical blow. The neat narrative of betrayal. Jack, the innocent victim, Cole, the greedy villain, suddenly fractured, revealing jagged, uncomfortable edges. Jack wasn't just a victim, he was also potentially a trespasser, a participant in the very system of theft and disregard that was destroying the Lakota way of life. You knew? She asked, her voice dangerously quiet, the warmth of her earlier empathy turning cold. Knew it might be Lakota land? Jack flinched slightly at her tone, but he didn't look away. We suspected, he admitted, his gaze dropping briefly before meeting hers again, holding a plea for understanding. Cole, he didn't care. Said the lines were smudged. Said no one would know. Said the government wouldn't back the Indians anyway if gold was found. He said finders keepers. Jack ran a hand through his hair distractedly. I argued with him. Told him it was too risky, that it wasn't right. But the gold, Ayana, it was right there. A fortune under our feet. He sighed, a heavy sound freighted with regret. I let him convince me. Told myself we'd make sure later, redraw the stakes if needed. Told myself the Spanish maps were probably wrong anyway. Told myself a lot of things. He met her eyes again, his expression bleak. Truth is, I wanted that gold too. Wanted what it could buy. A fresh start. Maybe go back east. Find Sarah. He trailed off, the name hanging in the air again, heavy with unspoken history. I let the wanting blind me, let it make me compromise. The confession hung between them, raw and ugly. It wasn't just Cole's greed, it was Jack's own complicity, his willingness to look the other way, to rationalize trespassing on treaty land for personal gain. The gold wasn't just the reason for his betrayal. It was also the source of his own tarnished choices. Ayana felt a wave of conflicting emotions wash over her: anger, disappointment, a bitter sense of disillusionment. He was no different then. Just another Wasichu willing to trample on Lakota rights, Lakota land, for the promise of riches. The compassion she had felt, the connection forged in shared vulnerability, felt suddenly fragile, threatened by this revelation. How could she continue to risk everything for a man who had participated, however reluctantly, in the desecration of what belonged to people? Yet, he had confessed. He hadn't tried to hide it entirely, hadn't painted himself as a blameless martyr. He had admitted his weakness, his compromise, the corrosive power of wanting. There was a painful honesty in his admission, a self-awareness that seemed absent in his description of Cole. Did that make it better? No. But perhaps it made it understandable in a bleak, human way. He was flawed, compromised, caught in the same snares of greed and desire that trap so many others in this harsh land. She looked away from him, her gaze falling on the small basket in her lap, weaving scraps together, making something whole from what was broken. His life was full of scraps, broken pieces, tarnished choices. Could they be woven into something else, or were some stains too deep to cleanse? This Sarah, Ayanna said quietly, breaking the heavy silence, shifting the focus slightly, needing to understand all the pieces. She waits for this gold? Jack looked startled by the question, pulling himself back from the abyss of his confession about the claim. He hesitated, his expression guarded again. Pained. No, he said finally, his voice low and strained. She doesn't know about the gold, doesn't know about any of this. He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. Sarah, she's Cole's wife. The words dropped into the quiet lean-to like stones into a deep well. Cole's wife, the woman whose name he whispered in fevered sleep, the woman he hoped the gold might help him find, was married to the man who had betrayed him, tried to kill him. This new layer of truth was even more tarnished, more complex, more dangerous than the revelation about the land. It spoke of tangled relationships, forbidden feelings, betrayals that cut deeper than stolen gold. It explained the raw pain in Jack's voice when he spoke Cole's name, the haunted look in his eyes when Sarah's name surfaced. It hinted at a motive for Cole's murderous actions that went beyond simple greed, jealousy, perhaps. Revenge? Ayanna stared at him, speechless for a moment, trying to absorb the implications. The conflict wasn't just about gold. It was about love, loyalty, and devastating, intertwined betrayals. Jack wasn't just running from murderous partners. He was running from the wreckage of deeply personal relationships. Jack saw the shock, the judgment perhaps in her eyes. It wasn't like that, he stammered, suddenly defensive, needing her to understand, or at least not condemn him utterly. Sarah and me, we knew each other before, years ago, before she ever met Cole. There was something between us, but I left, went chasing fool's gold, like always. When I came back, she was married to him. He looked down at his hands again, his knuckles white. Seeing her again, seeing her with him, knowing he didn't deserve her. He shook his head, unable or unwilling to articulate the rest. The tarnished truth lay exposed between them now, ugly and complicated, trespassing on treaty land, complicity born of gold fever, forbidden feelings for his partner's wife. Jack's story was far from simple. His character shaded with gray, burdened by compromises and regrets. Ayanna felt the ground shift beneath her feet. Protecting him no longer felt like a straightforward act of compassion for an innocent victim. It meant sheltering a man whose past was a tangled mess of questionable choices and dangerous liaisons. A man whose very presence invited conflict not just from his pursuers, but potentially from the moral core of her own beliefs. Yet his honesty, however painful, resonated. He hadn't hidden the worst of it. He had laid the tarnished pieces bare before her. It felt like a plea, not for forgiveness, but perhaps simply for acknowledgement, for witness. She looked from his troubled face back to her basket. The weaving felt different now, the task more complex. It wasn't just about weaving hope, but about weaving understanding, about acknowledging the flaws, the stains, the messy reality of human lives caught in the harsh currents of the frontier. The past, Ayana said slowly, her voice quiet but steady, leaves, deep tracks, hard to walk away from. She met his gaze, her expression somber but not entirely condemning. But a man can choose. New path, if spirit is strong. Jack looked at her, searching her face, perhaps surprised by her response, by the lack of immediate rejection. He saw no judgment, only a quiet, steady strength, an ancient wisdom reflected in her young eyes. He nodded slowly, a flicker of something akin to hope, fragile, tentative, entering his gaze. The air outside the ravine felt clearer now, the last vestiges of the dust storm settling. The sounds of the prairie returned, the distant call of birds, the buzz of insects, the rustle of wind through drying grass. It signaled an end to the storm's temporary shield, bringing the threat of discovery closer. But inside the lean-to, the unearthing of Jack's tarnished truths, while deeply unsettling, had paradoxically cleared the air between them, stripping away illusions, leaving them face to face with the complex, messy reality of their shared predicament. The path forward remained treacherous, uncertain, but perhaps, just perhaps, it could be navigated with open eyes. The weight of the truth, however heavy, felt strangely lighter than the burden of secrets. Chapter 12. Secrets whispered by the land. The air in the ravine, scrubbed cleaner by the departed storm, felt thin and carried sounds with unnerving clarity. The trickle of the creek seemed louder, the rustle of lizards in the dry leaves under the willows sharper, the distant cry of a hawk almost painfully distinct against the vast, newly revealed blue of the sky. For Ayana, the clarity was less a relief and more a stripping away of shelter. The dust storm, while suffocating and ominous, had provided a veil, a muffling blanket against discovery. Now the world felt exposed, watched, and the secrets unearthed within the dim confines of the lean-to lay bare between them, raw and uncomfortable as Jack's healing wounds. Ayana sat near the entrance, the completed basket resting beside her hands now still in her lap. She watched the play of sunlight on the dusty ground outside, tracking the slow creep of shadows as the sun climbed higher. Her earlier anger and disillusionment following Jack's confession about the treaty land had settled into something quieter, deeper, more complex. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, perhaps never entirely. The casual disregard for her people's rights, even if regretted, was familiar wound, a constant thrum beneath the surface of every interaction with the Wasichu. But his honesty, his willingness to expose his own tarnished choices alongside Cole's outright villainy, resonated with a different part of her, the part that understood human weakness, the seductive power of wanting, the way compromise could feel like survival until it became betrayal. He hadn't lied to her about it. Not once, she'd implicitly asked, by bringing up the ghosts of his past. He had owned his part, however reluctantly. It didn't excuse the transgression, but it separated him, slightly, from the faceless tide of encroachers who simply took, without question or conscience. He knew at some level that it was wrong, and he knew about Sarah, Cole's wife, carrying that tangled grief and forbidden longing alongside his physical pain. He was a man deeply flawed, caught in a web of his own making as much as Cole's. Shielding him felt less like protecting innocence and more like witnessing a difficult, painful reckoning. Jack remained quiet, propped against the wall, conserving his strength. He seemed aware of the shift in her, the subtle distance created by his revelations. He didn't press for conversation, didn't try to justify himself further. He simply endured her quiet presence, accepting the silence, perhaps understanding that trust, once fractured, couldn't be instantly mended. His gaze often drifted towards the ravine entrance, the same apprehension she felt mirrored in his eyes. The clearing weather was a threat they both recognized without needing to voice it. Barlow and Slim were out there under that same wide, clear sky, needing to move, to reconnect with the physical world beyond the heavy atmosphere of the lean-to. Ayanna rose quietly. "Check the horse," she murmured, gesturing outside. Jack nodded, his gaze following her as she slipped out into the brighter light. She walked towards where Chance stood tethered near a patch of surviving grass. The bay horse nickered softly at her approach, nudging her hand hopefully, perhaps seeking the reassurance of touch or the promise of food. Ayanna stroked his dusty neck, examining his injured leg. The swelling seemed to have gone down slightly more, the gash closing, though he still favored it significantly when shifting his weight. Healing, like his master's, would be slow. Her gaze swept the ravine floor, her senses automatically taking inventory, reading the language of the land as she had been taught since childhood. The storm had scoured some areas, deposited debris in others. Willow branches, torn loose by the wind, lay scattered. Tracks her own. Jack's dragged path. The horse's hoof prints were partially obscured by dust near the entrance, but clearer further in. She scanned the upper edges of the ravine, the rim where the prairie met the drop-off. Nothing seemed disturbed. No obvious sign that anyone had peered down into their hiding place. She walked slowly along the banks of the small creek that wound through the ravine's bottom, her eyes tracing its path. The water ran clearer now, the mud stirred up by the initial runoff settling. Small fish darted in the shallow pools. Along the damp edges, hardy plants pushed through the soil, the reeds she had gathered. Clusters of mint whose sharp scent rose when she brushed against them, sturdy dock leaves. And there, near a fissure in the rock face where moisture seeped consistently, she saw it. A patch of ikapehu, the stone seed plant, its small, hard, grayish-white seeds known for their healing properties, particularly for stubborn wounds and internal ailments when prepared correctly by knowledgeable hands. Her grandmother had valued it highly. Ayanna knelt, examining the plant closely. It wasn't abundant, just a small cluster thriving in this sheltered, damp spot. Carefully, respectfully, offering a silent prayer of thanks to the plant spirit. As her grandmother had taught her, she harvested a few stems bearing the seeds, tucking them carefully into her pouch. It felt like a gift from the land itself, a small sign of support, a tool provided just when needed. Jack's wounds were healing, but slowly. Perhaps this potent medicine could help hasten the process out, strengthen him from within. The land, she thought, held its own secrets, its own remedies, if one knew how to look, how to listen. As she rose, her gaze fell upon something else nearby, half hidden beneath a clump of dock leaves near the base of the rock fissure. Not a natural object. Something small, dark, metallic. Frowning, Ayanna pushed aside the broad leaves. It was a spent cartridge casing, brass, dulled by weather, but unmistakably Wasitu ammunition. Not the heavy caliber of Jack's missing Colt, something smaller, perhaps from a rifle or a different type of handgun. Her heart gave a lurch. How long had this been here? Was it old, lost by a hunter years ago, or was it recent? Could it be connected to Jack's pursuers? Had they been in this ravine before, or perhaps passed near the entrance, taking a shot at some game? She picked it up cautiously. It felt cold in her hand. There was no way to know its age for certain. The recent storm could have washed it here from higher ground, or uncovered it from where it lay hidden. But its presence felt like another whisper from the land. A warning this time, a hint of violence lingering in this supposedly safe haven. She tucked the casing deep into her pouch, separate from the herbs and seeds, her mind racing. Should she show Jack? Tell him? Or would it only increase his agitation, his desperate urge to flee before he was ready? She decided against it for now. It was just a casing, possibly meaningless, but it added another layer to her vigilance, another reason to distrust the apparent peace of the ravine. Continuing her slow circuit, Ayana let her senses drift, absorbing the subtle details of her surroundings. She noticed the way certain rocks were scarred, possibly by ricochets long ago. She saw faint game trails leading down from the rim, used perhaps by deer or coyotes seeking water. And she noticed the silence. The birdsong seemed muted, less frequent than usual after a storm. The small creatures of the prairie seemed hesitant to show themselves. It was the kind of expectant quiet that often preceded renewed danger, as if the land itself was holding its breath, listening, waiting. Her gaze traveled back towards the lean-to, where Jack remained a still figure in the shadows. Her feelings towards him were a tangled knot of resentment, empathy, responsibility, and a growing, reluctant awareness of the man beneath the prospector's grime and flawed choices. His confession about the treaty land stung deeply, an offense against the very core of her identity and her people's suffering. Yet his vulnerability, his acknowledgement of his own weakness, and the clear, present danger he faced, prevented her from simply condemning him and walking away. He was a part of her story now, woven into its fabric, however uncomfortable the pattern. She thought about the treaty line he'd mentioned, the markers unclear, the land shifting. Her people knew this land intimately, not by maps and lines drawn by distant Wasichu, but by the curve of hills, the flow of water, the sacred places whispered about by elders, the burial grounds of ancestors. Could she, Ayana, know where that line truly fell? Did this ravine, this sanctuary she'd offered him, lie within the bounds promised to the Lakota? The thought was deeply unsettling. If so, his presence here was a double transgression. She walked back towards the lean-to slowly, her mind heavy with these thoughts, the healing seeds and the spent cartridge casing feeling like opposing weights in her pouch. As she approached, Jack looked up, his eyes questioning. "Horse is well," she reported simply, deciding not to mention the casing. "Leg heals." She paused, then gestured towards the patch of plants she'd harvested from. "Ikape hu," she said, holding up one of the seed stems. "Good medicine, for wounds, for strength." Jack looked at the small, hard seeds with interest, then back at her face. "Lakota medicine?" Ayana nodded. "Grandmother taught me." He considered this for a moment. "Think it'll help?" There was no skepticism in his voice, only a weary hopefulness, a willingness, perhaps born of desperation, to trust in remedies beyond his own understanding. "We'll try," Ayana said. She knew the preparation was specific, often involving careful grinding and sometimes mixing with other herbs or fats, depending on the intended use. For now, she could perhaps crush some seeds and apply them as a poultice, or try to brew a strong tea if she dared risk a slightly larger, quicker fire later, when dusk provided more cover for the smoke. She sat down near him, taking out the seeds and a small smooth stone. she used for grinding. The simple, practical task felt grounding again as she began to carefully crush the seeds, releasing their faint, earthy scent. Jack watched her, his earlier tension seeming to ease slightly in the face of her calm competence. "This land," he said quietly after a few minutes of silence, his gaze drifting towards the rocky walls of the ravine. "It feels old, knows things." It was an unexpected observation, poetic almost, coming from the pragmatic prospector. Ayanna looked up surprised. "Yes," she agreed softly. "Land remembers everything, every footprint, every sorrow, every broken promise." The words carried an unintended weight, referencing his own confession. He caught the undertone, flushing slightly, but didn't turn defensive. "Reckon it does," he conceded quietly. He looked at the rock face again, tracing the lines and fissures with his eyes. "Those Spanish map, they were just paper, scratches. Didn't really show this." He gestured vaguely around them. "The way the light falls, the way the wind sounds in the rocks, where the water hides." He shook his head. Maybe we shouldn't have trusted paper over what the land itself was saying." It was the closest he'd come to fully acknowledging the wrongness of relying on potentially flawed maps to justify staking a claim on disputed territory. It wasn't an apology, not directly, but it was an admission of short-sightedness, a recognition, perhaps, that there were ways of knowing the land that went deeper than lines drawn by strangers. Ayanna continued grinding the seeds, her expression unreadable. His words resonated with her own deep connection to this place, her understanding of the earth as a living entity full of memory and spirit. Could the land itself offer guidance, reveal the truth, not just about boundaries, but about the dangers circling them? She thought of the spent cartridge, the unnatural quiet of the birds, the feeling of being watched. The land was whispering secrets. She felt it deep in her bones. Secrets of past violence, present danger, and perhaps, if she could only decipher them, secrets of survival. The path forward remained obscured, tangled like the willow roots gripping the creek bank. But Ayanna felt a renewed resolve harden within her. She would listen to the land. She would use its gifts, its medicine, and she would trust her own spirit, however divided her heart felt, to navigate the treacherous terrain ahead. The tarnished truths lay between them, but the earth beneath their feet held older, deeper wisdom, if only they had the courage to heed its whispers. The silence that followed felt less empty now, filled with the potent presence of the land itself, waiting, watching, remembering. Chapter 13. A Love Forged in Fire. The ravine held its breath under the newly washed sky. Sunlight, no longer diffused by dust, fell in sharp, clean blades across the rocky floor and the trembling leaves of the willows. It brought clarity, but also exposure. The air felt charged, not with the static of the storm, but with the residual tension of Jack's confessions and the looming threat that lingered somewhere beyond the ravine's sheltered embrace. Secrets, once unearthed, had a way of changing the landscape, altering the light, leaving indelible marks on the silence. Ayanna sat with the quiet weight of Jack's tarnished truths, settling around her like the fine dust that still coated the less exposed surfaces of the lean-to. The knowledge that his claim might sit on stolen treaty land and the revelation of his complicated, painful history with Sarah, Cole's wife, had added layers of complexity to her already conflicted emotions. The simple narrative of rescuer and victim had dissolved, leaving behind a far messier, more human story of compromised choices, forbidden feelings, and the corrosive power of greed, both Cole's blatant avarice and Jack's own admitted complicity. Yet strangely, the raw honesty, the lack of self-serving excuses in his final admissions, had forged a peculiar intimacy. He hadn't tried to hide the worst of himself from her once confronted, laying bare his flaws alongside his wounds. It didn't erase the sting of potential trespass against her people, but it fostered a reluctant understanding, a recognition of shared human frailty under the harsh pressures of the frontier. She felt less like a naive girl caught in a dangerous game, and more like a woman witnessing the difficult, often ugly process of reckoning. She focused on preparing the ikapehu seeds she had gathered, grinding them carefully against a smooth, flat stone with a smaller river rock. The repetitive motion was grounding, the earthy scent of the crushed seeds familiar and purposeful. It was medicine, a tool for healing, something tangible she could offer in the face of intangible dangers and complex moral ambiguities. Jack watched her, propped against the lean-to wall. He looked marginally stronger today. The constant consuming heat of the fever seemed to have receded further, leaving behind a deep exhaustion, but allowing for longer periods of lucidity. The lines of pain were still deeply etched around his eyes and mouth, and his movements remained cautious, guarded, but the desperate vulnerability of the previous days was slowly being replaced by a quiet endurance. He rarely spoke, seeming content to observe her, his gaze thoughtful, sometimes troubled, as if replaying his own words, reassessing his past through the filter of her quiet, steady presence. That medicine, he said, breaking the comfortable silence, his voice still rough but clearer. What will it do? Ayana didn't look up immediately, concentrating on achieving the right consistency with the ground seeds. Helps inside, she explained slowly, heals wounds faster, makes spirit strong. She looked up then, meeting his gaze. Grandmother said it helps body. Remember how to be whole. He considered this, his blue eyes thoughtful. Remember how to be whole, he repeated softly, the words seeming to resonate with more than just his physical injuries. He looked down at his bandaged side, then let his gaze drift around the small, confining space. Feels like a long way off. Ayana finished grinding the seeds into a fine powder. She mixed a small amount with a little water from the skin, creating a thick paste. This, she said, holding it up slightly, for wound. Then she took another portion of the powder and stirred it into a cup fashioned from bark, adding more water. This, drink, bitter, but good. She moved closer to him, kneeling beside where he sat. The physical proximity felt different now, charged with a new awareness since the unveiling of his secrets. He watched her approach, his gaze steady, holding none of the suspicion he'd shown initially, only a quiet acceptance of her care. Let me see side, she requested gently. He nodded, carefully shifting the buffalo robe and easing the rough fabric of his shirt away from the bandage. Ayana's fingers were deft as she unwrapped the stained strips of her tunic. The wound, while still angry-looking, seemed less inflamed than yesterday. The edges were beginning to show faint signs of granulation, the first fragile steps towards healing. The yarrow had done its work, preventing infection, but the flesh needed encouragement to knit itself back together. Carefully, using a clean strip of cloth dipped in water, she cleansed the area around the wound. Her touch was light, professional, yet she was intensely aware of the warmth of his skin beneath her fingers. the slight tensing of muscle as she worked near the injured area. He remained still, his breathing even, watching her face rather than the wound itself. She applied the ikapehu paste directly to the gash, spreading it gently. It felt cool against his fever-warm skin. He drew in a slow breath but made no sound. As she secured a fresh bandage, her fingers brushed against his ribs, feeling the solid strength beneath the surface, and also the lingering evidence of the bruises he'd sustained. A stark reminder of the violence he had barely survived. "Thank you," he murmured when she finished, his voice low. It wasn't the first time he'd thanked her, but the simple words carried a different weight now, laden with the unspoken acknowledgement of all she knew, all she risked. "Now drink," she said, holding out the bark cup containing the murky infusion of ground seeds. He eyed the mixture dubiously, but took the cup. He sniffed it, wrinkled his nose slightly, then met her gaze again, a flicker of wry humor in his eyes. "Anything's got to taste better than Barlow's rot-gut whiskey," he commented, before lifting the cup and drinking the medicine down in determined swallows, grimacing at the intense bitterness. He handed the empty cup back with a slight shudder. "Grandmother knew her stuff, huh?" Ayanna allowed herself a small smile. She knew the earth's secrets. He leaned back against the wall, the effort of sitting up and drinking seeming to tire him. He closed his eyes for a moment. Ayanna gathered the used bandages, intending to wash them in the creek later. As she turned back, she found him watching her again, his expression serious. "Ayanna," he began, his voice hesitant, "about the claim, the land. I know saying sorry doesn't fix anything, doesn't change what was done by me or by others, but—" He struggled for words, his gaze earnest. "But I see now, more clearly, what it means. To you, to your people. It ain't just dirt to be dug up, it's living, sacred." He shook his head, a look of self-disgust crossing his features. "We were fools, blinded by the glitter." His words, clumsy but heartfelt, chipped away at another layer of her resentment. He was trying in his own way to bridge the gap, to acknowledge the depth of his transgression beyond the simple fact of trespassing. He was beginning to see the land not as a resource to be exploited, but as something imbued with spirit, something deserving of respect, a perspective fundamental to Lakota understanding. "Gold makes many blind," Ayanna acknowledged quietly. "Makes heart hard." She looked at him steadily. "But heart can soften again, if chooses." The air between them felt charged, vibrating with unspoken emotions, with the fragile possibility of understanding. The lean-to seemed to shrink, the outside world fading for a moment, leaving only the two of them in the dim, fire-warmed space. His gaze held hers, blue eyes searching her dark ones, seeking what? Absolution? Connection? A sudden sharp crack from outside shattered the moment. Both of them froze, heads snapping towards the ravine entrance, every nerve ending instantly alight with alarm. Jack's hand instinctively flew to his empty hip, his body tensing, trying to push himself upright despite the pain. Ayanna pressed a hand to his shoulder, silently urging him to stay down, her other hand reaching for the small knife at her belt, her heart hammering against her ribs. Silence. Then, a frantic scrabbling sound, followed by the chattering cry of a squirrel, likely dislodging a loose stone as it scampered up the rock face. They remained frozen for another long moment, listening intently, before slowly relaxing, the shared surge of adrenaline leaving them both trembling slightly. Ayanna let out a shaky breath, her hand still resting on Jack's shoulder. He looked at her, his eyes wide with the residual fear. then down at her hand resting on him. He didn't pull away. Instead, his own hand, calloused and rough despite his weakened state, came up to cover hers. His touch was surprisingly gentle, tentative, yet it sent an unexpected jolt, warm and electric, straight through her. It wasn't just a gesture of shared fear. It felt like something more, an acknowledgement of the bond forged between them in this crucible of danger and forced intimacy. Ayana's breath caught in her throat. She looked down at his hand covering hers, then slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. The space between them crackled with an intensity that had nothing to do with the external threat. His eyes, clear and searching, held hers captive. The lean-to felt impossibly small, the air thick, heavy. She saw the lingering pain in his eyes, the shadow of his past, the guilt, the forbidden longing for Sarah. And she knew he saw her own conflict, her divided heart, the gulf between their worlds. Yet in this moment, none of it seemed to matter as much as the simple, undeniable connection pulsing between them. A connection born of shared breaths in the dark, of whispered confessions, of tending wounds both visible and hidden, of facing fear side by side. A connection forged not in idyllic circumstances, but here, in the heart of danger, tempered by hardship, complicated by tarnished truths, forged in fire. Slowly, hesitantly, as if drawn by an invisible current, he leaned closer. Ayana didn't move, couldn't move, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She could feel the warmth radiating from him, smell the faint, lingering scent of the herbs she'd used, mixed with the dust and sweat of his ordeal. His face was inches from hers now, his gaze fixed on her lips. Time seemed to slow, stretch, hang suspended like a bead of dew on a spider's thread. The decision rested with her. A slight turn of her head, a pulling back would break the spell, but she remained still, caught in the magnetic pull of his gaze, curiosity warring with deeply ingrained caution. This was madness. He was Wasichu. He carried danger like a second skin. His heart held ghosts she couldn't banish. Her people would condemn this, fear it. Yet, the shared ordeal, the raw honesty, the unexpected glimpses of the man beneath the hardship, it had woven a different kind of thread between them, stronger, more compelling than she had realized. His lips brushed hers, tentative, questioning, a feather-light touch that sent shivers down her spine. It wasn't demanding, not possessive, but achingly gentle, almost reverent. Ayana closed her eyes, a small sigh escaping her lips, a surrender not of will, but to the overwhelming current of the moment. He responded, deepening the kiss slightly, a warmth spreading through her, chasing away the chill of fear, the ache of loneliness. It tasted of desperation, of gratitude, of shared pain, and beneath it all, a fragile, nascent tenderness. It lasted only a few heartbeats, a stolen moment snatched from the jaws of peril. He pulled back slowly, his forehead resting against hers for a heartbeat, his breath warm on her skin. His eyes, when they opened to meet hers again, were filled with a turbulent mix of wonder, regret, and renewed awareness of their impossible situation. Ayana. He breathed her name, the sound thick with emotion. Before she could respond, before the implications of what had just happened could fully settle, another sound intruded, sharp and undeniable this time, not a squirrel, not a falling stone. A horse's whinny, close, too close, just outside the ravine entrance. The fragile intimacy shattered instantly, replaced by ice-cold, heart-stopping terror. They weren't alone anymore. The borrowed time had run out. The world, harsh and unforgiving, had found them. Chapter 14, The Hunter and the Hunted. The horses whinny, sharp and clear, on the still afternoon air just beyond the willow screen, acted like a splash of ice water, instantly shattering the fragile, charged intimacy of the lean-to. The lingering warmth of the kiss evaporated, replaced by the cold, metallic taste of fear. Adrenaline surged through Ayan, every sense screaming alarm. Jack reacted simultaneously, pushing himself fully upright despite the searing pain that must have shot through his side, his face pale but his eyes blazing with fierce, cornered animal intensity. "Barlow," Jack breathed, the name a harsh rasp. It wasn't a question. That whinny wasn't Chance's familiar sound. It was the call of a strange horse, the sound of discovery, the sound of the hunters closing in on their prey. "Stay down," Ayana hissed, pushing him back against the wall, her own body low, moving towards the entrance with the fluid stealth of a shadow. Her knife felt small and inadequate in her hand, but it was all she had. Her mind raced, assessing possibilities, searching for impossibilities. Had they seen her? Had they tracked Chance? Had some subtle sign betrayed their hiding place? She reached the edge of the lean-to, pressing herself flat against the cool earth wall, peering through the densest part of the willow screen. Her heart hammered against her ribs so hard she feared its drumming would give them away. Two horses stood just outside the ravine entrance, blowing nervously, their riders scanning the narrow opening, figures dark against the afternoon sun. Barlow and Slim, just as she'd feared. Barlow, the shorter bearded one, had a rifle cradled loosely in his arms, its muzzle pointed casually towards the ground but ready. Slim Tully, lanky and hawk-faced, held the reins of both their mounts, his eyes darting suspiciously into the shadows of the ravine. They hadn't come charging in. They were cautious, testing the silence, perhaps unsure if the ravine was empty or if it held the man they sought. Had they heard the squirrel earlier? Seen a flicker of movement? Or had they simply been methodically checking every possible hiding place along the creek? "See anything, Slim?" Barlow's grating voice cut through the stillness, startlingly close. "Nothing but shadows and damn willows," Slim spat back, swatting at a fly buzzing near his face. "Probably empty, like the last 3 draws. Waste of time. Cole should have just let the buzzards have him." "Cole wants him found," Barlow stated flatly, his cold eyes still fixed on the ravine entrance. "Or wants proof he's dead. Said Jack might have stashed some dust before we parted ways. Wants that too." He shifted his rifle slightly. "And I want that bay horse back. Good animal." He was talking about Chance. Ayana's blood ran cold. They weren't just looking for Jack. They suspected hidden gold. And they wanted his horse. Their motives were layered, greedy, and utterly ruthless. Inside the lean-to, Jack had dragged himself closer to the entrance, his face grim, his eyes scanning frantically for any kind of weapon, any advantage, however slight. He saw nothing but packed earth, scattered leaves, Ayana's small basket, and the dying embers of the fire. He was helpless, disarmed. His only shield, the slight woman now poised between him and his hunters, armed with only a small knife. Guilt and fury warred in his expression. "Smells like old fire," Barlow commented, sniffing the air. "Maybe Injuns camped here. Or maybe Jack crawled in here to die," Slim suggested, sounding bored. "Creek's nearby. Might have lasted a day or 2. He peered into the shadows again. "Looks empty. Let's move on. This dust gives me the itch." Barlow didn't reply immediately. He took a few cautious steps closer to the willow screen. His rifle held more readily now. Ayana flattened herself further, praying the dappled sunlight and deep shadows concealed her. She could see the cruel set of his mouth beneath the dirty beard, the hard, calculating glint in his eyes. He wasn't convinced. Some instinct, honed by years of tracking and frontier violence, kept him suspicious. He raised his rifle slightly, pointing it towards the interior darkness. "Jack!" he called out, his voice deceptively casual. "You in there, Donovan? Old Cole just wants to talk things over, make things right." The lie was blatant, chilling. Ayanna held her breath, praying Jack wouldn't make a sound, wouldn't betray their presence. Behind her, she could feel Jack's tension, a palpable wave of hatred and defiance radiating from him, but he remained silent, understanding the deadly game. Barlow waited a moment, listening. Silence, only the whisper of the wind, the distant creak sounds. He lowered the rifle slightly again. "Nah," he muttered, apparently deciding Slim was right. "If he was here, he's long gone, a buzzard bait. Let's check further downstream." Relief washed over Ayanna, so intense it left her weak. They were leaving, they hadn't seen them. But then as Barlow turned back towards his horse, Chance, tethered deeper within the ravine and hidden from their line of sight, chose that exact moment to let out a soft, low whicker. Perhaps sensing the presence of the other horses, perhaps disturbed by the voices, perhaps just restless. It was a quiet sound, muffled by the intervening distance and the willow thicket, but in the charged stillness, it was catastrophic. Barlow froze instantly, his head snapping back towards the ravine. Slim stiffened, his hand dropping to the pistol holstered at his hip. "What was that?" Slim hissed. Barlow didn't answer. His eyes narrowed, sharp and predatory. "That sounded like Donovan's bay," he growled, recognition dawning. He swung his rifle back up, aiming it directly into the willows this time, his finger tightening on the trigger. "He is in here." There was no more time for stealth, no more hope of concealment. Discovery was absolute, imminent. In that split second, Ayanna knew they had only one desperate chance, not to fight, but to create a diversion, to buy even a few precious moments. With a speed born of pure adrenaline, she lunged sideways, away from the direct line of fire, and hurled her small, newly woven basket out through a gap in the willows, aiming towards the creek bank further inside the ravine, away from the lean-to. Simultaneously, she screamed, a high, piercing cry, designed to startle and distract, hoping they might think it was just a spooked animal, or perhaps focus their attention on the movement of the basket. Her desperate gamble worked. Partially. The sudden movement and scream startled both men. Barlow flinched, his initial shot going wide, thudding harmlessly into the earth wall inside the ravine, sending dirt flying. Slim swore, momentarily distracted by the object tumbling towards the creek. "What the hell?" Slim yelled. But Barlow recovered instantly, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, catching the fleeting movement as Ayanna scrambled back towards the deeper shadows of the lean-to. "It ain't just Jack," he roared. "He's got a squaw with him." The word, spat with such venomous contempt, struck Ayanna like a physical blow, but fear propelled her. She reached Jack, grabbing his arm. "Move," she urged, pulling him deeper into the shallow recess of the lean-to, hoping the slight overhang of rock might offer minimal protection. "Get behind me," Jack rasped, trying to position his weakened body in front of hers, a futile gesture of protection that tore at her heart, even in the midst of terror. Outside, Barlow and Slim wasted no more time. There would be no more talking. They knew Jack was inside, wounded perhaps, but alive and not alone. This was no longer a search. It was an extermination. "Flush him out," Barlow yelled. He fired his rifle again, the shot echoing like thunder in the enclosed space, splintering willow branches near the entrance. Slim drew his pistol and began firing methodically into the shadows, the bullets whining, ricocheting off the rock faces with terrifying frequency. Ayanna and Jack huddled together against the back wall, dirt and rock fragments showering down around them. The noise was deafening, the smell of gunpowder acrid in the air. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The lean-to, their fragile sanctuary, had become a death trap. "My knife," Jack gasped, reaching towards her belt. "Give me the knife." Ayanna hesitated for only a fraction of a second. It was her only weapon, pitiful as it was. But he was stronger, despite his wounds, his desperation lending him a final surge of strength. She pulled the knife from its sheath and pressed the familiar bone handle into his hand. He gripped it tightly, his knuckles white, his eyes blazing with a fierce, desperate light as he positioned himself near the edge of the rock overhang, waiting, listening to the gunfire. The firing from outside slowed. Barlow and Slim were likely reloading or perhaps deciding on their next move. "They coming in?" Slim shouted, his voice tight with tension. "Maybe," Barlow replied, his voice closer now, just beyond the willow screen. "Or maybe we just wait him out. He's hurt. Can't last long. Smoke him out, maybe?" Smoke. The idea sent a fresh wave of panic through Ayanna. A fire set in the dry willow entrance would quickly fill the lean-to with choking fumes, forcing them out into the open, into the waiting guns. But Jack seemed to have another, desperate idea. He looked at the small pile of embers still glowing faintly from their carefully tended fire pit. Then he looked at the dry leaves and twigs scattered across the lean-to floor, and the thick buffalo robe Ayanna had brought. An idea, reckless and born of utter desperation, sparked in his eyes. "The robe," he rasped, nodding towards it. "Quick, pine leaf, under the edge." Ayanna didn't understand immediately, but the urgency in his voice compelled her. While he kept watch, knife clutched ready, she frantically scraped together the dry leaves and twigs near the entrance, pushing them partially under the edge of the heavy buffalo robe. "Now, embers," Jack instructed, his voice low and tight. Using a piece of bark, Ayanna carefully scooped up a few of the largest glowing embers and dropped them onto the tender dry leaves beneath the robe. They caught almost instantly, tiny flames licking upwards, beginning to smolder against the thick, greasy hide. Smoke began to curl upwards, thick and pungent. "What the—" Slim's voice sounded from outside, catching the scent. "They started their own damn fire? Trying to smoke us out, maybe?" Barlow sounded uncertain, confused by this unexpected tactic. "Get ready," Jack whispered to Ayanna, his eyes fixed on the entrance, knife held low. "When I move, run. Towards the creek. Don't look back." Before Ayanna could protest, before she could argue that she wouldn't leave him, the smoldering buffalo hide, thick with years of accumulated grease and smoke, suddenly burst into thick, acrid, oily black smoke, far denser and more choking than a simple wood fire. It billowed outwards, pouring through the willow screen like a noxious cloud. "Damn!" Barlow choked, coughing violently. "What is that?" "Can't see," Slim yelled, sounds of gagging following. This was Jack's chance, bought with smoke and desperation. With a primal roar of fury and pain, ignoring the agony in his side, he lunged forward out of the lean-to, using the thick smoke as cover, the small knife held ready. He charged not directly at the entrance, but slightly to the side, towards where he judged Barlow might be standing, momentarily blinded and choking. "Run, Ayanna!" Now! He bellowed over the chaos. Ayana hesitated for only a heartbeat, torn between obedience and the fierce urge not to abandon him. But his command, fueled by sacrifice, propelled her. Ducking low beneath the choking smoke, she scrambled out of the lean-to on the opposite side from Jack's charge, towards the creek, towards the deeper part of the ravine. She heard a startled yell, the unmistakable sound of impact, Jack colliding with someone, followed by a furious curse from Barlow. A gunshot fired wildly, almost simultaneously with a grunt of pain that might have been Jack's. Ayana didn't dare look back. Tears streamed down her face, whether from the acrid smoke or the terror and grief tearing through her, she couldn't tell. She ran, stumbling over rocks, pushing through tangled undergrowth, fueled by Jack's desperate command, his sacrifice echoing in her ears. The hunter had become the hunted, cornered, and fighting back with the last of his strength, and she, the unintended witness, the reluctant caregiver, was now a fugitive, fleeing deeper into the shadows of the ravine, the sounds of struggle and gunfire fading behind her, leaving only the howl of the wind and the frantic pounding of her own terrified heart. The fragile sanctuary had become a battlefield, stained with smoke, blood, and the bitter consequences of betrayal. Chapter 15, Crossroads in the Dust. Terror lent wings to Ayana's feet. She scrambled deeper into the ravine, away from the sudden eruption of smoke and violence. Jack's final, desperate command, "Run, Ayana, now!" echoing in her ears like a physical blow. Branches tore at her tunic. Sharp rocks scraped her hands and knees as she stumbled blindly forward, pushing through tangled undergrowth, seeking only distance. The deafening roar of gunfire, the choked shouts, the sickening thud of impact she'd heard as Jack lunged into the smoke. The sounds pursued her even as they began to fade, replaced by the frantic pounding of her own heart and the ragged tearing of her breath in the suddenly quiet air. She didn't look back, couldn't look back, to witness what might be happening. Jack falling under Barlow's rifle or Slim's pistol felt unbearable. Guilt warred with the primal instinct for survival, a nauseating churn in her stomach. He had sacrificed himself, used his last desperate strength and the element of surprise bought with acrid smoke to give her this chance. To falter now, to be caught, would render his sacrifice meaningless. The ravine narrowed slightly as she moved further upstream, the walls steeper, choked with denser thickets of willow, chokecherry, and thorny buffalo berry bushes. The small creek chuckled beside her path, its sound a mocking counterpoint to her terror. She needed cover, a place to hide, to think, to simply breathe. Spotting a narrow fissure in the rock face, partially concealed by a cascade of wild grapevines, she squeezed through the opening, finding herself in a small, shadowed alcove barely large enough to crouch in. Pressing herself back against the cold, damp stone, she strained her ears, listening with an intensity that made her head ache. The immediate sounds of conflict had ceased. No more gunshots echoed between the ravine walls. No more shouts, only the whisper of the wind. Higher up now, sighing through the prairie grass along the rim, the murmur of the creek, and the frantic thumping of her own pulse against her eardrum. The silence was terrifying. What did it mean? Had he somehow overcome them? Impossible. He was weakened, armed only with her small knife against two ruthless men with firearms. Had Barlow and Slim finished him quickly and were now searching for her? Or had they been injured, perhaps, in the chaotic struggle in the smoke, and retreated? Or were they simply waiting, patient predators, knowing she couldn't stay hidden forever. Time stretched, measured only by the slow creep of shadows within her cramped hiding spot and the gradual easing of her panicked breathing into shallow, trembling gasps. The acrid smell of the smoldering buffalo robe lingered faintly on the air, a ghostly reminder of the violence that had erupted just downstream. She closed her eyes, picturing Jack's face in that last moment, the fierce determination, the pain, the command in his eyes, and before that, the kiss, tentative, gentle, yet charged with an impossible heat, a connection forged in the crucible of shared danger and revealed vulnerability. The memory sent a fresh wave of conflicting emotions through her, a warmth that warred with the icy grip of fear, a tenderness tangled with the bitter knowledge of his past, his flaws, the danger he represented. He had kissed her, and then he had likely died for her. The thought was a physical ache in her chest. She pressed a hand against her mouth to stifle a sob. Was this the cost of compassion? This terror? This guilt? This devastating uncertainty? Her grandmother had taught her that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. But what action could she take now? Her mind raced through the impossible choices. She could stay hidden here, wait until nightfall, then try to slip out of the ravine and make her way back to the safety of her camp. It was the logical choice, the path of self-preservation. Her mother's worried face swam before her eyes. Chayton's stern warnings echoed. She had a duty to her people, a responsibility not to bring further danger upon them. Barlow and Slim, thwarted in finding Jack or his gold, might turn their vengeful attention towards the nearby Lakota camp, blaming them, seeking supplies, causing trouble. Fleeing seemed the wisest course. But the image of Jack lunging into the smoke, knife in hand, wouldn't leave her. The feel of his hand covering hers, the vulnerable honesty in his eyes, as he confessed his tarnished past, the unexpected gentleness of his kiss, these moments had woven threads between them, fragile yet strong. To abandon him now, without knowing his fate, felt like a betrayal, not just of him, but of the connection they had forged. However brief and complicated, it felt like cowardice. Could she live with the not knowing? Could she return to her people, carrying this heavy secret, this unresolved grief and guilt, pretending nothing had happened? She fingered the small pouch at her belt. Inside were the ikapehu seeds, the medicine meant to help Jack heal, to help his body remember how to be whole. And deeper within, wrapped in a scrap of cloth, lay the spent cartridge casing she had found near the creek earlier. A cold reminder of violence, perhaps old, perhaps recent. Had this ravine ever truly been safe? Was it a sanctuary or just a temporary pause between dangers? The land remembered everything, she had told Jack. What memories did these stones hold? What warnings were whispered on the wind now? She strained her ears again, listening beyond the pounding of her own blood. Silence, a profound, unnerving silence from the direction of the lean-to. No movement, no voices, not even the sound of the horses. Had Barlow and Slim taken chance along with their own mounts? Or was the injured bay lying dead alongside his master? The uncertainty was agony. She pictured Barlow's cold eyes, Slim's cruel sneer. They wouldn't have shown mercy. If they had Jack wounded or dead, what would they do next? Search for her? Loot the lean-to for any sign of hidden gold? Or simply ride away, leaving the aftermath behind them? Her spirit, the one she had vowed would remain unbent, felt stretched to its breaking point. Loyalty to her people warred with loyalty to the man who had sacrificed himself for her. Fear battled fiercely against compassion and a burgeoning, complicated affection. She was standing at a crossroads, not just physically within the ravine, but emotionally, spiritually. The path back to the perceived safety of her camp felt like a path away from a part of herself, a path shadowed by lifelong regret. The path forward, back towards the lean-to, towards the heart of the danger, felt reckless, possibly suicidal, yet strangely necessary. She needed to know. She needed to face the truth, however terrible it might be. Her grandmother's voice seemed to whisper alongside the creek's murmur. The strong heart acts. Not recklessly, perhaps, but with purpose, with courage rooted in conviction. Her conviction, she realized with sudden clarity, was that she could not simply run away. She owed Jack more than that. She owed herself more than that. The decision settled within her, quiet but absolute, calming the frantic turmoil in her heart, even as it sent a fresh wave of fear through her limbs. She would go back, not charging in blindly, but moving with all the skill and stealth her Lakota upbringing had taught her. She would use her knowledge of the land, read the signs, listen to the whispers. She would learn what happened. If Jack was alive somehow, perhaps hidden, perhaps wounded further, maybe she could help. If he was gone, then she needed to know that too. And if Barlow and Slim were still there, waiting, she would face that peril when it came, trusting her instincts, her agility, the spirit of the land itself to guide her. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Ayanna pushed aside the wild grapevine screening her alcove. The afternoon sun struck her face, momentarily blinding after the deep shadow. She blinked, adjusting her eyes, her senses sharpening, every nerve ending alert. The air smelled of dust, creek water, willow leaves, and faintly still of smoke. She took the knife Jack had returned to her implicitly when he charged, its weight familiar in her hand again. She was no warrior, but she was Lakota, a daughter of the plain, and her spirit, though tested by fire and fear, would not break easily. She took the first cautious step out of the fissure, melting into the shadows along the ravine wall, moving back downstream, back towards the place where everything had shattered, back towards the silence, back towards the unknown. The crossroads lay behind her now. The path she had chosen led directly into the heart of uncertainty, into the dangerous space between the hunter and the hunted. Chapter 16. Blood on the Setting Sun. Moving like smoke, drifting low through the undergrowth, Ayanna retraced her steps downstream, each footfall placed with deliberate care, each breath held and released in silence. The ravine, which had felt like a sanctuary just hours before, now seemed fraught with menace. Every shadow, a potential hiding place for an enemy, every rustle of leaves a prelude to attack. Her knife felt cold and solid in her hand, a small, inadequate weight against the enormity of the unknown ahead. Her decision to return, born of a fierce refusal to abandon Jack to an unknown fate, warred constantly with the primal scream of survival urging her to flee. She stayed close to the creek, using the thicker vegetation along its banks for cover, her eyes constantly scanning the path ahead, the rock walls, the rim high above. Where the ravine widened slightly, offering less concealment, she moved in short, quick bursts, melting back into shadow whenever possible. The silence from the direction of the lean-to remained profound, heavy, more terrifying than the earlier chaos of gunfire. It felt like the silence of aftermath, the stillness that descends upon a place where violence has irrevocably altered the atmosphere. As she drew closer, the acrid scent of the burned buffalo robe grew stronger, mingling with the sharp, metallic tang of gunpowder that still hung faintly in the air. And beneath it, another scent, subtle but unmistakable, chilling her to the bone, the scent of fresh blood. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a painful, frantic rhythm. She slowed her pace further, every sense hyper-alert. She could see the lean-to now, a dark shape nestled against the rock overhang, partially obscured by the willow screen. The entrance looked ravaged, branches splintered and torn by gunfire. Wisps of smoke still curled lazily from the blackened, smoldering remains of the buffalo robe lying just inside, a testament to Jack's desperate gamble. There was no sign of Barlow or Slim, no sign of their horses, and no sign of Chance, Jack's injured bay. Had they taken him? Or had he bolted in the chaos? And Jack? Ayanna swallowed hard against the lump rising in her throat, crouching low behind a thick clump of chokecherry bushes near the creek bank. She watched the lean-to for long, agonizing minutes, searching for any flicker of movement, listening for any sound. Nothing. Only the gentle murmur of the creek and the sigh of the wind drifting down from the prairie above. Could they still be inside waiting in ambush? It seemed unlikely. Men like Barlow and Slim wouldn't wait patiently. They would have pursued her immediately, or ridden off once their grim business was concluded. Their absence felt almost as ominous as their presence. Steeling herself, Ayanna finally moved from her hiding place, crossing the last few yards to the ravaged entrance of the lean-to with agonizing slowness. Her knife held ready, her body coiled tight with apprehension. She peered through the splintered willows into the dim interior. The small space was a scene of devastation. The fire pit was scattered, embers cold. Her small basket lay overturned, crushed near the entrance. The earthen floor was scuffed and disturbed, marked by the struggle. And near the back wall, where Jack had tried to shield her, lay a dark, still form. Ayanna's breath hitched, her vision blurring for a moment. She forced herself forward, stepping over the burned remnants of the robe, her moccasins making no sound on the disturbed earth. The metallic scent of blood was stronger here, thick in the air. It wasn't Jack. It was Slim Tully, the lanky hawk-faced gunman. He lay sprawled awkwardly, face down, his limbs askew. A dark, wet stain spread across the back of his rough canvas shirt, originating high between his shoulder blades. Ayanna's small knife lay on the ground near his outstretched hand, its blade darkened. Jack must have struck true in that first desperate lunge through the smoke, a fatal blow delivered with the last of his strength. Ayanna stared, numb with shock. Jack had killed him with her knife. The reality of it, the sheer violence condensed into this still, lifeless form, was staggering. She felt a wave of nausea rise and forced it down, her gaze sweeping the rest of the lean-to. No sign of Barlow, no sign of Jack. Only blood. Trails of it. Not just Slim's pooling blood, but other spatters, other smears leading from the center of the lean-to out towards the entrance. Some were dark, arterial, likely Slim's from the initial struggle. Others were brighter, fresher, mixed with dirt and scuff marks, indicating a continued fight. Someone wounded but moving, dragging themselves. Jack's blood. Her gaze followed the grim trail out through the broken willows. The story written in the dust and blood outside was confused, chaotic, more signs of struggle. Deep boot prints, Barlow's surely, alongside the dragged tracks of someone injured. More blood spatters staining the pale dust. The trail led away from the ravine entrance. heading not downstream towards her camp, but upstream, deeper into the wilderness, towards the broken hills Barlow and Slim had supposedly been heading towards earlier. Barlow had Jack, alive, wounded but alive. The realization hit Ayanna with the force of a physical blow, a confusing mix of terror and a fierce, unexpected surge of hope. Jack wasn't dead. He hadn't died back there in the lean-to. He had fought. He had killed one of his attackers, and now Barlow was dragging him away. Why? Why not finish him here? The answer came swiftly, chillingly. The gold. Barlow still believed Jack knew where a hidden cache was, or perhaps he needed Jack alive to lead him back to the claim, the map possibly being insufficient or lost in the struggle. Or maybe fueled by rage over Slim's death, Barlow intended a slower, more vengeful end for Jack somewhere more private. Whatever the reason, Barlow was taking him, wounded and helpless, deeper into the harsh, unforgiving land. Ayanna looked at the trail leading away the dragged steps, the bloodstains already beginning to dry under the relentless sun, now sinking towards the western horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange, crimson, and deepening purple. The setting sun seemed to bleed across the land, mirroring the violence that had transpired here, illuminating the path of the captor and his captive. There was no time for hesitation now, no room for divided loyalties or paralyzing fear. The choice was stark, immediate. Follow Barlow and Jack into the wilderness, into unknown danger, with only her knife and her wits against a ruthless armed man? Or turn back, accept the perceived safety of her camp, and leave Jack to whatever fate Barlow had in store for him? The image of Jack's face, fierce and determined, as he charged into the smoke, flashed before her. The feel of his hand covering hers, the unexpected tenderness of his kiss, the shared vulnerability, the tarnished truths confessed in the dim light. He was flawed, yes. His past was tangled and his choices compromised. But he had fought for her, likely saved her life at the potential cost of his own. How could she abandon him now? Her spirit, tested and stretched, solidified into cold, hard resolve. She would follow. She owed him that. She owed herself that. This was her fight now, too, inextricably linked with his. Quickly, before doubt could reclaim her, Ayanna moved back into the lean-to, averting her eyes from Slim Tully's still form. She retrieved her water skin, thankful it hadn't been punctured in the chaos. Her pouch lay nearby, also miraculously intact. She checked its contents, the remaining herbs, the precious ikapehu seeds, the spent cartridge casing, her flint and steel. She took the few remaining strips of dried meat. Supplies were meager, pitifully inadequate for pursuing an armed man into the wilderness, but they were all she had. She needed something more. Her gaze fell upon Slim's body again. She hesitated, repulsed by the idea of looting the dead, yet practicality warred with ingrained respect. Survival demanded difficult choices. Steeling herself, she quickly searched his pockets, her fingers recoiling slightly from the cooling flesh. She found nothing useful, a few coins, a plug of tobacco, scraps of paper, but his gun belt. He wore a pistol, likely the one he'd been firing earlier, and perhaps extra ammunition. Taking a deep breath, she unbuckled the heavy leather belt. The pistol felt heavy, alien in her hand. A Colt, similar perhaps to Jack's missing peacemaker, but smaller. She checked the cylinder loaded. Tucked into loops on the belt were extra cartridges. She didn't know how to use the weapon effectively, had never fired a gun in her life, but its mere presence felt like a small counterweight against Barlow's rifle. It was a desperate measure, a last resort, but potentially a life-saving one. She buckled the belt awkwardly around her own waist, the unfamiliar weight heavy and cold against her hip. Finally, she looked around the ravaged lean-to one last time. It had been a place of refuge, of confession, of unexpected connection, and ultimately, of violence. Now it felt like a tomb, haunted by ghosts and stained with blood. There was nothing left for her here. She slipped back out into the fading light. The sun was touching the horizon now, casting long, distorted shadows across the prairie. The trail left by Barlow and Jack was clear in the dusty earth, heading resolutely northwest, towards the rugged silhouette of the broken hills becoming stark against the inflamed sky. Blood on the setting sun, it felt like a terrible omen, a path leading towards inevitable confrontation and loss. Yet, Ayanna did not hesitate. With the borrowed gun heavy at her hip and her own knife clutched tightly, she began to follow the trail, melting into the lengthening shadows, her moccasined feet swift and silent on the cooling earth. She was no longer just a caregiver, a witness. She was now a hunter herself, tracking not for food or survival in the traditional sense, but for a life, Jack's life, and perhaps ultimately her own. The vast, indifferent prairie stretched before her, swallowing the trail in the gathering dusk, whispering secrets of pursuit and survival on the mournful evening wind. Chapter 17. The Price of Sanctuary. Darkness chased the blood-red sunset across the prairie, swallowing the landscape feature by feature as Ayanna pressed onward, her gaze fixed on the fading trail left by Barlow and his captive. The rugged contours of the broken hills loomed ahead, their jagged silhouettes stark against the deepening twilight sky, promising treacherous footing and countless places for an ambush. The wind, though gentler now than during the storm, whispered through the sparse grasses and unseen gullies, carrying the chill of the coming night, and Ayanna imagined the faint, mocking echo of Barlow's grating voice. Tracking in the fading light was a skill honed over years of observing her father and the other Lakota hunters, learning to read the subtle language of disturbed earth, broken twigs, displaced stones. But this trail was horrifyingly easy to follow. Barlow, hampered by his prisoner, perhaps confident no one would dare pursue, made little effort at concealment. His own deep boot prints were clear, alongside the uneven, shuffling, dragged marks left by Jack, and the blood. Drops and occasional larger splashes stained the dust and rocks with alarming frequency, dark jewels scattered carelessly along their path, each one a fresh stab of fear in Ayanna's heart. Jack was losing blood, weakening with every step Barlow forced him to take. Urgency warred with the need for caution. To move too quickly risked blundering into Barlow unprepared. To move too slowly might mean arriving too late. Ayanna found a rhythm, moving swiftly across open ground where the trail was clear, then slowing dramatically as she approached blind corners, ravines, or dense thickets. Her senses stretched taut, listening, smelling the air, scanning for any sign of movement ahead. The heavy pistol belt she'd taken from Slim felt alien and cumbersome around her waist, bumping awkwardly against her hip, a constant cold reminder of the violence she carried and the desperate measures she might be forced to take. She hated its weight, its implication, yet she drew a grim sort of comfort from its presence. It was a tool, like her knife, like the ikapehu seeds in her pouch tools, for survival in a world that had suddenly become lethally hostile. She paused near a rocky outcrop as true darkness fell, the last vestiges of twilight giving way to a sky brilliant with stars, undimmed by moonrise yet. The trail was harder to read now, reliant more on touch and instinct than sight. She knelt, running her fingers lightly over the ground, feeling the faint depression of a boot print, the slight disturbance of pebbles. The bloodstains were invisible now, but their metallic scent seemed stronger in the cool night air, guiding her as much as sight had done before. Fatigue began to set in, a deep ache in her muscles, overlaid with the bone weariness of fear and sleeplessness. She hadn't rested properly since finding Jack. The emotional turmoil, the constant vigilance, the desperate flight, and now the relentless pursuit, it was taking its toll. She chewed on a strip of the dry, tough meat from her pouch, forcing herself to swallow, knowing she needed the strength. She took a sip of water from her skin, rationing it carefully. She didn't know how long this pursuit would last, how far Barlow intended to go. As she rested for a moment, hidden in the deep shadow of the rocks, the full weight of her situation pressed down on her. She was alone, tracking a ruthless killer and his captive into hostile territory. She was armed with weapons she barely knew how to use effectively. Her supplies were meager, and back at her camp, her family would be frantic with worry, her unexplained absence deepening their anxiety, perhaps even drawing suspicion upon them. The sanctuary she had sought to provide Jack had come at a terrible price, not just for him, but potentially for her and her people. Had she been foolish, reckless? Was this pursuit simply compounding her error, dragging her further into a conflict that wasn't hers? The face of her mother, stern but loving, rose in her mind. The worried gaze of Chayton, the memory of her brother's laughter, silenced forever by violence not unlike that wielded by Barlow and Slim. Loyalty pulled at her, sharp and painful. Her place was with her people, protecting them, sharing their burdens, upholding their traditions. But then she thought of Jack. Not the potentially trespassing prospector, not the man tangled in forbidden desires, but the man who had looked at her with raw honesty in his eyes, who had shared his brokenness, who had instinctively tried to shield her even in his own extremity, who had charged into smoke and gunfire to give her a chance to escape. He had seen her, truly seen her, not just as a squaw, a faceless representative of an enemy people, but as Ayanna, and she had seen him. That fragile connection, forged in the crucible of the ravine, demanded something of her. To turn back now felt like severing a vital thread, leaving a part of her own spirit bleeding on the trail alongside Jack's blood. No. Her path lay forward, into the darkness, towards the uncertain confrontation ahead. Her resolve hardened again, pushing back the tide of fear and doubt. She rose, her body protesting, but her spirit unyielding, and resumed her tracking, moving now by starlight and the feel of the land beneath her feet. The terrain grew rougher as she entered the broken hills, steep-sided gullies, loose scree slopes, dense thickets of thorny brush. It was slow, exhausting work. Barlow's trail became slightly harder to follow. Here, the rocky ground held prints less readily, but the blood signs continued, grim markers confirming she was still on the right path. Once, she found a larger smear on a flat rock, as if Jack had stumbled, perhaps fallen, and Barlow had hauled him brutally onward. The sight sent a fresh surge of desperate urgency through her. How much more could he endure? Sometime later, perhaps near midnight, she heard it. Faintly at first, carried on the night breeze, voices, low, indistinct, but undeniably human, and closer than she expected. Ayana froze instantly, melting into the deep shadow of a twisted juniper, clinging precariously to a hillside. She held her breath, listening intently. The voices came from a small, sheltered bowl just ahead, hidden from direct view by a jumble of large boulders. One voice was sharp, impatient Barlow's. The other was weak, strained, punctuated by coughs Jack's. They had stopped, made camp after a fashion. Hope and terror warred within Ayana. Jack was still alive, still conscious enough to speak, however weakly, but Barlow was with him. She was close, dangerously close. What should she do? Circle around, try to get closer, overhear what they were saying? Or wait, hidden until morning light offered a clearer picture? Creeping forward with infinite caution, using the boulders for cover, Ayana edged closer to the rim of the small bowl. Starlight illuminated the scene below fitfully. A small fire, barely more than a handful of embers, glowed near the base of a large rock face, providing minimal light and warmth. Barlow sat hunched near the fire, chewing on something, his rifle resting across his knees, his silhouette sharp and menacing. A few yards away, Jack lay slumped against the rock wall, clearly bound hand and foot with rough rope. His head lolled weakly to one side, his breathing shallow and ragged. Even in the dim light, Ayana could see the unnatural pallor of his face, the dark stains that marred his shirt. He looked terribly weak, utterly defeated. "Told you," Jack was saying, his voice a mere thread of sound, strained with pain and exhaustion. "Don't know where it is. Cole handled that part. Don't lie to me, Donovan," Barlow snarled, spitting out whatever he was chewing. He kicked a loose stone that skittered near Jack's bound feet, making him flinch. "Cole swore you stashed a pouch before we settled things. Said you were shifty, planning to skim off the top. Where is it?" "No pouch," Jack insisted, his voice barely audible. "All the dust we had was in the main cache. Cole took it all." He coughed again, a racking sound that seemed to tear through his weakened body. Barlow cursed vilely. "You're lying, just like you lied to Cole about Sarah." The name dropped into the darkness like venom. "Think he didn't know? Think he didn't see the way you looked at her? Way she looked at you?" Barlow laughed, a short, ugly sound. "That's half the reason he wanted you gone, Donovan. Wasn't just the gold. He knew you were sniffing around his property." Jack didn't respond, turning his head away, perhaps unwilling or unable to engage with Barlow's cruel taunts. The confirmation that Cole knew or suspected about Sarah added another layer of tragic inevitability to the betrayal. Barlow stood up abruptly, pacing restlessly near the fire like a caged wolf. "Don't matter," he growled. "We get back to the claim. You're going to show me exactly where you worked. Every damn pocket, and if I don't find what Cole thought you hid, well, you ain't going to enjoy what comes next." He kicked Jack's bound leg, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. "Maybe I'll leave you staked out for the buzzards after all." "Seems fitting." Ayana pressed herself flatter against the cold rock overlooking the scene, her heart aching with pity and rage. Jack was helpless, at the mercy of this brutal man, being tormented physically and emotionally. Her hand tightened on the handle of Slim's pistol. The urge to act, to intervene somehow, was overwhelming. But what could she do? Reveal herself, and she'd likely be shot down before she could even raise the weapon. Barlow was alert, armed, ruthless. She watched as Barlow eventually settled back down by the fire, seeming to doze fitfully, though his rifle never left his grasp. Jack remained slumped against the rock, occasionally shifting position with a soft groan of pain, sometimes coughing weakly. The long hours of the night crawled by, marked by the slow wheeling of the stars across the immense dark sky. Ayana remained hidden, cold, cramped, and utterly focused. She ate the last of her dried meat, took another small sip of water. Her exhaustion was profound, yet adrenaline kept her alert. She studied the layout of the small camp, noting Barlow's position, Jack's bombs, the surrounding terrain. An idea began to form in her mind. Desperate, risky, perhaps foolish, but maybe, just maybe possible. She carried medicine, the ikaphu seeds. Jack needed strength, needed healing, if he was to have any chance at all. And she carried fire, her flint and steel. Fire could be a weapon, a distraction, just as the burning robe had been. And she carried the land's secrets, her knowledge of plants, her ability to move silently, her understanding of the terrain. The price of the sanctuary she had offered had been steep, paid in blood, fear, and devastating choices, but perhaps the sanctuary hadn't been entirely lost. Perhaps it had simply moved, shifted from the sheltered ravine to the fierce loyalty burning within her own heart, a loyalty demanding one more desperate act, one more gamble against impossible odds under the cold, watchful eyes of the stars. As the first hint of gray began to pale the eastern horizon, Ayana prepared herself. The confrontation wasn't over. It had merely paused, waiting for the dawn, and she would be ready. Chapter 18. Patterns of Resilience. The transition from the deep star-strewn darkness of night to the first fragile blush of dawn was almost imperceptible in the broken hills. It began not with light, but with a subtle shift in the quality of the shadows, a lessening of their absolute blackness, a gradual emergence of form and texture where only void had existed moments before. A lone coyote offered a final, haunting cry to the fading stars, and the chill air grew sharper, biting at Ayana's exposed skin, where she lay pressed against the cold rock, overlooking the small, grim camp below. She had remained motionless for hours, muscles screaming in protest, locked in a state of hypervigilance that defied her profound exhaustion. Every shift of Barlow's weight by the dying fire, every pained sigh or ragged cough from Jack, had registered with acute clarity. She had watched the constellations wheel overhead, markers of time passing, bringing the moment of decision relentlessly closer. Now, with the first hint of dawn, painting the eastern sky in pale streaks of gray and rose, that moment had arrived. Her plan, conceived in the desperate hours of darkness, felt terrifyingly audacious, balanced on the knife edge of recklessness, but in action felt like complicity, like surrender. She drew strength from the memory of her grandmother, from the resilience woven into the very fabric of her people's history, from the quiet determination that had settled within her like a river stone. Resilience wasn't about avoiding hardship, it was about finding strength within it, adapting, enduring, finding patterns of survival even when the threads seemed hopelessly tangled. Below, Barlow stirred, groaning as he stretched his stiff limbs. He kicked the embers of the fire, sending up a few sparks, then rose and walked a short distance away, turning his back to relieve himself. It was the opportunity Ayana had been waiting for, slim though it was. Moving with the silence and speed of a hunting cat, she slipped away from her observation point, circling wide around the small bowl, using the jumbled boulders and sparse pre-dawn shadows for cover. Her target wasn't Barlow, not directly. It was Jack. She needed to get the medicine to him, the ikapehu, and perhaps, if fortune allowed, assess his bonds, find some way to aid his escape, however improbable. She carried a small pouch, prepared during the long night watch. Inside was a portion of the ground ikapehu seeds mixed with a little of her remaining water to form a thick paste wrapped carefully in a dock leaf. She also carried her flint and steel and a small bundle of the driest grass and shredded juniper bark she could find nearby tinder. Reaching a point on the rim almost directly above where Jack lay slumped against the rock face, she peered down cautiously. Barlow was returning to the fire, still seemingly unaware of her presence. Jack's eyes were closed, his breathing shallow, his face alarmingly pale in the growing light. His hands were bound tightly behind him, his ankles similarly secured with rough rope. Escape seemed impossible even if he had the strength. But strength was what she hoped to offer. Taking careful aim, relying on the accuracy born of years spent gathering nuts and berries from high branches, she tossed the small, leaf-wrapped packet of medicine paste downwards. It landed softly, almost silently, in the dust near Jack's shoulder, well within his line of sight if he opened his eyes. She held her breath, praying he would see it, understand its significance, and somehow manage to conceal it or use it. She couldn't risk calling out to him, couldn't risk any sound that might alert Barlow. Jack's eyelids fluttered open, perhaps disturbed by the faint sound of the packet landing, or maybe just surfacing from a shallow daze. His gaze seemed unfocused at first, then slowly cleared as he registered the small green offering lying near him. He stared at it for a long moment, comprehension dawning slowly in his exhausted eyes. Ikapehu, medicine, strength. He glanced quickly towards Barlow, who was now attempting to revive the fire, his back still partially turned. With agonizing slowness, using the rock face for leverage, Jack shifted his body slightly, managing to nudge the leaf packet with his shoulder, pushing it into the deeper shadow beneath his slumped form, concealing it from Barlow's view. A small victory, but a vital one. Ayanna let out a silent sigh of relief. The medicine was delivered. Now for the second part of her desperate plan, the distraction. Moving swiftly and silently along the rim, she positioned herself further away from Jack, towards the side where Barlow had tethered his horse. Chance was nowhere to be seen, confirming Ayanna's fear that Barlow had either killed the injured animal or driven it off. Finding a thick patch of dry grass and brush concealed by another cluster of boulders, she knelt down, shielding her movements from the camp below. Her hands trembled slightly as she took out her flint and steel. Striking them together, she coaxed sparks onto the tinder she had prepared. The dry material caught quickly in the still morning air. Gently, she blew on the tiny ember, nurturing it, feeding it small twigs until a fragile flame flickered to life. Then adding more dry grass and pushing the nascent fire towards the thicker patch of brush. She waited only long enough to ensure it was well established before retreating rapidly back into the deeper shadows, circling away from the growing blaze. It took a minute or two, but the fire took hold with surprising speed, licking eagerly at the dry vegetation. Smoke began to curl upwards, pale gray at first, then darkening as the thicker brush caught. The crackle of flames became audible, growing louder, more insistent. "What the hell now?" Barlow's voice barked from below, sharp with alarm. He must have seen the smoke, heard the flames. "Another damn fire?" Ayanna watched from her new hiding place across the bowl as Barlow jumped to his feet, rifle in hand, staring towards the rapidly growing blaze on the hillside. Confusion and anger warred on his face. Was it a natural occurrence? A stray spark from his own fire, or something else? The fire spread quickly now, fueled by the dry grass and a slight morning breeze that had sprung up with the dawn. Flames leaped higher, casting flickering orange light against the rocks, the smoke billowing thicker, drifting down towards the bowl where Barlow stood. "Damn it all!" Barlow cursed, torn between investigating the fire and guarding his prisoner. His horse, tethered nearby, began to snort and pull nervously against its rope, spooked by the smell of smoke and the crackle of flames. This was the distraction Ayanna had hoped for. Barlow's attention was divided, his position potentially threatened by the encroaching fire. It wasn't a massive blaze, not yet, but it was unpredictable, dangerous, demanding attention. What happened next depended entirely on Jack. Had the medicine, even just the hope of it, given him a spark of resilience? Could he capitalize on Barlow's distraction? She watched, her heart pounding, as Barlow took a few hesitant steps towards the fire, trying to assess its spread, clearly reluctant to leave Jack unguarded, but equally unwilling to be trapped by the flames. His horse whinnied again, pulling harder at its tether. And then she saw movement near the rock face where Jack lay. He was shifting, straining against his bonds with a surge of desperate energy she hadn't thought him capable of. Had he managed to reach the medicine packet? Or was this sheer will, fueled by the sudden opportunity? His hands, bound behind him, were working furiously, perhaps against a sharp edge of rock he'd found, or trying to loosen the knots. Barlow, hearing the scuffling sound, spun back around, his rifle swinging towards Jack. "Stay put, damn you!" he roared. But Jack wasn't staying put. With a tremendous heave, he seemed to surge upwards slightly, twisting his body. Ayanna couldn't see clearly what happened. Perhaps a rope frayed, perhaps a knot slipped, but suddenly Jack's hands were free. He didn't waste a fraction of a second. Even as Barlow raised his rifle, Jack lunged sideways, rolling awkwardly behind the large boulder that formed part of his prison wall, disappearing from Barlow's line of sight just as the rifle cracked, the bullet sparking harmlessly off the rock where Jack had been moments before. "Son of a Barlow screamed, incandescent with rage. He fired again, wildly this time, towards the boulder Jack had disappeared behind. The camp dissolved into chaos. The fire crackled merrily on the hillside, smoke billowing. Barlow's horse reared, fighting its tether, threatening to break free. Barlow himself, caught between the fire, the spooked horse, and his escaped prisoner, hiding somewhere behind the rocks, seemed momentarily paralyzed by indecision and fury. Jack, though his hands were free, was still bound at the ankles, severely wounded, and unarmed save for perhaps the hidden medicine packet. He couldn't run far, but he was free, and he was hidden, at least for the moment. Ayanna knew this was her chance, perhaps her only chance, to act decisively. While Barlow was distracted, enraged, focused on flushing Jack out from behind the boulder, she could try to use the weapon she carried. Her hands felt clumsy, sweaty, as she fumbled with the unfamiliar weight of Slim's pistol. She pulled back the hammer, the loud click seeming to echo in the sudden tension. Could she even hit Barlow from this distance? Could she bring herself to fire, to potentially take a life, even the life of a man as cruel as Barlow? Her hesitation was brief. Seeing Jack's desperate gamble, remembering Slim's lifeless form back in the lean-to, knowing Barlow would show neither of them any mercy if he regained control, it solidified her resolve. This wasn't about vengeance. It was about survival, their survival. Taking careful aim towards Barlow's broad back, currently turned towards the boulder where Jack hid, she squeezed the trigger. The pistol bucked violently in her hand, the explosion deafeningly loud in the morning air. The recoil sent a shock wave up her arm. She hadn't accounted for it, hadn't braced properly. The shot went wide, whining off the rocks somewhere beyond Barlow, nowhere near its intended target. But the effect was instantaneous. Barlow spun around, startled by the shot from an unexpected direction, his eyes wide with surprise and fury as he spotted Ayanna emerging from the shadows on the opposite rim, pistol still smoking in her trembling hand. "The squaw!" he roared, recognizing her instantly. He forgot about Jack for the moment, his rage focusing entirely on this new unexpected threat. He raised his rifle, swinging it towards her. Ayanna didn't wait. She didn't try to fire again. Her gambit hadn't been to kill him, but to draw his fire, to give Jack another precious moment. Dropping the heavy pistol, she turned and scrambled away from the rim, seeking the cover of the boulders once more, Barlow's angry bellow echoing behind her. A rifle shot cracked, closer this time, kicking up dust near where she had been standing. She dove behind a large rock, pressing herself flat, her heart pounding against the unyielding stone. She had drawn his attention, given Jack a chance. But now Barlow knew exactly where she was. He knew she was armed, however poorly, and he was filled with murderous rage. She heard scuffling sounds from below, shouts from Barlow, perhaps a weak cry from Jack. What was happening? Had Jack used the diversion? Had he managed to free his ankles? Or had Barlow simply turned back to finish him off before dealing with her? Peering cautiously around the edge of her boulder, Ayanna saw Barlow dragging Jack, who was still struggling weakly, despite his bonds apparently holding at the ankles, back towards the center of the camp, away from the concealing rocks. Barlow threw him brutally to the ground near the fire, then turned, his face a mask of fury, scanning the rim where Ayanna had appeared. "Come on out, he yelled, his voice raw with hatred. "Think you can hide? I'll flush you out, then I'll finish what I started with him." He gestured towards Jack with his rifle barrel. Ayanna shrank back, terror washing over her again. Her plan had bought moments, created chaos, but ultimately it seemed to have failed. Barlow still had Jack, and now he knew she was here, a second target for his wrath. The patterns of resilience she had clung to felt suddenly fragile, threatening to unravel completely in the face of Barlow's relentless brutality. The dawn light, illuminating the scene with merciless clarity, revealed only a desperate standoff, with the odds stacked heavily against them. Chapter 19. A Fragile Dawn. The dawn, which had arrived with such pale, deceptive promise, now felt brittle, fragile, threatening to shatter under the weight of Barlow's murderous rage. Ayanna remained pressed against the rough granite of her sheltering boulder, her breath coming in shallow, painful gasps, the echo of Barlow's furious threat. "I'll flush you out, then I'll finish what I started with him," ringing in her ears. Her desperate gamble with the fire and the pistol shot had created chaos, freed Jack's hands momentarily, exposed her own presence. But ultimately, it had failed to shift the deadly balance of power. Barlow still controlled the situation, his prisoner once again secured, his attention now lethally divided between the woman on the rim and the man bleeding at his feet. Below, in the small, smoke-hazed bowl, Barlow paced like a cornered wolf whose cage had just been rattled. He kept casting furious glances up towards Ayanna's last known position, his rifle held ready, but his immediate focus seemed to be on Jack, who lay sprawled near the fire pit, struggling weakly against the ankle bonds that still held him fast. Barlow kicked him again viciously, eliciting a low groan. Tried to be clever, Donovan, Barlow snarled, nudging Jack's wounded side with the toe of his heavy boot. Got your little Injun whore to help? Didn't work out so well, did it? He laughed, a harsh, grating sound that scraped against Ayana's nerves. Now where are your hands? Thought you slipped those ropes? He grabbed Jack roughly, hauling him partly upright to check the bonds behind his back. Ayana watched, helpless, her heart constricting as Jack's face contorted in agony. Barlow cursed again as he found the rope slack, severed or untied. Damn you! He slammed Jack back down onto the hard ground. Doesn't matter. Ankles are tight. You ain't going nowhere. He retied Jack's hands quickly, brutally, using a shorter piece of rope cut from the longer ankle bindings, ensuring there was no slack this time. Jack endured it with clenched teeth, his eyes closed, conserving what little strength he had left. Ayana noticed then with a flicker of desperate hope that Jack's hand, before Barlow rebounded, had been protectively covering the area near his shoulder where the leaf-wrapped medicine packet had landed. Had he managed to ingest some of the paste, or was it still hidden, unused? Barlow, apparently satisfied Jack was secure again, turned his full attention back towards the rim, his eyes scanning the boulders where Ayana had fired from. All right, little prairie flower, he called out, his voice dripping with mocking menace. Game's over. Come on out nice and easy, and maybe, just maybe, I won't hurt you too bad before I'm done. Ayana remained frozen, hidden. Showing herself would be suicide. He would shoot her on sight, she had no doubt, but staying hidden felt equally perilous. He might try to climb up, flush her out, or worse, he might carry out his threat against Jack to force her cooperation. Don't want to come out, Barlow continued, his voice taking on a cruel, calculating tone. Fine by me. He walked back over to Jack, prodding him again with the rifle barrel. Maybe your friend here can convince you. He raised the rifle slightly, aiming it deliberately at Jack's leg. How about it, Donovan? Want me to cripple you permanently? Or maybe aim a little higher? Your choice. Tell your squaw to show herself. Jack didn't respond immediately. He opened his eyes, his gaze lifting towards the rim, though he couldn't possibly see Ayana from his position. His expression was bleak, resigned. It held a flicker of defiance. Leave her alone, Barlow, he rasped, his voice barely audible but firm. This is between us. Oh, she made it between us when she shot at me, Barlow retorted angrily. She's part of it now. He pressed the rifle barrel harder against Jack's thigh. Last chance, Donovan, tell her. Ayana's heart twisted. Barlow was using Jack as leverage, playing on her compassion, the very emotion that had led her into this nightmare. Could she stand by, hidden, while Barlow tortured or killed Jack to force her out? The price of sanctuary suddenly felt impossibly high, demanding not just risk, but potentially complicity in further suffering. But before she could make a move, before Barlow could carry out his threat, another element intervened. The fire she had started on the hillside, fanned by the strengthening morning breeze, chose that moment to roar back to life with renewed vigor. A tall clump of dry pinyon pine caught, crackling loudly and sending a shower of sparks into the air, the flames leaping suddenly higher, casting wild, dancing light and thick resinous smoke across the entire scene. More importantly, the fire had spread closer to where Barlow's horse was tethered. The animal, already spooked, gave a terrified scream, rearing violently, its eyes rolling white. With a final desperate surge of panic-fueled strength, it snapped the worn leather tether connecting it to a stunted juniper. Freed! The horse bolted, charging blindly away from the fire, crashing through the undergrowth on the opposite side of the bowl from Ayana, its panicked flight path taking it directly away from the camp and deeper into the broken hills. "My horse, damn it!" Barlow roared, momentarily distracted, spinning around to watch his only means of transport disappear into the wilderness. The loss was significant, not just transportation, but potentially carrying supplies, water, gear. He was now stranded here too, on foot, with a wounded prisoner and an armed woman hiding somewhere on the rim. The balance of power, so heavily weighted in Barlow's favor moments before, shifted subtly, precariously. He was still armed, still dangerous, but his situation had become significantly more complicated. He couldn't easily pursue Ayana on the rim and guard Jack simultaneously. He couldn't easily transport Jack without a horse. And the fire, though currently serving as a distraction, could potentially become a larger threat, trapping them all. Ayana saw the shift, the brief window of opportunity created by the panicked horse and Barlow's momentary disarray. It was now or never. While Barlow stared after his fleeing horse, cursing furiously, Ayana moved. She didn't try to retrieve the pistol she'd dropped. Instead, she drew her own knife again, its familiar weight reassuring in her hand. She wouldn't make the mistake of trying to fight Barlow directly again. Her advantage lay in stealth, speed, and knowledge of the terrain. Scrambling quickly and silently away from the boulder that had sheltered her, she moved along the rim, keeping low, heading back towards the side of the bowl, directly above Jack. Her plan wasn't to confront Barlow, but to free Jack, to give him a fighting chance, however slim. Barlow, recovering his focus, turned back from watching his horse disappear, his face contorted with fury. He kicked Jack again, venting his frustration. "This is all your fault, Donovan, and hers." He glared up at the rim again, searching for Ayana. "Think you can hide forever?" He seemed to make a decision. Leaving Jack momentarily, he began to move cautiously towards the slope leading up to the rim where Ayana had last appeared. Rifle held ready, clearly intending to hunt her down first. This was it, her chance. While Barlow's back was turned, while he was focused on climbing the slope, Ayana reached the spot above Jack. Peering down, she saw him watching Barlow's ascent, his expression desperate. His hands were still bound tightly behind him, but his ankles, the ropes there seemed slightly looser than before, perhaps frayed from his earlier struggles against the rock, or maybe slightly cut. "Jack," she whispered urgently, keeping her voice barely audible above the crackle of the nearby fire and the sighing wind. His head snapped up, relief flooding his eyes as he saw her poised above him. "Your ankles?" she whispered, gesturing downwards. "Can you—" He immediately understood, twisting his body, straining against the ropes binding his ankles. He scraped them against the rough rock face, sawing frantically. Ayana watched, her heart pounding, praying the ropes would give way before Barlow noticed or reached the rim. Barlow was halfway up the slope now, moving carefully, scanning the rocks above him. He hadn't spotted her yet. "Almost," Jack grunted from below, the effort costing him dearly, sweat pouring down his face despite the cool morning air. Then with a faint tearing sound, one of the ankle ropes parted. He redoubled his efforts on the other, sawing it against the sharp edge of stone. Barlow paused on the slope, perhaps hearing the faint scraping sound, his head turning back towards Jack suspiciously. Just a little more, Ayana breathed, silently urging Jack on. The second rope gave way. Jack's ankles were free. He remained bound at the wrists, severely wounded, weakened, but no longer completely immobilized. At the same moment, Barlow seemed to realize something was wrong below. He swore loudly and started scrambling back down the slope towards Jack, abandoning his hunt for Ayana for the moment. But Jack didn't wait, using his newly freed legs despite the agony it clearly caused him. He pushed himself away from the wall, rolling, scrambling sideways, putting the central fire pit between himself and the descending Barlow. He moved awkwardly, hampered by his bound hands and injuries, but he moved with desperate purpose. "Get back here!" Barlow roared, reaching the bottom of the slope and lunging towards Jack. Ayana knew she had to intervene again. Buy Jack another precious second. She looked around frantically. Her pistol lay uselessly far below. Her knife was too small for throwing with any accuracy. But there were rocks, loose stones scattered along the rim. Grabbing the largest one she could lift, she hefted it over the edge, aiming not directly at Barlow, but just ahead of him, hoping to startle him, break his charge. The rock crashed down onto the slope near Barlow's feet, sending up a shower of dirt and smaller stones. Barlow flinched back instinctively, stumbling, momentarily losing his balance and his focus on Jack. It was all Jack needed. He scrambled behind the largest remaining boulder near the edge of the camp, the same one he'd hidden behind earlier, disappearing from view once more. Barlow recovered his footing, bellowing in rage, firing his rifle blindly towards the boulder Jack had vanished behind. Then he spun around, his face a mask of pure hatred, glaring up at Ayana on the rim. He raised his rifle, taking careful aim this time. Ayana threw herself flat behind her own rock, just as the rifle cracked again, the bullet smacking into the granite inches from her head, sending stinging fragments against her cheek. "Pinned down!" Barlow below, enraged, trapped between his escaped prisoner and her. Jack hidden, freed but still bound at the hands, severely wounded. The fire crackling nearby, an unpredictable third element in the deadly standoff. The dawn felt incredibly fragile now, the new day holding only the promise of more violence, more desperation, the outcome hanging by the thinnest, most frayed thread imaginable. The patterns of resilience had held just barely, but the final confrontation was yet to come, poised under the cold light of the rising sun. Chapter 20, Where Two Paths Converge. Pinned down behind the granite boulder, the sharp sting of rock fragments against her cheek, a visceral reminder of how close Barlow's last shot had come. Ayana pressed herself flat, her breath catching in her throat. The fragile dawn had shattered into a terrifying standoff. Below, Barlow raged, trapped between the prisoner he couldn't secure and the woman on the rim he couldn't easily reach. Jack was hidden, his ankles free but his hands still bound, his strength rapidly failing. And the fire Ayana had started crackled with impartial menace nearby, threatening to become an uncontrollable third player in their deadly game. Ayana risked a quick glance around the edge of her rock. Barlow stood near the center of the small bowl, rifle held ready, uncertainty warring with fury in his eyes. He couldn't pursue Ayana up the slope without leaving Jack vulnerable, potentially allowing him to crawl away or find a weapon. He couldn't focus solely on Jack without exposing his back to another shot or another rock from Ayana on the rim. And he couldn't ignore the fire, which was now licking dangerously close to the remaining dry brush near where his horse had been tethered, threatening to cut off his easiest path of retreat back towards the main ravine. He was caught in a tactical bind, his earlier confidence eroded by unexpected resistance and bad luck. "Damn you both!" he roared, his voice echoing frustration and impotence. He fired another shot towards the boulder shielding Jack, more out of anger than tactical purpose, the bullet ricocheting harmlessly. Then he glared back up towards Ayana's position. "Think you're safe up there? Fire's coming. Gonna roast you out?" Ayana glanced towards the fire. It was indeed spreading, the breeze nudging it along the slope. While it wasn't an immediate threat to her current position, Barlow was right. If it continued unchecked, it could eventually cut off her escape route or force her into the open. She needed to think quickly. This standoff couldn't last. Barlow was ruthless and desperate. Jack was fading fast. Something had to break the stalemate. Her gaze fell on the heavy pistol belt still buckled awkwardly around her waist. Slim's gun lay uselessly somewhere below where she dropped it after her errant shot. But the extra cartridges in the belt loops, perhaps they weren't entirely useless. An idea sparked, wild and perilous, born from desperation and the stories her grandfather used to tell about hunting tricks and diversions. Gunpowder, fire. Keeping low, she unbuckled the heavy belt, her fingers fumbling with the unfamiliar mechanism. She pulled out several of the brass cartridges. Using the sharp point of her knife, she carefully pried the bullets from the casings, pouring the dark, granular powder into the palm of her hand. It wasn't much, just a small pile from 3 or 4 cartridges, but gunpowder was potent. Her plan was forming rapidly now, fraught with risk. She needed to get Barlow away from Jack, draw him further towards her side of the bowl, create one last chance for Jack to help himself or for her to reach him. Looking down again, she saw Barlow seemed to have made a decision. Ignoring Ayana for the moment, he moved purposefully towards the boulder Jack was hiding behind. "All right, Donovan," he growled, kicking at the edge of the rock. "Playtime's over. Come on out or I start shooting through this damn rock till I hit something vital." Jack didn't respond, didn't move. Was he unconscious or just conserving his last vestiges of strength? Barlow raised his rifle, preparing to make good on his threat. Ayana had to act now. Cupping the gunpowder carefully in one hand, she grabbed her flint and steel with the other. This was incredibly dangerous. A stray spark could ignite the powder in her hand. Shielding it as best she could, she struck the steel against the flint, directing the sparks away from her palm towards a small tuft of dry moss clinging to the rock beside her. The moss caught instantly, flaring briefly. Before it could die out, Ayana carefully poured a tiny trail of the gunpowder from her hand onto the burning moss, then quickly tossed the remaining powder onto a larger patch of dry grass and leaves a few feet away along the rim, closer to the path Barlow would have to take if he climbed towards her. The trail of powder ignited with a sudden sharp fizz, racing towards the larger pile. A fraction of a second later, the main pile erupted with a loud whoosh and a bright flash of orange light, igniting the surrounding grass in a sudden, startling flare-up, much faster and more aggressive than the naturally spreading fire nearby. The effect on Barlow was exactly what Ayana had hoped for. Startled by the sudden flash and roar from the rim, directly along his potential path towards her, he flinched violently, spinning around, rifle swinging upwards, momentarily forgetting Jack entirely. He stared at the new aggressive blaze, likely assuming Ayana had somehow managed to start another fire right under his nose, cutting off his access to the rim. "Damn you!" he screamed, distracted, confused, his attention fully diverted. This was Jack's chance, and incredibly, miraculously, he took it. From behind his boulder he emerged, not trying to stand, but crawling, dragging himself low to the ground, moving with agonizing slowness away from Barlow, towards the opposite side of the camp, towards the steeper, rockier slope that led out of the bowl. His hands were still bound behind him, his legs barely functional, but desperation fueled him. He had seen his opening, created by Ayana's fiery diversion, and he was seizing it. He had even, Ayana saw with a surge of hope, managed to retrieve the leaf-wrapped medicine packet. It was clenched tightly between his teeth. Barlow. Hearing the scraping sound, spun back around, realizing he'd been tricked again. He saw Jack crawling away, making for the rocks. With a roar of pure fury, Barlow charged after him, abandoning any thought of Ayana for the moment, focused solely on retrieving his escaping prisoner. Ayana watched from the rim, her heart pounding. Jack wouldn't make it. He was too slow, too weak. Barlow would catch him within yards. She had to do something more. Her gaze swept the ground below. Slim's pistol lay near the spot where she'd dropped it after her first shot. Could she get to it? Reload it? Use it effectively this time? It seemed impossible. But then her eyes fell on something else. Barlow's rifle. In his furious charge after Jack, Barlow had momentarily forgotten the rifle leaning against the rock where he'd been sitting near the fire. It was only a few yards away from Jack's current path. "Jack! The rifle!" Ayana screamed, her voice cutting through the crackle of flames and Barlow's enraged shouts. Jack, hearing her cry, glanced towards the fire pit. He saw the rifle leaning there, momentarily forgotten by his pursuer. Barlow, also hearing Ayana shout, realized his mistake, his head snapping back towards his abandoned weapon. It became a desperate race. Barlow, faster, stronger, changed direction, lunging for his rifle. Jack, crawling, bleeding, propelled by sheer will, pushed himself forward, reaching out with his bound hands towards the weapon. Barlow reached it first. He snatched up the rifle, spinning around to bring it to bear on Jack, who was now only feet away, still crawling desperately towards the concealing rocks at the base of the far slope. But as Barlow swung the rifle around, Jack did the only thing he could. With a final, convulsive effort, he launched himself forward, not trying to grab the rifle, but aiming low, hitting Barlow's legs with the force of his weakened body. The unexpected impact, low and sudden, threw Barlow off balance. He stumbled backwards, the rifle discharging harmlessly into the air as he fought to keep his footing on the uneven ground. He didn't fall, but the brief moment of instability was enough. Jack used the collision to propel himself sideways, rolling, scrambling the last few feet into the jumble of rocks and brush at the base of the steep slope, disappearing from Barlow's direct line of sight just as Barlow regained his balance and fired again. The shot gouging bark from a juniper near where Jack had vanished. "Come out, Donovan!" Barlow bellowed, stalking towards the rocks, rifle ready. "Nowhere left to run." Ayana watched from the rim, her breath held captive in her chest. Jack was hidden again, but trapped at the base of a steep, almost impassable slope, still bound at the wrists, gravely wounded. Barlow stood between him and any possible escape. The fire Ayana had set near her own position was burning strongly now, casting flickering light and shadows, while the original fire crept closer to Barlow's side of the camp. The situation remained desperate, a deadly game of cat and mouse among the rocks and flames. But something had shifted again. Jack had the medicine. He had shown incredible resilience, and Barlow was now demonstrably rattled, his control slipping, his plans constantly thwarted by unexpected resistance from both his prisoner and the woman on the rim. Ayanna knew she couldn't stay hidden forever. Barlow would eventually come for her, or the fire would force her out. She looked down at Jack's hiding place, then across at Barlow, who was cautiously probing the rocks where Jack had disappeared. Two paths had converged in this desolate bowl: Jack's path of survival against overwhelming odds, and her own path of unwilling protector turned active participant. Where would these paths lead now? She scanned the terrain again, her mind racing. The steep slope behind Jack. It looked almost impossible to climb, especially wounded and bound, but perhaps there was another way. Higher up, near the rim on that side, the rock face seemed less sheer, broken by ledges and crevices. If Jack could somehow work his way upwards, hidden by the rocks at the base. And Barlow? He was focused on the base of the slope now. His back was partially turned towards the original fire, the one creeping closer, if that fire reached the brush near him. An idea, even more desperate than the last, began to form. It involved fire, distraction, and trusting Jack's resilience one more time. It involved Ayanna leaving the relative safety of the rim and descending into the bowl herself, risking direct confrontation. It was madness, but as the fragile dawn light strengthened, illuminating the stark reality of their situation, madness felt like the only sane option left. The price of sanctuary had already been paid in blood and fear. Now, perhaps, freedom demanded one final, terrifying toll. Chapter 21, Before the Elder's Fire. The fragile dawn held its breath, poised on the razor edge between the violence of the immediate past and the terrifying uncertainty of the future. Below Ayanna, the small bowl echoed with Barlow's receding footsteps and enraged curses as he finally chose retreat over entrapment, scrambling away from the encroaching flames she had coaxed into life, disappearing back into the broken hills like a wounded predator, vowing vengeance. He was gone for now, but the victory felt precarious, temporary, bought at a cost yet to be fully reckoned. Ayanna remained frozen on the rim for several long moments after Barlow vanished, her body trembling with the residual tremors of adrenaline and fear, listening intently until the sounds of his flight faded completely into the vast stillness of the awakening prairie. Only then did she allow herself to move, scrambling cautiously down the steep slope into the bowl, her gaze immediately seeking Jack. He lay where Barlow had left him, near the jumble of rocks at the base of the far slope, partially shielded from view. He was conscious, his eyes open, tracking her descent with a mixture of relief and profound exhaustion. His hands were still bound behind him, and the effort of the recent struggle was evident in his ragged breathing and the fresh blood staining the dust around him. "Ayanna," he rasped, as she reached his side, his voice barely a whisper. "He gone?" "Gone," she confirmed, kneeling beside him, her knife already in hand. "For now." She quickly sawed through the rough ropes binding his wrists, the fibers parting easily under the keen edge. Relief flooded his face as his hands came free, though he lacked the strength to do more than let them rest limply at his sides. "The medicine," he managed, nodding towards the crumpled leaf packet, still clutched awkwardly near his shoulder where he'd fallen. "Couldn't." "Is all right," Ayanna reassured him, retrieving the packet. The paste inside was mostly intact. Later. First, wounds. She quickly assessed the damage. His side wound, aggravated by the struggle, had clearly reopened, bleeding sluggishly through the makeshift bandage. There were fresh scrapes and bruises from being dragged and thrown by Barlow. He looked alarmingly pale, his skin clammy despite the cool morning air. He needed immediate care, rest, water, none of which could be safely administered here. In this exposed place, with Barlow potentially lurking nearby or circling back. "We must leave," Ayanna stated, her voice low but firm. "Cannot stay here." Jack nodded weakly, understanding the necessity, but clearly dreading the effort. "Can't walk far," he admitted, his gaze bleak. "I help," Ayanna said simply. She quickly reapplied the Ikapehu paste to his side wound, securing it with the cleanest strip of bandage remaining from her tunic, hoping the potent medicine would offer some immediate benefit. Stem the bleeding. Lend him some small measure of strength. She gave him a sip of precious water from her skin. Getting him to his feet was an agonizing process. He leaned heavily on her, his weight almost overwhelming her smaller frame. Every movement elicited a groan of pain. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and dizziness threatened to buckle his knees, but desperation and Ayanna's steady support kept him upright, shuffling forward one painful step at a time. They left the small bowl, abandoning the spent cartridge casings, the scattered embers, the grim memory of Slim Tully's body hidden within the lean-to wreckage further back. They moved slowly, painfully, away from the broken hills, back towards the open prairie, Ayanna supporting Jack, constantly scanning their surroundings, listening for any sound of pursuit. The rising sun climbed higher, beating down with increasing intensity, reflecting off the pale dust, making the journey feel even more arduous. Jack stumbled frequently, his strength failing. Ayanna worried they wouldn't make it far, that Barlow, even on foot, might easily track them down, or that Jack would simply collapse, unable to go further. She scanned the horizon constantly, searching not just for danger, but for a miracle, for chance. And then she saw him, standing near a shallow depression where rainwater might have collected after the storm, head low, favoring his injured leg, but unmistakably alive. Chance. The bay horse whinnied softly as they approached, a sound of recognition, perhaps relief. He hadn't bolted far, his own injury likely limiting his flight. Tears welled in Ayanna's eyes, tears of sheer, unexpected relief. It felt like a gift from the spirits, a sign that perhaps they weren't entirely abandoned. Jack managed a weak smile, murmuring the horse's name as Ayanna gently took the trailing reins. Getting Jack onto Chance's back was another ordeal, requiring all of Ayanna's strength and Jack's agonized cooperation. But once settled, slumped forward over the horse's neck, he seemed marginally more comfortable. The burden eased from his protesting legs. Ayanna led the horse slowly, carefully picking their path, heading steadfastly eastward, towards the distant, familiar smudge on the horizon that marked her camp. Chance limped, but gamely carried his master, his resilience mirroring their own. The journey took the rest of the day, a slow, sun-drenched passage across the vast, indifferent prairie. They stopped periodically to rest the horse, for Ayanna to give Jack sips of water to check his wound. He drifted in and out of consciousness, sometimes murmuring unintelligibly, sometimes silent, his face pale and drawn. Ayanna walked beside the horse, her hand often resting reassuringly on Jack's leg or back, a silent communication passing between them, a shared ordeal solidifying the fragile bond forged in fire and fear. She gathered a few more edible roots and leaves along the way, recognizing the patterns of the land, drawing sustenance and strength from it, even as exhaustion gnawed at her. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky once more in hues of fire and fading light, the familiar cluster of teepees came into view. Ayana's heart pounded with a different kind of fear. Now the fear of homecoming, of facing her people, of accounting for her actions. Their approach did not go unnoticed. Sentries spotted them from afar, their sharp calls alerting the camp. Figures emerged from the lodges, gathering near the perimeter, their faces initially obscured by distance, then resolving into expressions of shock, confusion, and suspicion as they recognized Ayana leading an injured horse, carrying a wounded Wasichu. A hush fell over the assembled crowd as Ayana led Chance slowly into the heart of the camp, towards the central clearing. She saw her mother push through the throng, Winona's face a mask of anguish and disbelief. She saw Elena, her cousin, eyes wide with fear and morbid curiosity. And she saw Chayton, the old storyteller, stepping forward, his expression grave, his eyes deep and assessing, missing nothing. Warriors, their faces grim, moved closer, hands resting on their weapons, forming a wary circle around them. The air crackled with tension, thick with unspoken questions and generations of mistrust towards the white man. Ayana! Winona cried out, rushing forward. But Chayton placed a restraining hand on her arm, his gaze fixed on Ayana, then shifting to the barely conscious man slumped over the horse. Daughter. Chayton's voice was low, heavy, carrying across the sudden silence. You return. Explain this. It wasn't a request, it was a command, carrying the weight of tribal authority. Ayana stopped, standing tall beside the horse, meeting Chayton's gaze directly. Though her heart quailed inwardly, she knew the gravity of this moment, the potential consequences of her actions. I found him on the prairie, Uncle, she began, her voice clear and steady, betraying none of the exhaustion or fear that churned within her. Wounded, dying, near the Upper Creek Bend 2 nights past. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. 2 nights she had lied about her wandering. He was hunted, Ayana continued, her gaze sweeping over the stern faces surrounding her, by others of his kind, men filled with violence and greed. They tracked him. They would have killed him. She deliberately omitted the details of the confrontation, the deaths, the stolen gun, focusing only on the core justification for her actions. My heart, my spirit, could not leave him to perish alone. Grandmother taught us compassion. Is that not the Lakota way? Her words, invoking their shared values, challenging their conscience, hung in the air. Some faces softened slightly with understanding, while others remained hard, suspicious. Compassion was valued, yes, but caution, especially concerning the Wasichu, was deeply ingrained by bitter experience. Compassion has its place, Chayton acknowledged slowly, his eyes still searching hers. But wisdom demands prudence. This man, his presence brings danger. The men who hunt him to such strangers were here yesterday, asking questions. His gaze sharpened. Did you know this? I learned of it, Ayana admitted honestly. They are gone now, but the danger he carries, it is real. She didn't shy away from the risk she had brought among them. And who is he? Another elder demanded, stepping forward, his face deeply lined, skeptical. Why should Lakota blood or resources be spilled for one Wasichu prospector? Before Ayana could answer, Jack stirred weakly atop the horse. He lifted his head with tremendous effort, his blue eyes clouded with pain but lucid, scanning the circle of wary faces. He tried to push himself upright, a gesture of respect, however feeble. "May I speak?" he asked, his voice raspy, strained, directed towards Chayton. A tense silence fell, allowing a wasichu, especially one in this condition under these circumstances, to address the council was unusual, perhaps unprecedented. All eyes turned to Chayton. The old storyteller considered Jack for a long moment, his gaze deep and penetrating, seeming to weigh the man's spirit rather than just his words or appearance. Finally, Chayton gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. "Speak," he commanded. "Truthfully, the spirits listen." Jack took a ragged breath, gathering his strength. "My name is Jack Donovan," he began, his voice gaining a little strength. "Ayana speaks truth. I was left for dead by men I trusted." He paused, breathing heavily. "She found me, showed me kindness I did not deserve, risked everything for a stranger." His gaze moved around the circle, meeting the eyes of the elders, the warriors, the women. "I understand your anger, your suspicion. My people have brought much sorrow to yours." He swallowed hard, the admission clearly costing him. "I cannot undo the wrongs of others, or even my own." He took another breath, and Ayana held hers, wondering what he would say next, fearing he might incriminate himself further, yet hoping for the honesty she had glimpsed in the ravine. "The men who hunted me," Jack continued, his voice lowering slightly, "they seek gold from a claim I staked with my partner, the one who betrayed me." He hesitated, then made his decision, meeting Chayton's eyes directly. "That claim, the maps showed it, near the treaty line, maybe on treaty land, your land." A collective gasp went through the crowd. Warriors shifted, their hands tightening on their weapons. This was the ultimate transgression, the confirmation of their deepest fears and resentments: trespass, theft, desecration. "We were blinded," Jack admitted, his voice thick with shame and regret. "By gold fever. It was wrong, deeply wrong. I see that now, clearly." He looked at Ayana, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. "I offer this truth, not as excuse, but as warning. The man who holds the claim now, Cole Donovan, he will not respect your lines. He will take what he wants. He is ruthless." He slumped forward then, his strength utterly spent, leaning heavily against Chance's neck, his confession hanging heavy and damning in the twilight air. Silence descended again, thick, pregnant, broken only by the crackle of the central fire being built higher now, as full darkness claimed the sky. The elders exchanged grave looks. The warriors murmured darkly amongst themselves. Winona sobbed quietly, clutching her hands together. Ayana stood beside Jack, her heart pounding, unsure if his confession had sealed their doom or offered a path towards fragile understanding. He had spoken the tarnished truth, acknowledged the wrong, offered a warning. He had placed his fate and hers entirely in their hands. Chayton stepped forward again, his face illuminated by the growing flames of the council fire. He looked first at Jack, slumped and bleeding, then at Ayana, standing steadfastly beside him, her face pale but her spirit unbent. He looked out at his people, their faces reflecting a mixture of anger, fear, and grudging respect for the difficult honesty they had witnessed. "The council will speak," Chayton announced, his voice resonating with ancient authority. "Bring blankets, water, tend his wounds for now. He spoke truth before the fire, and truth, however bitter, deserves hearing. He paused, his gaze resting on Ayana with an unreadable expression. The price of sanctuary is often steep, daughter. We must now weigh if it is a price we are willing or able to pay. His words offered no immediate verdict, no easy resolution. Jack would be tended to, his confession heard, but their fate remained undecided, hanging precariously in the balance, flickering like the flames of the elder's fire against the vast encroaching darkness. The path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, converging here before the judgment of her people. Chapter 22. Vows Written on the Wind. The council fire burned bright, casting dancing shadows that writhed like spirits against the painted hides of the surrounding teepees. The air was thick with tension, wood smoke, and the weight of unspoken history. Elders sat in a solemn circle, their faces illuminated by the flames, deeply etched with the wisdom and sorrow of generations who had witnessed too many broken promises, too much encroachment by the Wasichu. Warriors stood behind them, watchful, their expressions grim, their hands never far from the weapons at their sides. Women and children huddled further back, silent observers, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear, curiosity, and the ingrained weariness of a people constantly pushed to the edge. Ayana sat near the edge of the firelight, slightly apart from her family, wrapped in a borrowed robe against the night's chill. Her mother, Winona, sat nearby, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her gaze alternating between Ayana and the lodge where Jack now lay. After Chayton's decree, several women, healers skilled in traditional remedies, had carefully helped Jack down from the exhausted chance and carried him into a lodge set aside for the wounded or sick. Ayana had watched them go, her heart a tight knot of anxiety, wanting desperately to follow, to oversee his care with the ikapehu seeds, but knowing her place for now was here, before the council, awaiting judgment on her actions. Chayton, acting as the council's speaker, had recounted Ayana's explanation finding the wounded man, offering aid out of compassion. He then repeated Jack's confession, his voice low and grave as he spoke of the betrayal, the hunt, and the deeply troubling admission regarding the claim's potential location on treaty land. He did not soften the words, laying the tarnished truth bare before the assembled people. He also spoke of the warning Jack had offered about Cole Donovan's ruthlessness and disregard for boundaries. A long silence followed Chayton's recounting, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the distant sigh of the night wind across the prairie. The elders murmured amongst themselves, their faces serious, weighing the complexities of the situation. This wasn't a simple matter of offering temporary aid to a traveler. It involved harboring a man whose past was entangled with the very forces threatening their survival: gold lust, treaty violations, violence. His presence, even unconscious, was a potential magnet for further trouble, especially if Barlow, cheated of his vengeance and potential prize, decided to stir up trouble with soldiers or other prospectors, painting the Lakota as collaborators or thieves. Finally, Old Man Hat, respected for his cautious wisdom and skepticism towards outsiders, spoke, his voice raspy with age but firm. Compassion is a virtue, he acknowledged, his gaze sweeping the circle, but it must be tempered with wisdom. This Wasichu's fight is not our fight. His enemies are not our enemies. Sheltering him invites their conflict into our lodges. Have we not suffered enough from their quarrels, their greed? He gestured towards the assembly. We are few. Our stores are low after the raid. Our warriors are needed to protect our own. Can we afford this burden? This risk? His words resonated with the fear and weariness felt by many. Heads nodded in agreement around the fire. The pragmatic concerns of survival pressed heavily upon them. Then Kanto, the young warrior who had followed the tracks of Barlow and Slim earlier, stepped forward respectfully. "Esteemed elders," he began, his voice tight with restrained anger, "this white man admits his kind trespasses on our sacred land, seeking the yellow metal that poisons the earth and breaks solemn vows. He speaks of maps and lines. Our map is the land itself, given by Wakantanka. His presence here, born of that same greed, even if he now regrets it, is an offense." He looked towards Ayana, his expression hardening, and she hid him, lied to her own family, to the elders, risked us all for him. Ayana flinched under the accusation, though she knew it held truth. She met Kanto's angry gaze steadily, refusing to look away, accepting the weight of her choices. Winona made a small sound of distress, but remained silent, respecting the council's process. Chayton raised a hand, silencing the murmurs of agreement that followed Kanto's words. "There is truth in what Kanto says," he acknowledged gravely. "Deception within the tribe weakens us all. Ayana," he turned his piercing gaze upon her, "your heart followed compassion, but did your actions serve the greater good of the people?" It was the question Ayana had wrestled with in the darkness of the ravine, the question that lay at the core of her divided heart. She took a deep breath, the firelight flickering across her face, illuminating the exhaustion, the fear, but also the quiet resolve that had carried her through the ordeal. "Honored elders," she began, her voice low but clear, carrying across the hushed clearing. "My heart aches for the worry I have caused, for the deception I employed. It was born not of malice but of fear. Fear of judgment, fear of bringing danger upon us. Perhaps that was weakness." She paused, gathering her courage. "But I do not regret offering aid. To see suffering and turn away, that feels like a different kind of weakness, a hardening of the spirit that ultimately diminishes us all." She looked around the circle, meeting the eyes of her people. "Yes, he is Wasichu. Yes, his past is tangled with the greed that harms us. He admitted his blindness, his compromise. But he also fought his betrayers. He warned us of the danger Cole Donovan represents to our lands, a warning spoken with truth in his eyes, even when it condemned him further." She straightened her shoulders, her voice gaining strength. "The men who hunted him, they embody the worst of their kind. Ruthless, without honor, driven only by gold. Is it wise to simply send him back out wounded and weak into their path? Would that not be feeding a rabbit to the wolf?" She let the question hang in the air. Perhaps protecting him, allowing him to heal, is not just compassion, but a form of defiance against the very violence and greed that threatens us all. Perhaps his warning, his knowledge of Cole, is valuable. Her words, unexpected, bold, shifted the atmosphere slightly. She hadn't just defended her actions. She had reframed the situation, suggesting a potential strategic value, appealing not just to compassion, but to a form of resistance. Chayton listened intently, his expression unreadable. The other elders exchanged glances, considering this new perspective. "And what then, daughter?" Old Man Hat challenged skeptically. "He heals, and we send him on his way? Where? Back to fight his own battles? Or does he stay among us, a constant reminder of the outside world, a potential source of conflict? I do not know the future path, Ayana admitted honestly. I only know what felt right in the moment, guided by the spirits and the teachings of my grandmother. She looked towards the lodge where Jack lay. He needs time, time to heal, time perhaps for his spirit to find a new path, one free from the poison of gold. A long silence followed, filled only by the crackle of the fire. The elders consulted again in low tones. Ayana waited, her fate and Jack's intertwined, hanging on their decision. She felt her mother's hand find hers in the darkness, a small gesture of support that meant the world. Finally, Chayton stood, his presence commanding the attention of everyone gathered. The council has listened, he announced, his voice resonating with authority. We have heard the arguments of prudence and the arguments of the heart. We have weighed the risks and the potential, however small, for a different outcome. He looked directly at Ayana. Ayana, your deception was wrong. It put the community at risk without its knowledge or consent. There must be consequences for this. You will aid the healers, work twice as hard, gathering wood and water, and spend time in prayer and reflection, seeking wisdom to balance compassion with duty. Ayana bowed her head slightly, accepting the judgment without protest. It was fair, lenient even, considering the potential dangers she had invited. Chayton then turned his gaze towards the lodge sheltering Jack. The stranger, Jack Donovan, spoke truth before our fire, acknowledging his wrongs and warning us of danger. Such honesty, even from a Wasichu whose path has been crooked, holds weight. He paused, letting his words sink in. He will be allowed sanctuary among us until he heals. Chayton stressed the condition. Our healers will tend his wounds, using our medicines. He will be given food and water, sharing in our scarcity. We offer this not as acceptance, but as adherence to our own principles of compassion for the suffering, and perhaps, as Ayana suggests, as a strategic necessity. A murmur went through the crowd, a mixture of relief, resignation, and lingering apprehension. But, Chayton continued, his voice hardening, this sanctuary has limits and conditions. He must respect our ways, our laws, our sacred spaces. He must make no trouble. And once he is well enough to travel, he must leave. His gaze swept the circle. His fight is not ours. His path diverges from ours. We offer healing, a brief respite, nothing more. Is this understood? Nods of agreement came from the elders, echoed by the reluctant acceptance of the warriors and the rest of the community. The decision was made. A fragile, temporary sanctuary was granted. Chayton looked back at Ayana, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. Go now, daughter. See to your duties. Aid the healers. Learn the balance. With a grateful heart, feeling the immense weight of uncertainty lift slightly, Ayana rose. She gave her mother a quick, reassuring touch before heading towards the lodge where Jack lay. The judgment had been rendered, the immediate crisis averted. Jack had been granted time, a chance to heal under the wary protection of her people. As she approached the lodge, she saw Elena hovering near the entrance, her eyes wide. Is he? Elena whispered. He rests, Ayana replied quietly. The elders have granted sanctuary, for now. She slipped inside the lodge. In the dim light cast by a small flickering tallow lamp, she saw Jack lying on a pallet of buffalo robes. One of the elder healers, a woman named Willow Woman, known for her skill and stern demeanor, looked up as Ayana entered. The council has spoken? Willow Woman asked, her sharp eyes assessing Ayana. Yes, Ayana confirmed. He is granted sanctuary until he heals. I am to assist you. Willow Woman nodded curtly. Good. Much work to be done. Fever still lingers. Wound is deep. She gestured towards Jack. He is fortunate. Your medicine, the ikapehu, likely helped cleanse the worst. Ayana felt a small glow of satisfaction. Her knowledge, her grandmother's teachings, had made a difference. She moved closer to the pallet. Jack's eyes were closed, his breathing slow and even now, likely aided by a calming herb administered by a willow woman. His face looked peaceful in the soft lamplight. The harsh lines softened, the ghosts momentarily banished. She knelt beside him, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest. He was safe for now. Healing could begin. But the future remained a vast, uncertain territory. Chaitin's words echoed. His path diverges from ours. Once healed, he would have to leave. Back to face coal, back to the dangerous allure of gold, back to the tangled memories of Sarah. And what of her own path? The connection forged between them in the ravine felt undeniable, sealed by shared danger, whispered confessions, and a single stolen kiss. Could she simply watch him ride away when the time came? Her heart felt impossibly divided, torn between her duty to her people and the burgeoning, complicated feelings she held for this flawed, wounded man from another world. Outside, the council fire still burned, illuminating the circle of her people. The wind whispered across the prairie, carrying the scent of wood smoke and wild sage, carrying secrets, carrying promises, vows, perhaps, not spoken aloud but written on the heart, as ephemeral and persistent as the wind itself. The dawn had been fragile, the sanctuary granted conditional, but in the quiet lodge, watching Jack sleep, Ayana felt a flicker of something stronger than hope, a quiet determination to navigate the converging path, to honor both her heritage and the unexpected dictates of her own resilient spirit, whatever the ultimate cost might be. The healing had begun, not just for Jack, but perhaps in some small way, for her own divided heart as well. Chapter 23, A Tapestry of Scars and Stars. The days settled into a rhythm dictated by the sun's arc across the vast prairie sky and the slow, painstaking process of healing. Life in the Oglala camp continued its familiar patterns. The morning prayers greeted the dawn. Cook fires sent fragrant smoke curling upwards. Children's laughter occasionally broke the pervasive quiet. Hunters rode out hopefully. Women worked hides or gathered roots. Yet beneath the surface, an undercurrent of tension remained, centered on the lodge where the wounded Wasichu lay under watchful Lakota care. Ayana moved through her days carrying the weight of the council's judgment and her own divided heart. She fulfilled her duties diligently, assisting Willow Woman and the other healers, her hands learning the deeper nuances of herbs and poultices, her spirit absorbing the quiet strength of these women who mended broken bodies and spirits with ancient wisdom. She gathered extra wood until her back ached, hauled water from the creek until her arms trembled, spending long hours in solitary prayer and reflection, as Chaitin had decreed, seeking balance between the compassion that had driven her actions and the wisdom required for her community's survival. Often, her duties brought her back to Jack's side. Willow Woman, recognizing Ayana's unique connection to the patient and perhaps the efficacy of the ikapehu medicine Ayana had first administered, allowed her a significant role in his care. She cleaned and dressed his wounds daily, noting the slow but steady progress. The angry inflammation subsided, replaced by the puckered pink tissue of new skin knitting together. The deep gash on his temple faded to a livid scar, a permanent mark bisecting his brow. His side wound, the most severe, remained tender, prone to aching, a constant reminder of the bullet that had nearly claimed his life, but it too was closing, the body stubbornly remembering, as Ayana had said, how to be whole. She prepared the bitter ikapehu infusion for him each morning, watching him drink it down now without hesitation. His initial skepticism replaced by a grudging respect for the potent Lakota medicine that seemed to be fighting the lingering fever and mending him from within. She brought him broth, and later, as his strength returned, small portions of stewed rabbit or prairie turnip, food shared from the tribe's meager stores, a tangible symbol of the conditional sanctuary he had been granted. Their interactions were often silent, constrained by the language barrier, the presence of healers like the stern willow woman, and the undeniable awkwardness lingering from the kiss shared in the desperate moments before the attack. That kiss remained unspoken between them, a charged memory hanging in the quiet air of the lodge. Sometimes Ayana would catch Jack watching her as she worked, his blue eyes holding a complex mixture of gratitude, regret, and an intensity that made her quickly look away, her cheeks flushing under the gaze of Willow Woman, who missed little. He was regaining strength, slowly but perceptibly. The periods of lucidity grew longer, the fevered haze receding completely. He began to sit up for longer stretches, his gaze taking in the details of the lodge interior, the painted liner depicting buffalo hunts and starry skies, the neatly stored parfleche bags, the way light filtered through the smoke hole high above. He listened intently to the sounds of the camp outside, the rhythmic thud of a hide scraper, the murmur of Lakota voices, the yipping of dogs, the sounds of a life utterly foreign to him. Ayana saw the restlessness grow in him as his body healed. He was a man accustomed to action, to independence, however flawed his past actions had been, being confined, reliant on the care of those his people had wronged, chafed at him. He tried to be patient, respectful of the healer's instructions, but she saw the frustration in the tightening of his jaw, the clenching of his fists when pain or weakness forced him back against the robes. One afternoon, Willow Woman left Ayana alone to watch over Jack while she went to gather more herbs. Jack had been quiet for a long time, seemingly dozing. Ayana sat near the lodge entrance, mending a tear in one of Jack's worn canvas shirts, her fingers moving automatically, her thoughts drifting. The sun slanted through the smoke hole, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Ayana? Jack's voice, quiet but clear, startled her. She looked up. He was watching her, his expression serious. Your people, he began haltingly, searching for words. They took me in, feed me, heal me after what I told them about the land. He shook his head slightly, a look of weary disbelief in his eyes. Why? Ayana paused in her mending, considering his question. How to explain the complexities of Lakota values, the deep respect for honesty, the power of compassion, the strategic considerations weighed against generations of justified mistrust. You spoke truth, she said finally, choosing her words carefully. Before the fire, before the spirits. Truth has weight, even when bitter. She resumed her stitching, and suffering touches the heart, even a stranger's suffering. She glanced up at him. Sanctuary is conditional until you heal. Then you must leave. Chayton was clear. He nodded slowly, accepting the terms without argument. I know. I owe a debt I can't repay. He looked down at his hands, then back at her. That medicine, ikapehu, it works. stronger than any sawbones remedy I ever had. Is gift from the earth, Ayana said simply. We learn to listen, to receive. He was silent for a moment, absorbing this, listening to the earth. He murmured thoughtfully, maybe if I'd done more of that, instead of chasing paper maps. He didn't finish the thought, but the regret was palpable. He shifted, wincing as pain flared in his side. This scar, he touched the healing wound through the bandage, will be quite a story. He attempted a faint smile. And this one, he touched his temple. Got a matching set now. Scars tell stories, Ayana agreed quietly, thinking of the faded scar on her own arm from a childhood fall, the emotional scars left by her brother's death, the collective scars carried by her people. They remind us where we have been, what we survived. Survived? Jack echoed, his gaze turning distant. Yeah, guess I did, thanks to you. His eyes met hers again, holding an intensity that made her breath catch. The memory of the kiss flickered between them, unspoken but undeniably present. He seemed about to say something more, something personal, but footsteps approached the lodge entrance. And Willow Woman ducked inside, her presence immediately breaking the fragile intimacy. Jack fell silent, his expression becoming guarded once more, and Ayana quickly returned her attention to her mending, her heart pounding with the weight of things left unsaid. As Jack grew stronger, he was allowed brief periods outside the lodge, sitting in the sunlight near the entrance, wrapped in a borrowed robe. He rarely spoke to anyone other than Iyana or Willow Woman, acutely aware of the wary glances cast his way by passing warriors, the fearful curiosity of the children who sometimes peeked at him from a safe distance. He remained an outsider, a tolerated presence, the Wasichu guest whose welcome had strict limits. Ayana often saw Chayton observing Jack from afar, his wise old eyes thoughtful, assessing. Once, Chayton stopped to speak with Ayana as she carried water from the creek. The white man heals? Chayton observed, his gaze following her towards the lodge. Yes, uncle, his body mends. And his spirit? Chayton asked quietly, his eyes searching hers. Ayana hesitated. His spirit carries heavy burdens. Regret, loss. She paused. But perhaps it also learns. Chayton nodded slowly. Sometimes the deepest wounds clear the vision. Sometimes they only leave deeper scars. He looked at Ayana again, his gaze kind but penetrating. Your path, daughter, has converged with his in a difficult place. Be mindful. The stars guide us, but our choices determine our destination. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder for a moment before walking away, leaving Ayana with his cryptic words echoing in her thoughts. One evening, Ayana found Jack sitting outside the lodge, staring up at the night sky, now ablaze with countless stars, the Milky Way a shimmering river flowing across the infinite darkness. The camp was quiet, most people asleep or gathered around low fires within their teepees. The air was cool, carrying the scent of wood smoke and dry grass. She approached quietly and sat down a respectful distance away. For a long time, neither spoke, simply sharing the immense silence, gazing up at the tapestry of stars stretching overhead. Back home, Jack said finally, his voice low, almost lost in the vastness. You can't see them like this. Too many city lights, too much smoke. He sighed. Funny. Chased gold all my life thinking it was the brightest thing. Never realized. He gestured upwards. Never realized the real treasure was right overhead all along. Ayana followed his gaze. The star people Watch over us, she murmured, sharing a piece of her own belief. They hold the stories of the ancestors. They guide the traveler. Wakantanka scattered them across the darkness so we would never be truly lost. Jack turned his head, looking at her in the faint starlight. You really believe that? It is what our elders teach, Ayana replied simply. The patterns connect us to the past, to the earth, to each other. She thought of her weaving, the way individual threads came together to create a strong, meaningful whole. Resilience lay in connection, in finding one's place within the larger pattern. Patterns, Jack mused. Seems my life's pattern has been mostly tangles and broken threads. He looked back up at the stars. Wonder if a man can weave a new one. The question hung between them, filled with longing, uncertainty, and the dawning, fragile possibility of change. He was thinking beyond mere survival now, contemplating the shape of his future, the possibility of redemption. A man chooses his threads each morning, Ayana said softly, echoing Chaitan's wisdom. The pattern emerges from the choices made. He looked at her again, his eyes searching hers in the darkness. Ayana, he began, his voice thick with emotion. What happened back there before Barlow came? He couldn't seem to finish. The memory of the kiss, the weight of its implications, too heavy to articulate. Some moments, Ayana interrupted gently, saving him from the struggle, perhaps saving herself too, are like falling stars. Bright, unexpected, they burn across the darkness, then they are gone. She kept her gaze fixed on the heavens, not wanting him to see the conflict in her own eyes. Was it gone? Or had it left an indelible trail across her own heart? He seemed to understand her deflection, the need to keep that moment contained, separate from the harsh realities surrounding them. He fell silent again, but the shared acknowledgement, the shared memory, lingered between them, a secret woven into the tapestry of their unlikely connection. A few days later, Jack took his first unaided steps outside the lodge. Leaning heavily on a walking stick Willow Woman had provided, his movements stiff and painful, he walked slowly, tentatively, around the small clearing near the lodge entrance. It was a milestone, a visible sign of his returning strength. Ayana watched him from a distance, her heart filled with a confusing mix of emotions. Relief that he was healing, pride in his determination, and a growing dread of the inevitable day when Chaitan's condition would have to be met, the day he would be strong enough to leave. As he completed a slow circle and sank down wearily onto a log, Jack caught her eye. He raised a hand, not quite a wave, but a gesture of acknowledgement, perhaps an invitation. Ayana hesitated for only a moment before walking over to him. Good progress, she said quietly. Slow progress, he countered, grimacing as he shifted his weight. Still feel like I've been trampled by buffalo. But there was a spark of his old resilience in his eyes. Won't be long now, I reckon. The unspoken meaning hung between them. Won't be long? Until he had to leave. Where will you go? Ayana asked softly, voicing the question that haunted her thoughts. Jack stared out across the prairie, his gaze distant. Don't know, he admitted honestly. Can't go back east, not yet. Maybe never. He shook his head. And Cole, Barlow, they won't stop looking. Not while they think there's gold or while I'm alive to contest the claim. Or, he didn't mention Sarah, but her name was a silent presence. Got scores to settle, but reckon I need to be smarter this time. Stronger. He looked down at his scarred hands. Maybe find a different path altogether. A different path. The words echoed Ayana's own hopes, yet seemed impossibly distant. The tapestry of his life was woven with violence, greed, and betrayal. Could he truly unravel those threads and begin anew? And her own tapestry, interwoven now with his scars, his fate. Where did her path lead? The stars offered guidance, but the choices, terrifying and profound, remained their own, waiting under the vast, watchful sky. The fragile dawn of healing was giving way to the stark light of impending decisions, decisions that would shape the final, perhaps tragic, pattern of their intertwined lives. Chapter 24. The Last Echo on the Plains. The days following the violent confrontation in the Broken Hills passed with the deceptive calm that often settles over the prairie after a storm. The immediate threat of Barlow had receded, leaving behind only the grim memory and the lingering scent of smoke on the wind. But the fragile peace within the Oglala camp felt tenuous, provisional. Jack healed, slowly, stubbornly, under the watchful care of Willow Woman and the quiet ministrations of Ayana, his presence a constant, low hum of tension beneath the surface of daily life. He was walking now, leaning less heavily on the stick, his steps regaining some measure of steadiness each day. The angry wounds were fading into scars, livid reminders etched onto his skin, mirroring the deeper scars Ayana suspected marked his spirit. He spoke little, conserving his strength, but his eyes, when they rested on Ayana, held a weight of unspoken gratitude, regret, and a turbulent emotion she couldn't quite decipher, something that resonated with the tangled confusion in her own heart. Ayana continued her duties, her days filled with the familiar rhythms of gathering and tending, mending. She fulfilled the council's judgment, working diligently, spending quiet hours in contemplation by the creek or under the vast sweep of the prairie sky, seeking the balance Chayton had spoken of. But her thoughts inevitably circled back to Jack, to the impossible connection forged between them, and to the rapidly approaching day, mandated by the elders the day he would be deemed healed enough to leave. The sanctuary, granted conditionally, had a finite duration. The camp watched him. Warriors observed his slow walks near the lodge, their expressions impassive but their vigilance unwavering. Children, their initial fear replaced by cautious curiosity, sometimes paused their games to stare at the quiet Wasichu with the scarred face. Elders nodded gravely as he passed, acknowledging his presence, but offering no welcome beyond the council's decree. He remained an outsider, a living embodiment of the dangerous world encroaching upon their own, tolerated only because of Ayana's intervention and his own surprising honesty before the fire. One cool morning, Willow Woman examined Jack's side wound for the last time, her sharp eyes assessing the newly knitted skin. She prodded the area gently, eliciting only a slight wince from Jack, not the sharp intake of breath his earlier injuries would have caused. She nodded curtly, satisfied. "The flesh mends," she announced, her voice practical, devoid of sentiment. She looked pointedly at Jack, then shifted her gaze to Ayana, who stood nearby assisting with fresh bandages made from softened inner bark. "He is strong enough. He can ride." The words, simple and clinical, landed with the force of a judge's gavel. The deadline had arrived. The conditional sanctuary was ending. A heavy silence fell in the small lodge. Jack met Ayana's eyes across the space, his expression unreadable, a mixture of resignation and something that might have been regret. Ayana felt her own breath catch, her carefully constructed composure threatening to crumble. She lowered her gaze, focusing intently on smoothing the bandage, her fingers suddenly clumsy. "Chance?" Jack asked Willow Woman, his voice low. "My horse?" "The bay heals also," Willow Woman replied. "Leg remains weak. He cannot run hard or long, but he can carry a careful rider." She gathered her herbs, her movements efficient, final. "Preparations should be made. The council expects departure soon. Tomorrow, perhaps, or the day after." She gave Ayana a significant look, perhaps one of warning, or maybe even sympathy, before ducking out of the lodge, leaving them alone in the sudden, charged quiet. Ayana finished securing the bandage, her fingers trembling slightly. She avoided Jack's eyes, busying herself with tidying the healing supplies, acutely aware of his gaze following her movements. "So," Jack said finally, his voice quiet, rough around the edges, "time's up." Ayana nodded, still not looking at him. The counsel was clear. "Yeah." He sighed, a heavy sound that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "Can't say I blame 'em. Owe them. Owe you. More than I can ever repay." He paused. "Ayana." She finally looked up, meeting his gaze. His blue eyes held a raw vulnerability she hadn't seen since the depths of his fever. "I meant what I said," he struggled, seeming to search for words adequate to the moment. "About seeing things clearer now. The gold, the claim, it feels different. Tainted." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration and weariness. "Don't know if a man can ever truly wash off that kind of stain. But I gotta try, find a different way." "A different path," Ayana echoed softly, remembering their conversation under the stars. Hope flickered within her, fragile but persistent. "Yeah," he confirmed, his gaze intense. "And that path, it leads away from here." The finality in his voice was like a physical blow. "It has to. For your sake. For your people's sake. I brought nothing but trouble here." "You brought truth," Ayana corrected gently. "Your warning about coal, it was important." Chayton acknowledged that. "Maybe," Jack conceded, though he looked unconvinced. "But Barlow won't forget. He knows I was here. Knows you helped me. He's out there somewhere, conniving, waiting. Staying here puts you all in danger." His jaw tightened. "I won't do that, not after everything." His concern for her safety, for her people, was genuine, she realized. It was a painful irony the man whose presence brought danger was now leaving in part to protect them from that same danger. "Where will you go?" she asked again, the question feeling heavier now, imbued with the finality of departure. He hesitated, looking down at his scarred hands. "First, need to disappear for a while. Heal fully, get stronger." He met her eyes again, a flicker of the old hardness returning. "Then, I don't know. Cole has the claim, the map, but he also has Sarah." The name was barely a whisper, fraught with unresolved pain. "Maybe I need to make sure she's safe. Maybe I need to face Cole, not for the gold, but for the reckoning." He shook his head, uncertainty clouding his features. "Or maybe the bravest thing is just to walk away. Leave the ghosts behind. Start clean somewhere far from here." 3 paths diverged before him, each fraught with peril and uncertainty. Confrontation, protection, or escape. He hadn't chosen yet. Perhaps he couldn't choose until he was truly free, riding under the open sky again. "Whatever path you choose," Ayana said, her voice low but steady, finding strength she hadn't known she possessed. "May the spirits guide you. May you find wholeness." He looked at her, his eyes filled with a turbulent mix of emotions she couldn't name. Gratitude, regret, affection, loss. "Ayana, He breathed her name, reaching out as if to touch her cheek, but letting his hand fall back, respecting the invisible boundary between them, the boundary mandated by culture, circumstance, and the impending departure. You showed me more kindness than I deserved, more courage than I possessed. You tried to heal more than just wounds. The air crackled with unspoken words, with the weight of the kiss that still lingered, like a phantom touch, with the impossible what ifs that could never be. They were two souls from different worlds, whose paths had converged violently, unexpectedly, forging a bond that defied easy definition, a bond now stretched to its breaking point by the necessity of parting. Later that day, Ayanna helped Jack prepare. The tribe provided meager supplies, a small water skin refilled, a pouch with dried meat and journey cake, enough for a day or two at most. It was a final gesture of their conditional hospitality, sustenance for the journey away from their lands. Ayanna added the small remaining packet of ikape hupast, pressing it into his hand. For strength, she murmured, on the trail. He closed his fingers around it tightly, nodding his thanks, his throat working. She led Chance to the edge of the camp. The horse seemed stronger, his limp less pronounced, though still evident. He nuzzled Ayanna's shoulder, then nudged Jack gently as he approached. Mounting was still an effort for Jack, but he managed it, settling into the worn saddle that felt both familiar and foreign after weeks of confinement. He looked down at Ayanna standing beside the horse, her face pale in the late afternoon light, her dark eyes holding a universe of unspoken emotions. He carried Slim's pistol tucked into his belt, a grim necessity the elders hadn't questioned, perhaps understanding the dangers he rode towards. Warriors watched from a distance, ensuring he left. Chayton stood near the council fire, his figure silhouetted against the setting sun, a silent, unmoving witness. Winona watched from the entrance of their teepee, her hand pressed to her heart. Guess this is it, Jack said, his voice rough. He adjusted the reins, gathering himself. Ayanna nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. She reached into the pouch at her own belt and drew out the small, sturdy basket she had woven in the ravine, the one born of fear and hope. She held it up to him. 4 berries, she managed, forcing a small smile. Or maybe just scraps to piece together. Jack stared at the basket, then met her eyes, understanding, flashing in his gaze. He reached down and took it carefully, his fingers brushing hers for a fleeting electric moment. He didn't have saddlebags, but he tucked the small basket securely inside his shirt, against his chest, a tangible reminder. I won't forget, Ayanna, he said huskily, any of it. He hesitated, seeming to want to say more, but the words wouldn't come, or perhaps couldn't be spoken. With a final lingering look that conveyed more than words ever could, he gently nudged Chance forward with his heels. The horse moved slowly at first, limping slightly, then settled into a steady walk, heading west, away from the camp, towards the vast empty expanse of the plains, bathed in the fiery glow of the setting sun. Ayanna stood frozen, watching him go. She watched until horse and rider became a small, solitary silhouette against the immense horizon. She watched until the silhouette grew smaller, fainter, blurring into the shimmering waves of heat, rising from the cooling earth. She watched until he was completely swallowed by the distance, by the overwhelming emptiness of the plains. He didn't look back. The silence he left behind felt immense, profound. The tension that had gripped the camp for days seemed to ease. replaced by a quiet collective exhalation. But for Ayana, the silence echoed with loss, with uncertainty, with the phantom touch of a kiss and the weight of unspoken vows. She turned slowly, away from the empty horizon, back towards the firelight and the familiar faces of her people. Her path lay here, woven into the fabric of their lives, their traditions, their survival. His path led elsewhere, into danger, towards reckoning or ruin. Two paths, converged briefly in violence and tenderness, now diverged again, stretching out under the vast, indifferent sky. As she walked back towards her family's lodge, the last rays of the sun catching the tears that finally tracked, hot and silent, down her cheeks, she heard only the sigh of the wind across the darkening plains. It sounded like a final whisper, a last echo carrying Jack's presence away, leaving behind only the silence, the stars, and the indelible pattern his passage had woven into the tapestry of her own young life. The price of sanctuary had been paid, and the cost of letting go felt just as steep. Chapter 25. Beyond the crimson horizon. The winds shifted, carrying the crisp scent of approaching autumn across the plains. The relentless heat of summer softened, replaced by cool nights that demanded thicker robes and higher fires within the teepees. Days remained bright, the sky a piercing, cloudless blue, but the angle of the sun was lower, casting longer shadows earlier in the afternoon. The tall grasses, once vibrant green, cured to shades of pale gold and russet, whispering dry secrets as the breeze combed through them. Life in the Oglala camp found its familiar rhythm again. The sharp edges of fear and tension gradually smoothed by the relentless turning of the seasons, the steady pulse of daily existence. Weeks had passed since Jack Donovan, scarred and weakened but alive, had ridden away towards the setting sun, becoming a solitary figure swallowed by the immense horizon. Weeks since, Ayana had stood watching him go, her heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. The immediate crisis had passed, the ripples caused by the Wasichu's presence slowly calming, but the surface, once disturbed, never truly settles back to exactly how it was before. Ayana moved through the rhythms of camp life with a quiet diligence that felt both familiar and subtly altered. She fulfilled the terms of the council's judgment without complaint, her hands busy with the tasks assigned, gathering extra firewood, hauling water, diligently assisting Willow Woman and the other healers. The work was grounding, connecting her physically to the needs of her community, reinforcing the bonds that had felt strained by her deception. She spent time alone, as Chayton had advised, sitting by the creek where she had first seen Jack fall, or walking out onto the prairie as dusk painted the sky, seeking the balance between compassion and prudence, between the dictates of her heart and the duties owed to her people. The balance, she learned, was not a fixed point, but a constant shifting negotiation, like walking a narrow ridge trail. Her compassion hadn't lessened, but it was now tempered with a clearer understanding of consequences, of the intricate web of responsibility that bound each individual to the whole. She didn't regret saving Jack's life, but she deeply regretted the fear and potential danger her secrecy had brought upon her family and tribe. It was a heavy lesson, learned through fire and blood. Her relationship with Willow Woman evolved from apprentice mentor to one of quiet mutual respect. The stern healer, recognizing Ayana's innate skill and dedication, shared more of her deeper knowledge, the precise preparation of rare roots, the songs sung to encourage stubborn wounds to close, the ways to read the subtle signs of internal imbalance. Ayana absorbed it all gratefully, finding solace and purpose in the ancient arts of mending. Healing others, she discovered, was also a way of healing the fractures within herself. The memory of Jack remained, not as a constant ache, but as a persistent presence, like a scar beneath the surface, invisible most of the time, but sensitive to touch, occasionally throbbing with remembered pain or tenderness. She thought of him often, especially in the quiet moments before sleep or when gazing at the star-drenched night sky. Where had his path taken him? Had he found the strength to truly change, to leave the ghosts and the gold lust behind? Had he faced Cole? Had he found Sarah? And if so, what solace or further pain awaited him there? And Barlow? Was that ruthless hunter still out there, nursing his grudge, a lingering threat somewhere beyond the horizon? These questions remained unanswered, vast and unknowable as the prairie itself. She had learned to live with the not knowing, accepting that his story, once briefly and intensely interwoven with hers, now belonged to him alone. She sent prayers for his safety, for his spirit's healing, releasing them on the wind like milkweed down, trusting them to the wisdom of Wakantanka. Sometimes her fingers would trace the pattern on a piece of quill work she was decorating, and she would remember the small basket she had given him. Had he kept it? Did it offer him some small comfort, some reminder of a different way amidst the harshness of his world? Or was it discarded, forgotten, like a relic of a past he needed to shed? She hoped he kept it, hoped it reminded him not just of her, but of the resilience found in weaving broken pieces together. The community treated her with a mixture of restored affection and a lingering, subtle caution. Her mother, Winona, held her closer, her relief palpable, but often tinged with the shadow of remembered fear. Chaitan observed her with his usual quiet wisdom, occasionally offering a cryptic proverb or a gentle question that prodded her towards deeper self-understanding. Kanto and the other young warriors, while perhaps still harboring some resentment over the risk she'd taken, treated her with formal respect, acknowledging the courage she had shown, even if they questioned her judgment. She had crossed a line, broken trust, but she had also faced danger, facilitated a warning, and ultimately submitted to the council's wisdom. She was finding her place again, changed but not broken, her spirit, like fire-tested pottery, stronger for the ordeal. Jack's warning about Cole Donovan and the potentially encroached claim had not been dismissed. Patrols along the disputed treaty line became more frequent, warriors riding out not just to hunt, but to watch, to listen for any signs of renewed Wasichu activity near the hidden canyon Jack had described. Chaitan spoke long hours with the other elders, discussing strategies, reinforcing alliances with neighboring bands, preparing for potential conflict born not of Jack's presence, but of the relentless greed he represented. Jack, the individual, was gone, but the threat he had warned against remained, a shadow lurking just beyond the familiar hills. No news filtered back about Cole or Barlow or the claim itself. The silence from that direction felt ominous, a sleeping danger that could awaken at any time. One clear, cool evening, as the first stars began to prick the darkening velvet sky, Ayana sat alone on a low rise overlooking the camp. The air smelled of wood smoke, roasted meat, and the dry sweetness of autumn grasses. Below, fires glowed like scattered embers. Families gathered in the warmth of their lodges, the sounds of evening settling over the community, laughter, conversation, the soothing rhythm of a distant drum. It was a scene of peace, hard-won and fragile. She held a piece of hide in her lap, working intricate patterns with brightly dyed quills. Her fingers moved with practiced confidence, translating the images in her mind into tangible form. She was weaving a story, not of the recent violence, but of resilience. Buffalo stood strong against the wind. Turtles endured with patient strength. Stars offered unwavering guidance in the darkest night. It was her way of processing, of integrating the harsh lessons learned, of reaffirming the enduring values of her people. She thought of the scars Jack carried, the ones on his body mirroring the deeper ones on his spirit. She carried scars now too, less visible perhaps, but no less real. Scars of fear, of difficult choices, of loss, of a connection that defied logic yet felt profoundly true. They weren't marks of shame, she understood now. They were patterns etched by experience, reminders of survival, testament to a spirit bent but not broken. Like the land itself, scarred by wind and fire yet endlessly renewing. Resilience was found not in erasing the marks, but in weaving them into the larger tapestry of life. A familiar figure approached through the gathering dusk Chayton. He moved with the slow, deliberate grace of age, his silhouette comforting against the glow of the campfires. He sat down beside her, pulling his robe tighter against the evening chill, following her gaze out towards the darkening plains where Jack had disappeared weeks before. "The seasons turn, daughter," he said quietly, after a comfortable silence. "The wounds of the land heal slowly. So, too, the wounds of the heart." "Yes, uncle," Ayanna murmured, her fingers pausing in their work. "You carry his memory," Chayton stated, not unkindly. It wasn't a question. Ayanna nodded, not bothering to deny it. He showed surprising strength and honesty in the end. "Even a crooked tree may offer shade," Chayton mused, "and sometimes the deepest truths are revealed in the most broken places." He looked at her, his eyes kind in the dim light. "You acted with courage. You faced judgment with humility. You have found a measure of balance." "I try, uncle. That is all the spirits ask." He gestured towards the vast expanse stretching before them, now merging into shadow. "His path lies out there, beyond the horizon we can see, filled with dangers perhaps, perhaps with unexpected turns. We cannot know it." "No," Ayanna agreed softly. "Our path," Chayton continued, his gaze sweeping back towards the warm lights of the camp, "lies here, with our people, with the rhythms of the earth, with the wisdom of our ancestors." He looked at the intricate quill work in her lap. "You are weaving strength back into the pattern, Ayanna, for yourself, for us all." His words settled into her heart, a balm on the lingering ache of uncertainty. He was right. Her place was here. Her future was woven into the life of her people, her resilience contributing to theirs. The experience with Jack hadn't severed those threads. It had tested them, perhaps frayed them in places, but ultimately it had shown her their enduring strength. She looked out towards the western horizon, now a deep star-dusted indigo, the fiery crimson of sunset long faded. Beyond that horizon lay Jack's unknown fate, the unresolved conflicts of his world, the ghosts he still wrestled with. She might never know the end of his story, whether he found his reckoning, his peace, or his destruction. Their paths had diverged. But here, under the watchful eyes of the Star People, surrounded by the quiet strength of her community, Ayanna felt a sense of profound, albeit bittersweet, peace settle over her. She had faced the fire and emerged, scarred but stronger, her vision clearer, her spirit tempered. She picked up her quill work again, her fingers moving with renewed purpose, weaving patterns of resilience, patterns of hope, patterns drawn from the enduring wisdom of the land and the quiet strength found within her own unbent heart. The future stretched before her, vast and unknown as the prairie night, but she would walk towards it with courage, carrying the lessons learned, guided by the stars, forever changed by the man who had ridden away beyond the crimson horizon, leaving behind only the last fading echo on the plains. Epilogue, threads that endure. The moon of falling leaves painted the prairie in strokes of pale gold and deep shadow. A full year had cycled since the wounded Wasichu, Jack Donovan, had ridden away from the Oglala camp, disappearing beyond the crimson smear of sunset. The fierce heat of summer had surrendered to the crisp embrace of autumn, and soon the first snows would dust the higher plains, drawing the people closer to their lodge fires, closer to the heart of the community. Ayana sat near the entrance of Willow Woman's lodge, her skilled fingers sorting dried herbs, pungent sage, calming chamomile, potent yarrow, harvested during the peak of summer's strength. The scent filled the small space, mingling with the faint aroma of wood smoke that clung perpetually to the hides. Willow Woman, her face softened slightly by the passage of another season, and perhaps by Ayana's quiet competence, worked opposite her, grinding roots into powder with a smooth stone pestle. A comfortable silence rested between them, the silence of shared work and understanding. Ayana was no longer merely an assistant. In the year that had passed, marked by diligent service and quiet reflection, she had earned her place beside the elder healer. The community increasingly sought her out, not just for her knowledge of herbs, learned first from her grandmother and deepened under Willow Woman's tutelage, but for the quiet strength in her eyes, the gentle competence of her hands, the empathy born of her own passage through fear and difficult choices. The scars she carried weren't visible like Jack's, but those who looked closely could see a new depth in her gaze, a resilience woven into the very fabric of her being. The council's judgment had been fulfilled, her place within the tribe reaffirmed, not just restored, but enhanced by the wisdom gained through hardship. The memory of Jack and the tumultuous days surrounding his presence no longer felt like a raw wound. Time and the steady rhythm of Lakota life had softened the sharp edges, transforming the pain into a quiet ache of remembrance, a bittersweet awareness of a path briefly shared, then irrevocably diverged. She thought of him sometimes as she worked, wondering where his chosen road had led him. Had he found the strength to carve a new pattern? Or had the old tangles of violence, gold, and unresolved love proven too strong? News from the outside world filtered into the camp sporadically, carried by returning hunting parties or traders passing cautiously through the territory. Whispers spoke of continued unrest in the goldfields, of shifting alliances among the prospectors, of claims jumped and fortunes lost as quickly as they were found. One such rumor, brought back by a cousin who had traveled far south to trade for blankets, spoke of a hidden canyon, rich with gold, now fiercely guarded by a ruthless man named Donovan Cole, presumably who tolerated no rivals. The story also mentioned sporadic, almost ghostly resistance sabotage, warnings left for unwary travelers, even whispers of a lone, scarred man fighting back against the claim jumpers before vanishing again like smoke on the wind. Was it Jack? Ayana couldn't know for sure. The description was vague, the tales likely embellished in the telling, but the possibility resonated within her, a flicker of hope mixed with apprehension. It suggested he hadn't simply walked away, hadn't succumbed to despair. Perhaps he was fighting his own battle, not for the gold itself, but for some measure of justice, or to protect others, maybe Sarah from Cole's rapaciousness. Or perhaps it was just a story, an echo in the vast emptiness. She learned to hold the uncertainty, accepting that his fate lay beyond her knowing, his struggles now entirely his own. The warning Jack had given before leaving, however, had not been forgotten. Chayton and the elders remained vigilant. Patrols still rode the treaty line, watching for any sign of Cole Donovan or his men, any renewed encroachment on Lakota land near the area Jack had described. So far, the uneasy peace held, Cole seemingly content, for now, with the riches he had wrested through betrayal. But the Lakota knew the nature of Wasichu greed. It was rarely satisfied. They remained watchful, prepared, their resilience honed by generations of resisting the encroaching tide. Jack's painful honesty had, in its own way, become a part of their ongoing defense, a piece of knowledge woven into their strategy for survival. Later that evening, Ayanna sat outside her family's teepee, a warm buffalo robe wrapped around her shoulders against the autumn chill. The camp was settling into slumber, the fires burning low, the only sounds the soft murmur of the nearby creek and the vast, profound silence of the prairie night. Stretching out under a canopy of brilliant stars, the star people, her guides, her ancestors' stories, watched over the sleeping camp. In her lap rested a piece of supple smoked hide. Using her awl and carefully prepared quills, she worked on a new design, not for a pouch or a garment, but for a winter count, a visual history of the year's significant events for her family lineage, a tradition passed down through generations. She depicted the harshness of the early season raid, the loss, the sorrow. She showed the community coming together, the hunts, the harvests, the ceremonies that sustained their spirit. And then near the edge of the hide, almost hidden within the larger pattern of camp life, she added a small, complex symbol. It showed a sheltered ravine, a flickering fire, a single bright star slightly askew, perhaps representing a traveler guided or a path briefly illuminated then lost. Beside it, she wove the image of two figures, one Lakota, one Wasichu, not fighting but standing separated, looking in different directions, their paths clearly diverging under the arch of the sky. It was subtle, known only to her, a quiet acknowledgement of the chapter that had marked her year, the scars it had left, the lessons it had taught. It wasn't the central story, but it was part of the tapestry now, undeniable, integrated. She thought of the small basket she had given Jack, her simple offering of resilience. Was it still with him, tucked away, a reminder of shared moments under a wary sky? Or had it been lost along his hard road? She would never know. But the act of weaving it, and now weaving this memory into her family's story, felt right. It was acceptance. It was closure. She looked up at the vast sweep of the Milky Way, the Wanagi Takanku, the Spirit Road. So many stars, so many stories, so many paths converging and diverging across time and space. Jack was out there somewhere, under these same stars, walking his own path, weaving his own fate, thread by uncertain thread, and she was here, rooted in her land, her people, her traditions, weaving hers. A gentle peace settled over her, profound and quiet as the starlight. The future remained unknown, perhaps holding new joys, new sorrows, new challenges, The shadow of cold Donovan might yet fall upon their lands. Barlow might reappear, seeking vengeance. Love might find her again, perhaps a quieter, steadier love grown within the circle of her own community. Or perhaps her path lay in healing, in wisdom, in serving her people as Willow Woman did. Her heart scarred but whole, finding fulfillment in the enduring patterns of Lakota life. Whatever came, she would face it. She had learned the price of sanctuary, the cost of compassion, the weight of difficult choices. She had felt the fire and not been consumed. Her spirit, like the tough prairie grass surviving drought and storm, endured. She picked up her awl, her fingers moving with practiced grace under the silent watch of the stars, weaving the threads of past and present, sorrow and strength into the enduring tapestry of her life, a pattern of resilience written against the vast, mysterious darkness, reaching towards the promise of another dawn. The end.